folks. It's gonna take a couple of minutes to get this shit going, but I do got to get my other, what do you call it, the other platforms going. So we should be up and running in about 2 minutes or less. So, all right. So let me go ahead because you're on. This is YouTube vertical, and I have to get the horizontal. Wow, TikTok. 2 days left. 2 days left before TikTok is gone. Wow. That's crazy. Today we're gonna be talking about the final countdown, of course, and that is before Trump becomes our 47th president. Really, he's still, I mean, really 45. I mean, they really only should have 46 presidents, but because he had a gap in there, we get him. He gets to get two designations. So be it. But anyhow, I'm almost done here. Hashtag MAGA, hashtag Trump, hashtag Democrats. I can't even put hashtag Biden or Kamala Harris in here anymore because they are essentially irrelevant. They are essentially irrelevant now. Wow, that is crazy. All right, so and I don't believe in putting in irrelevant hashtags. Nobody gives a damn about Kamala, so I can't put, there's no need to put her there. They're irrelevant. Wow, that's crazy though. Okay. All right, so I think I got everything I need here. Just want to make sure I can start this live without having it to do it again. Because with YouTube, if you don't put in it's not for kids, because we do swear, we do talk politics, and YouTube is kind of sensitive with that shit. And I don't want to piss off YouTube considering it right now, it may be don't think we have once they get rid of TikTok. Okay, so believe I got everything going here. Let me go ahead and make sure YouTube horizontal is up. 3, 2, 1. Okay, horizontal is going. We'll start TikTok and we'll get this show on the road. 3, 2, 1. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. Who made the song "The Final Countdown"? For some of my '80s, what is it? What is the generation Gen X? For some of my Gen X folks like myself, Gen X. Well, wait a minute. What are the years for Gen X? I don't know. If you're born in the '80s, are you still considered Gen X? I don't want to get too far off the program. But the final countdown. Who made that song? How many of you folks remember that song? The final count. Anyhow, that is what we're dealing with today. And we got Trump in as of Monday. So Queen, that's who made that. It was Freddie Mercury. I'm assuming he would have been with that. He would have been there back then. It certainly would not have been Adam Lambert that far back. So, all right, Queen, the final countdown. That's what we're dealing with. President Trump, 72 hours, 72 hours or so. So that close. It is literally that close that President Trump is about to regain the helm. So we're going to give, as always, we have multiple topics for today's show. Starting out right off the bat with the final countdown in place. What about regrets? I'm going to ask you folks right off the bat, what are your, or better if you even have any, biggest regrets over the last 4 years? Certainly when we talk about the Biden administration, things that you wish that Biden may have done, things that you wish Biden may have not done. Biggest regrets from the Biden administration over the last 4 years. Now, somebody said it was Europe, not Queen. Okay, all right, Fuzz. I don't remember who it was. It was a bunch of white dudes. That's all I know. The final countdown. They did a commercial. Was it Geico? They're hanging around a microwave that's counting down. I don't remember, but I know it was an '80s song. The final countdown. Someone said it was Europe, not Queen. So, but that's what we're going to be asking is, do you have any regrets? Any regrets? Something you wish that the Biden administration had either done over the last 4 years that they did not do, or something that they did do that you regret they ever did. Final regrets, biggest regrets of the Biden administration. That will be our first topic always. This one is, I don't know if we'll call it petty, but it is going to be taking place apparently. Michelle Obama, former First Lady Michelle Obama, is going to skip Trump's inauguration. Why is that? How does that look? A first lady skipping a presidential inauguration, even though her husband is going to be there. Obama's going to attend. Michelle is not. So how does that look? Do you see Michelle Obama as possibly being unpatriotic? Or do you believe maybe perhaps she is justified in doing what she is doing and snubbing our 47th commander in chief? So we'll talk about Michelle Obama a little bit. I know some of you folks will make mentions of her gender and her name. I know that always comes up. A lot of folks seem to mispronounce Michelle and they somehow come up with Michael. We'll talk about it. And last but not least, this one is, thank you for the Joy Motif thing. This one is a greedy, I bet he had a guilty pleasure of my own. Big Dog, yeehaw! Appreciate the hat and mustache before we lose TikTok in the next couple of days as well. Trump gets in there Monday, TikTok. Can't even have a bunch of videos where we discuss Trump getting inaugurated or what people are wearing or how the hell they look at the inauguration because we don't have TikTok the day he's being inaugurated. But what I want to ask you folks is, this is a guilty pleasure of mine. This is something that I want that a hell of a lot of my audience may not give a damn about. But I want to hear your opinion on it anyway because I think it should be done. I want it to be done. And if it's not done, I believe it speaks volumes. What I'm asking is, now that Trump is about to become president again, scale of 1 to 10, 10 being he absolutely will do it, 1 being this shit is not going to happen in a million years. What are the chances that Trump will prove that he won the election in 2020? He now has all of the mechanisms of government under his control. He can subpoena and pull all types of files. Scale of 1 to 10, 10 being he'll do it, 1 being it will not happen. What are the chances he will prove that what he said about the 2020 election was actually accurate? My personal opinion is, if he does not prove it, how is him on January 6th not equivalent to yelling fire in a crowded theater? If you cannot prove what you told all these people, how is that not yelling fire in a crowded theater? Now, I made it clear, half of my audience don't give a damn about Trump proving that or not. They're just glad he's back in power. But I do believe that if you've made a wild statement like that, probably one of the he is the first president in history to ever say an election was stolen from him and then get back in power with the ability to prove it. So you're in power. You're not Hillary Clinton. You're not Al Gore. You're in the White House. Prove your case. Prove it. If he does it, like I said, it speaks volumes. Some of you folks believe he may. USAF says 10. There's a 100% chance he'll prove it. If he proves it, I'm one of the first ones coming on here. If whatever I'm at, I'll still be on YouTube. I don't know. Some folks are saying Lemon. You guys can let me know about other apps as well. We may have to figure out another place to go. Some recommendations. We'll talk about that on the show today. But if he does prove what he said about the 2020 election, I'll be one of the first ones on social media eating crow. And I've done it before because I argued that the claims that Joe Biden was, dealing with dementia, was aging and couldn't do 4 years. I bought into what the Democrats were saying. And I was pushing back that Biden. I was pushing back that Biden could possibly do 4 more years and the Republicans were just trying to trash him. But then once he came out on June 27th, I had to eat crow, and every show I've done since then, I've been talking about it. So if Trump does prove accuracy to what he claimed on in regards to the 2020 election, I'll certainly come on here and admit that a hell of a lot of us got it wrong. But we need to see the proof, and it's got to be proof. It can't just be you making statements like, well, the machine just switched votes or Ray Epps did that. We need to see proof. We'll see, because he has all of the powers of government behind him again. He has control of the House, the Senate. They can have hearings. They can do investigations. He has a lot of power. If they don't make any move at all to dig into the 2020 election, that should speak volumes. Because you're claiming a whole lot of people committed some major crimes. Still in an election at the federal level, you're claiming a whole lot of people committed some major crimes. You should want to get to the bottom of that. I don't want to hear any, well, let's move on. No. Let's find out what happened because some of them may be still in power. So we'll see. Anyhow, those are our comments. As always, you know how the program is ran. We are indeed MAGA friendly. We don't block, ban, or censor anybody. You can be critical of anyone, including the host. We go left of Bernie Sanders to him having dinner with Q. That's how free speech works for at least the next few days that we have TikTok. Like I said, we'll continue on YouTube and whatever other app. So looking in the comments, question, where are you going to be when TikTok shuts down? If it shuts down on Sunday, I'll probably be out taking a walk like I normally do on Sunday. That's I normally go for a couple miles walk, most days after work, but certainly on Sunday. So I'll probably be out taking a walk. I don't know. I don't know where the hell I'll be other than that stuffing my face with food, reading a book, something like that. I got one of the latest books by Bill O'Reilly that I can't find around here, Confronting the Presidents. So I'll probably be reading or something like that. But if it goes down, ain't shit we can do about it. You think it's really a threat to national security, or do you think there's something else to it? Going to the box. Looking in the comments, John Fetterberg, if I'm getting that right, or Friedenberg. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but good afternoon. I'm gonna switch over to Wi-Fi. Apparently, my TikTok is freezing. John, good afternoon.
Good. How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Hey, I just letting you know they have kind of technically pushed back the ban for a little bit. Joe Biden's cabinet and they've decided that they're not going to enforce the fines till at least Trump gets in office for at least 36 hours. So it can still run. Technically, it's breaking the law, but they can choose which law they're going to enforce at the executive committee, and that was just put out a little bit ago.
So you're saying that TikTok will not go down, at least on Sunday, for the interim?
That's what they're saying as right now. That came out of Joe Biden's camp and Trump's. From my understanding, he's going to look to actually finding a way to fix it where we can keep going. But right now, we have a state of execution, I would put it that way.
So right now, America can collectively say, thanks, Joe Biden?
I don't know. I think
you just said it. You just said it's because of Biden.
Hey, there's a lot of people that's involved in this just besides Joe. And I think we all kind of know that. Pressuring, if you have 1,000 people and just one person say, hey, you need to do this, usually it comes that way. Now, did Joe agree to it? Yeah, I'm going to tell you, he agreed to it. But
okay. Well, he is the president, though, John. I mean, doesn't his persuasion has a little bit more power than just a regular person, does it?
I'm going to put it this way. Now, I'm going to this. My wife can pressure me to do something. I'm going to listen to her do what she tells me to do.
So does he not? Is he not worthy of some things?
I'm not taking away from that. He did not agree to it. I'm just saying there was probably a lot of pressure from the other side to make it happen too.
You sure you're just trying not to avoid saying thanks, Joe Biden?
I am a MAGA person, and I'm going to,
if this was happening under Trump, you wouldn't be talking about there's a bunch of other people involved. You'd be saying Trump got it done.
No, there was other people involved because they're pressuring Trump just as bad to make sure something happens because he uses a platform to help himself get elected. And I have to admit that too. And there are people that are saying, hey, Trump, you use this platform, and we're members of it.
Hang on, hold on one second. For my TikTok viewers, I know my YouTube is okay. My TikTok viewers, are you guys saying the video is down? They're saying, because I may have to restart it if that's the case. They're saying you have no picture.
You're good with me, bud.
Okay, they're saying it's down. Let me do this. I'm gonna restart it momentarily, and then I'll bring you right back up.
Hey, that's okay. I got to go anyways. I got to fix dinner.
Okay, fair enough.
I do enjoy you being fair and honest with everything, and I want to tell you I appreciate that. I want you to have a very awesome weekend and a great day to everybody, no matter you're Trump or you're a Biden fan or whatever. I really wish y'all all the best weekend.
All right. Thank you very much. So, folks, I'm going to restart it real quick. YouTube, nothing will happen on YouTube. You guys just hold tight for a couple seconds here. I'm just going to simply restart the live.
That's what I was like.
Oh, shit.
I don't want them to just sit.
The minute you turn the live off, other TikTok start playing. Let me see here. I'll just go ahead and go straight back into live. I switched over from mobile to Wi-Fi, and I think that happened. So while TikTok comes about, look at my YouTube. My only regret is people voting for Biden, says some random guy speaks. Well, If you lean right, I can understand it. I mean, if you lean right, Biden doesn't have anything in store that you would favor. So your only regret is people voting for Biden. As a MAGA country boy, Biden brought me fiber optic internet. I'm grateful to him for that. Wow. Okay, Chad, I see him. You don't normally get that from folks on the right. It's normally going to be what my last caller was saying, whatever other people involved in the decision. So that's interesting. You like Biden? I'm out. I hated Trump before. Okay, this individual is saying, ew, you like Biden? I'm out. He says, I hated Trump before that obtuse ass. Now I love Trump. And I'm not a dumb Democrat anymore. Okay, you're not the only person that has stated you've switched from Democrat to Republican because of Biden or because of how the Democratic Party has performed lately, or even the woke culture that people often talk about. Here's my standpoint on it. If you switched from Democrat to Republican because of the Biden administration, which means you would have been Democrat throughout Obama's administration, Democrat throughout Trump's first administration, and you switched because of Biden or what's happened in the last 4 years, I'm going to say I tend to question whether you were a true Democrat to begin with, because over the last, let's just say the Trump era, the Biden era, since Trump and Biden have been in the political in the political forum, the parties have went further to the left and further to the right. We've seen, everything from the gains in the LGBTQ. We've seen Biden on the border. There's no denying that Biden has taken the Democrat Party further to the left. However, you're seeing Trump where now we've rolled back Roe v. Wade. You're seeing Bibles in school. The Republicans have went further to the right. So that's why we're getting more divided. But the middle ground is fading away. The politicians in Washington are not working with each other anymore. To get something done, you got to have 100% your people, because you're getting no cooperation from the other side. So for anybody who switched parties, it makes me really wonder, were you part of the party you're claiming you left? That's just my opinion. All right, looking in the, because there's such a stark difference between them now. Handsome, I appreciate you, my friend. Mishi, wow. Good afternoon, Mishi. Hopefully they say it is app. Mishi, one of the best ones to do it. Good to see you on here. Top Dog, good evening. Welcome to the program. Or just vote for who you want. Who cares about loyalty to a party? Right now, we're in an environment where loyalty means a lot. Top Dog, good evening. Top Dog, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. So, this is obviously the final countdown to President Trump taking the helm again. I'm asking folks, are there any regrets you've incurred over the last 4 years? Maybe you favor Biden, maybe you do not. But just the way this country's been ran over the last 4 years, maybe something you really wish Biden had done, or something you are terribly regretting that he actually did.
No, I can't really, I feel like what Biden was handed when he came in, he didn't get no good economy. What Trump's getting again, he's getting lucky and getting another good economy once again. But, it's all good. No, Biden did everything he could do.
You sound like Kamala Harris on The View. You don't see anything he did wrong at all?
I mean, of course, I'm pretty sure he made mistakes, but I mean, nothing that's just outrageous to me. You know what I mean? Of course, I know he made mistakes.
Then why he lose? Then why did he lose?
He was just too old. And people say, Trump and Biden are, they're around the same age, which is correct. But Trump has a little bit more spunk than Biden.
True.
You can't argue.
You
just see it. You just go off the rallies, just being out talking to the people, being with the people, and just be able to go to a press conference and shoot it back to him for an hour and a half on his feet. You know what I mean? So,
but let me ask you that in regards to Trump having more spunk than Biden, and I agree with you 100%. You think he got 4 years in him?
Well, average male in America only lived to be 72, so he's on gifted time right now. So you never know.
Because I think he'll be in his early 80s by the time. What is he, like 79, or is he 80 already? So he'll be in his early 80s by the time he's done.
Right. He'll be like 82, maybe pushing 83, somewhere in there.
Yeah. But right now he does look like he can do it.
I mean, shit. He's walking around seeming like he's healthy to me right now, so he should be able to. I don't see nothing wrong with him like that. You know what I mean?
So let me ask you this: do you think? Give me your honest opinion. Even though it sounds like you favor Biden certainly over Trump, do you think Biden was capable of giving us another 4 years? Did I lose you?
Probably not.
Okay, so when I asked you originally, is there anything you regret? Do you not regret a man that you now feel probably could not have given us 4 years, trying to tell us he could? Okay, you switched something. You got an echo. Did you? Okay, I don't know what he did there. I may have to drop him. He may have changed his Bluetooth or something. We'll give it a minute. I don't think either is capable. Wow. Roberto Carlos. All right, I'm gonna drop you, Top Dog. I don't know what happened over there, but come on back through if you will. I don't think either is capable of 4 years, says Roberto Carlos. Well, the Republicans overwhelmingly favored Trump for the 4 years because they had 9 other choices. I mean, they had everyone from Ron DeSantis, very healthy politician. Vivek Ramaswamy, fairly young himself. I mean, who else ran during that? The governor. Most are not going to be part of his cabinet with and Chris Christie, but they had a whole lot of options that were significantly younger than Trump, and they went with Trump by a wide margin. You think he beat Biden by a lot? He smoked the other primary contenders. He really beat them by a lot. Nikki Haley and Chris, yeah. Mishi, you think Nikki Haley and Chris Christie. I think Chris Christie would have been for the left, like a Tulsi Gabbard or a some of them folks that went as a Democrat, but the writer Fetterman of Pennsylvania. I'm talking about Democrats that the writer, like, I kind of like him. I think that Chris Christie could have been like that for the left because he is willing to some degree to work with the other side a little bit. The one and only Mishi. Good afternoon, Mishi. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Regrets over the last 4 years. I'm sure you have a few I'm sure you had a few of them over there.
Yeah, I'm probably more honest than some people. I was actually one of the creators that thought that Biden should step down after that debate performance.
Wait. Who didn't think he should step down after June 27th?
Are you kidding? I got so much hate from Dems on that one.
Really?
Oh, like people unfollowed me, made videos. Yeah, it was kind of crazy.
That sounds like a cult, like a Democratic cult.
Yeah, listen, I thought after that performance, and that's not to say that I don't appreciate what our country and that I don't think he was an excellent leader. Mm-hmm. I don't think he made a lot of mistakes. I don't think many of us understand what it's like to be the president and have to make these types of diplomatic decisions. He led us into the best economic recovery in the G7. The problem was for the Democratic Party and particularly for Joe Biden is that there was and I call it a wildfire of misinformation and disinformation.
But that fire is spread. That fire's gotten bigger.
It's gotten bigger with no fact checking on Twitter and Elon amplifying that literally I feel, and I'm sure you felt as a content creator, it was like trying to put a wildfire out with a spray bottle.
Yeah, but you're right about that, and certainly Zuckerberg is now joining that fray as well. But I will say this: one of the things that a lot of folks on the left should regret is that Biden didn't make a stronger attempt to get ahead of some of that stuff. They're telling lies about you. Trump gets out there, whether you agree with him or not. He talks to the people even while running office. Biden didn't do that.
Yeah, but if you spend your entire campaign and your time as president trying to squash all of Donald Trump's attacks and lies, you're just giving him more oxygen. And I really believe that Joe Biden, in ways, did the right thing by ignoring him.
That's why
ignoring him. He didn't give him the oxygen in the room. And Donald Trump doesn't deserve it.
I gotta disagree with you from the simple standpoint of at some point you gotta realize, some of the things he said is wrong or may not be true, but it's working. I mean, you can't just let them keep doing this. It's working. Ignoring them sounds like what you should do, but people are believing this stuff, like the Haitian migrant thing. People are going to Springfield. You can't just let them say this stuff. People are believing it.
Yeah, but what do you do if you just spend all your time combating his misinformation and disinformation? I think that the biggest problem I see as a new Democrat, right, in the last whatever years, like their messaging stinks.
Right.
They didn't get out the fact that Joe Biden had a successful presidency. Did we get everything? No. Can we improve things at the border? Absolutely. Should he have made his voice louder? Yeah. Like, I think he didn't address the people enough. If I were to say something that Biden didn't do, he didn't address the people enough.
That's what I'm talking about.
He wasn't in front of the people enough, saying what he was doing, what he was accomplishing, and calling out the Republicans for what they weren't accomplishing. He was a quiet voice. He needed to be a louder voice. And whoever takes the reins over the Democratic Party better be a big voice, because they have to drown out Donald Trump's voice.
Well, fortunately for whoever takes over the reins, they're not going to be running against Trump in 2028. So, I mean, he will be promoting some candidate if he's still alive, fit, and healthy, but he won't. I don't know if Trump himself is not going to get another presidency out of it. Do you think he'll put the same effort behind it?
I think it depends. I mean, it's the MAGA machine, though. I mean, let's say Elon Musk then. So forget Donald Trump. You're going to have to fight.
Yeah, he's pretty loud himself. Yeah, he's pretty loud himself.
This is the question I would ask. Why do the American people want to be fed constant misinformation and disinformation? Whether it's that you guys don't like China, right? Russia has been infiltrating our social media. Why don't you want misinformation, disinformation to be checked? Why do you? I know Elon can't run, you guys. I know Trump can't run. Chill out. But Elon has a loud voice. He's trying to infiltrate other elections in Australia and in the UK and Canada. Like, you have to understand, big money and his Twitter platform is massive. He has a voice as a billionaire, as the richest man on the planet.
I think the issue is a lot of people believe their lives are terrible and they're happy to find somebody to blame for their problems. It ain't my fault. It's because of this person or it's because of that person. And I'll give Trump credit. In MAGA, they give you people to blame. And when Trump's in power, everything that goes right will be because of him. Everything that goes wrong will be because of somebody else. He's really good at the blame game.
But here's the thing, too, is Donald Trump said what they wanted to hear.
Yeah.
You know what? If I come into office, I'm going to lower your grocery prices. People felt that. I'm going to bring down your gas prices. Not only that, I'm going to cut your energy costs in half. That's a compelling story.
Is he still saying that now?
No, but I mean, but people wanted to hear it. But people wanted to hear it, handsome. Yeah. And you know what? Joe Biden and Kamala they weren't saying that because they know they couldn't. They actually knew they couldn't. So they said that they would try to do the things that they could do. Donald Trump just flat out lied to them. I'm going to be able to do this. It's going to be easy. I'll bring your groceries down. It's going to be easy. No problem. I did a whole video on it. He said that. And now he's like, it's really not that easy.
Yeah, he made a whole lot of day one promises. Anything you feel confident he's really going to do it, because he promised to do every damn thing on day one. I think he even promised to damn near get rid of daylight savings time on day one. He's talked about everything, renaming the Gulf. Day one, what do you think he's going to do?
Oh, day one? Oh, geez. I think we need to remember that it took Schmittler 53 days to dismantle democracy.
Ooh. You really see comparisons to Trump and Adolf?
All day long, my friend. All day long.
Why those?
And I know that. Wait, and I think sometimes people get confused that it's the G side of him. It's the fascist side of him. It is the power-hungry narcissist side of him.
What do you mean? What do you mean by the G side of him?
Well, no. Some people. I don't compare that he's going to commit G side. I'm trying.
Oh, like Israel, but
yes,
yeah, okay. I get what you're saying.
I do not believe that is his goal, but fascism absolutely is. Mm-hmm. Extreme nationalism, cronyism, the attacks on the LGBTQ, human rights, all of that, isolationism. with the intent of power. And I think it's the fascist side of him that I think is similar.
But he and a hell of a lot of Americans are claiming that he won by enough that he has this so-called mandate. I don't buy into that, but I do want to ask this: if he is as bad as you're saying, why did he win? Is there that many Americans that want what you just stated?
Okay, so again, bad leaders have won office, right?
True.
Including the person we just mentioned.
Yeah.
Because the economic status was the same, right? People were struggling, and I understand that. And you have one person that's telling you, I'm going to make it better. I am going to make it better for you. I'm going to lower your costs. I'm going to bring your groceries down. I'm going to bring your gas down. I'm going to bring your energy costs down. I'm going to bring us to a golden age, and everything is going to be better under me. Now, that's not true. It's not going to happen for people. It'll be interesting to see how they react.
Are you sure, though? Are you sure he's not going to meet his promise and actually? I mean, it is possible the economy could get better. Are you certain he's not going to do what he promised?
It depends. If he actually did nothing, just like if he had just taken daddy's money and done nothing, okay, he'd be in a better position, because Joe Biden is leaving him, like, as your previous guest said, a economy that is thriving and growing, right? We have low unemployment rate. Our inflation rate is in 2 point something. That's where you want it. That's where the feds want it. In all parameters, our stocks are up. Things are improving. If he did nothing, he'd be in better shape than if he decides to try to do these mass deportations and tariffs, which will have a detrimental impact on the economy.
But then I have to ask, if all of it, because you're not the only one. Obviously, the economic analysts are saying the same thing you are, talking about the economy's gotten much better. Why can't the American people feel that? Because the economy is one of the primary reasons Trump won. If it's doing so well, as many folks on the left say, why is it that the American perception is that it sucks?
Well, because there's macro level and micro, right? So people are still feeling that squeeze of grocery prices increasing. Gas prices have come down dramatically. I think the outlook is maybe your gas will come down 11 cents potentially. Grocery prices are not going to come down. They'll maybe increase by a lesser percentage, but they're not coming down, guys. I'm sorry.
I swear, I have never heard people talk about the price of eggs so damn much. I mean, good. So you're saying that under Trump, you don't foresee the price of groceries, going back to whatever the hell we perceive as normal?
Never. We're paying those grocery prices right now. Why would these companies bring down the prices for you? They don't care about you. They care about their profit. They're making record profits. If you're still buying Oreo cookies, they're not going to bring the price down. You want the price of your Oreo cookies to go down? Stop buying them. That's it.
Well, let me ask you before we move it on. A couple of things I want to talk to you about. Now, Michelle Obama is snubbing him at the inauguration. Does that look petty? Is that unpatriotic, or do you see she has a legitimate reason to do that?
Okay, well, there's a lot of things here. Donald Trump put her and her family at risk, releasing their address on one of his Truth Socials.
Did they do that? How long ago was that?
That was a while,
wow,
years ago. But listen, he has no moral high ground when he didn't attend Biden's. He did not, as a president, attend the inauguration of Joe Biden.
That's been my pushback too. Yeah.
How dare anyone question president two cycles ago, right? Not attending, his wife not attending the inauguration. In fact, I think it's a shame that any of them are attending, because if he didn't have the decorum and the leadership to attend when Joe Biden won, I don't think he deserves the respect of other leaders to attend. And so I actually have a problem with any of them.
You believe every living president should snub Trump's inauguration?
Absolutely.
Wow.
But I think that they're trying to set the example that Donald Trump failed to set. What it looks like to truly be a leader, what it looks like to pass the torch respectfully, that Donald Trump couldn't do because his ego got in the way.
But Michelle, I gotta ask now, Michelle Obama is the one that has been known for saying when they go low, we go high. How long does it take before the liberals to realize going high against Trump is a loser? You're saying show up and show that you're not going to do what Trump did. That's a loser. We're losing doing that.
I'm with you. I think that they should all be petty. I think those three men, Clinton, Biden, Obama, Bush, I think the four of them should pull a Donald Trump. He didn't show up at the debates. He wasn't man enough to debate his own Republicans in the primary. And instead, he held his own little show on Tucker Carlson or whatever at the same time. I think these four men should have their own event. I think they should have like their own little luncheon and interview to counter his inauguration. That's what I would do. And they should hire me to head the DNC because what they're doing is not working. And I think that we need to play their game.
Wow. Now you went to the convention. Was it in Milwaukee or was it in Chicago? One was in Chicago.
It was in Chicago.
Okay, how was that? Was the energy? I mean, because it looked on television like Kamala Harris was on to something, and then we saw what happened election night. She got her ass kicked. But did you feel any energy like it looked like that on television there that day?
The energy was like something I've never experienced before. Like, I mean, it was everything and more that you saw on television. I couldn't even believe that I was there. And you know what? You know what wasn't talked about there? Donald J. Trump.
Really?
It was the entire, no. Everyone was focused on Kamala moving forward, getting this country set on the right track, compassion, caring, strong leadership. It really, his name wasn't even whispered. It was as wonderful as you saw. And the juxtaposition between the RNC, which was 95% white, okay, let's be real about that. The diversity that was represented in the Democrat National Conventions, what America looks like. The RNC doesn't look much different than Donald Trump's cabinet, which, again, is one of the least diverse cabinets we've seen in modern history, with a couple token people that are in there. And it doesn't look a lot like America today.
Yeah, there's no denying that, but they are winners. I mean, America, because as much energy as you're talking about that was there that day, man, did she lose by a lot. I mean, you're watching this election, and I'm on live. I don't know if you were on live that night, but I mean, like the whole night was bad. Once they started calling states, she never looked positive at all. I mean, she really lost.
I was in Hawaii, but let's be real. She had very little time to sell her story. I actually blame the Democrats for that.
What about Biden? What about Biden?
Oh, geez. I mean, Biden, well, first of all, I think Biden should have been a one-term president. He promised to be a one-term president, and he should have given the Democrats a chance to primary and pick a strong candidate. That being said, I think Kamala Harris was the candidate. I think that's the choice they had. But I don't think she had enough time to sell her story.
So you do think with more time she could have had a better go at it? Let me ask you this last question before I move on. Okay. If there had been a real primary, let's say Biden was a one-term president, he didn't attempt to run, and the Democrats had a primary, do you think Kamala Harris ends up getting the nomination?
I think she'd have a really good shot at getting the nomination. Hard to tell because we didn't get to see her. People forget that Donald Trump ran for president several times. I mean, they're like, oh my gosh, Kamala ran and quit. Yeah, so did Donald Trump. Okay. That doesn't mean that she wasn't a strong candidate. In fact, she was the strongest candidate, at least from a resume standpoint, that we've had in modern history.
They're calling her a DEI and giving the credit to Willie Brown. Yeah.
So you do that, right? DEI candidates exist, except when it's Pete Hegseth, who's a 04, right? Who's the most people he's ever led is 200 people, okay? So so as soon as somebody is someone of color, right? Or a member of the LGBTQ or whatever marginalized group they want to pick, they're a DEI candidate. But Pete Hegseth, you guys can't find anybody better than an 04 that has SA charges against him, who clearly had a drinking problem. That's the best that you can find. A man who's led 200 people in the military. He can't find with more experience than that in a general. And you dare call Kamala Harris, who's been a DA, an AG, has a law degree, was a vice president, a senator, a DEI candidate. You guys have lost your way, and that's just a way for you to be racist. I'm sorry, but that's all that is.
Wow.
And I don't call all MAGA racist because I don't agree with that, and I hate it when people said that to me. But that's a bunch of BS.
And now, just for clarity, because a lot of my viewers don't know you as well, you did vote for Trump in 2016.
And 2020.
And 2020. Well, was it stolen from him in 2020, as he suggests?
Absolutely not. The election was not stolen from him. To today's date, We have zero evidence of a rigged and stolen election. But that didn't stop Donald Trump from spreading misinformation, disinformation for 4 years. And shame on the American people for watching January 6th, as me and my husband did that day. That is the day we left the Republican Party. And every American should have stood together against a leader who could not concede to a free and fair election, incited violence, and didn't care if his vice president was unalived. Mike Pence was a Republican, but he did not deserve that because he upheld our Constitution. And Donald Trump wanted him to break the Constitution to stay in the power. That man has no right to be back in the White House. And the majority of his cabinet said so. People who worked closely with him, 40 out of 44 of his cabinet members did not support him. People who worked with him said he doesn't deserve it.
Oh. Now, oh man, yeah, well, he certainly is going to be back in there. Now, yourself voted for him in 2016. Obviously, you were no fan of Hillary Clinton. If you could go back in time, would Hillary get your vote?
Hillary Clinton would absolutely get my vote, particularly because I have 3 daughters. And I truly believed that and I watched carefully and I listened carefully as he picked Supreme Court justices in his presidency. And I would have gone back and protected my daughter's rights because I, like many MAGA say today, it's not going to happen. He doesn't mean it. That can't happen. We're not going to do that. And you know what? I was wrong.
Yeah, because he clearly told you he was going to pick Supreme Court justices that would likely roll it back. I mean, he said that during the debate with Hillary Clinton.
Right, but I felt it was settled law. And then when I voted for him again in 2020, handsome, I listened to Amy Coney Barrett.
Yeah. They indicated the same thing. It was settled law, and they wouldn't deal, and they were lying.
Hey, Michelle, if you're worried about people in bathroom spaces they don't belong, then you wouldn't voted for a man who went into women's spaces while they were changing, including teenage girls. You would not be voting for a man who assaulted a woman in a dressing room. Get the heck out of here, Michelle.
Damn. All right. I'll leave it at that. Mishi. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming through. I had to come say hi to you. Appreciate that. Good that you dropped in.
I know. I haven't talked to you in a while. I appreciate you having me on. And you know what? Listen, America, we'll get through these next 4 years and, build community, take care of one another. And more importantly, and this goes out to your MAGA people, look out for marginalized communities, particularly those that are going to be attacked. If you're not a bigot, you're not a racist, and you're not a xenophobe, then take care of those people and make sure that they're not being bullied in your schools and in your workplaces.
Well, you do know most of my right-wing viewers tend to think that it is the white community that's being bullied and marginalized. So they have a difference of opinion.
They really are. I hope they'll be okay.
All right, Mishi. Good on you. Thank you. All right.
Thanks for having me.
Appreciate it. All right, moving on with the program. That is the one and only Mishi. I always enjoy watching some of her lives. Certainly glad to have her here. All kinds of liberal tears from her. Freshly hydrated now, says Stevie D. Let me just say this. You can be unhappy with the current presidential choice without being in tears. I guess we would look at January 6th and say that that's a bunch of MAGA tears. I don't know. But Trump is going to be our president. You got no choice but you got a chance. As I say, give peace a chance. Hopefully he wants peace. Going back to the box. And by the way, folks, tap the screen. Get the likes on up to about 25,000. You know how we run the program. We don't block, ban, or censor. You can be critical of anyone in the comment section up to it, including the host of the program. Continuing on with MAGA Reacts. Certainly a good name following my last caller. MAGA, I'll give you a chance to react. Did you hear anything that you may have disagreed with?
So much, but I only caught like the last couple of minutes.
Okay.
Oh, man.
All right, fair enough. If you didn't hear it, you didn't hear it. So I'm asking, over the last 4 years, and I already kind of think I know where you're going to go with the answer to this, but over the last 4 years, are there any things that America may have been involved in, or leadership, that you regret, or things that they did that you hope that you wish they had not done, or things that they didn't do that you wish they had done? We're talking about the Biden administration.
Yeah, the whole list. They should have done better in Afghanistan. They should have not left Afghanistan until, especially with the Taliban creeping up the way they were. They should have droned them to death. They should have not spent a lot of money after Trump spent all that money for COVID. They shouldn't have just kept the spending spree going. It's like Trump filled up the gas tank. and
But
kept filling up
wait.
the
You
gas
saying
tank
they should
until we got
have? You saying they should have droned the Taliban to death? Wasn't the goal to end that war, not to continue extending it?
The goal is to get our troops out of Afghanistan, not
Right.
to give it away back to the Taliban. So troops, I mean, drones are not troops. Drones are, again, like we cared about our troops. We care about like being peaceful. Like,
But wait a
we
minute,
can
what
do
deal?
the job without having troops at risk?
But
Let's
what
keep
deal?
it
Wait a minute,
going.
hold on. What deal did Trump made a deal with the Taliban? You can't make a deal and then start droning the shit out of them. You made a deal with the Taliban so that you could leave. You don't leave and bomb
Yeah, but-
people on the way out.
They didn't keep their end of the deal. Like I told you last time we talked about this, they weren't supposed to leave their caves and their little villages and take over the country. That was not the deal.
I don't
They were
believe
not
that's
supposed to take over the
accurate.
country.
I don't believe that's accurate. So you're
That's
saying that
1,000% accurate. And even if Trump made that deal, Biden should have never kept it. I mean, it's just excuses. Like, I don't even know why he did it. The only people that came up on top is the Taliban and China. So you take that the way you take that.
all right, so
you know?
so obviously, but so what are you hoping Trump does? Like day one type, because he's made a promise to do every damn thing on day one. But give me 3 things you're hoping he would do on day one to maybe correct some of the things or the flaws of the Biden administration.
Just cut down regulation, get business flowing again.
What's being
Honestly,
regulated?
just him
What's
being
being
elected.
regulated?
Oil. I mean, freaking Biden just made it illegal to drill oil in like half the ocean. What else? He's doing a lot of shit last minute to sabotage Trump, but hopefully Trump could just undo it all.
Yeah, well, Biden is obviously
And,
no fan of the Trump administration. I mean, because what are you going to do? Let Trump get it? I mean, Trump on inauguration day, we know he's going to trash Biden, even if Biden hadn't done anything you're talking about. He's going to speak awful of Biden no matter what. So Biden doesn't have a lot of incentive to try to work with Trump. You would agree with that, right?
Yeah, well, someone has to go first, and technically Biden is first because he's still president. So also Biden's not making it easy for Trump to, be nice to him
Yeah,
either.
but how did Trump when Trump gave the office over to Biden? Did Trump go first during that time? I mean, because Biden succeeded Trump, how did Trump hand it over to him?
Well, that's the other problem. He was still challenging the election.
Was he-
Still hoping to find the evidence. Today he hopes to find the evidence to prove that he won.
You sure he was challenging it? I don't think he was challenging. He was saying he won. Al Gore challenged it. He was saying he won.
Look, Al Gore challenged it, and Al Gore should have won too. By the way, that's how I feel about that.
That's a different. Yeah, I mean, I get your point. And you're not the only one to say
Our
that.
two
But Al
closest
Gore,
election, the closest election ever was 2000, followed by 2020. And 2020 is even worse because there's so much unusual shit going on. We had so many more people voting that even today people are like, where did the 10 million people or 15 million people
I get that argument, but you know what I always say, MAGA, is that it's a difference between saying something looks suspicious and jumping up and saying that you won. Like if you come home and you see your front door cracked, my door is open. That don't give you the right to yell out somebody broke in my house. You may have forgotten, left the door open a little bit. You got to prove that somebody's been in the house. Trump didn't say something looked suspicious. He said he won.
And I think we had plenty of probable cause. I think we had plenty of probable cause. We just
give me some examples. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Down after, well, the unusual numbers, the unusual amount of voters, the unusual like you see how Trump this election he did better everywhere, right?
Okay.
In every county in the fucking country, he did better.
Right.
Biden did not do better in every county. He only did better in the 4 counties that got him the election. He only did one county in I don't want to talk about this because I always get a notice every time we start talking about.
All right, give me what you came on here for then. I mean, you and I we disagree on the election shit 100%. And let me just ask you this before we continue on.
Really, where Biden really screwed up is those spending bills. Really, right after Trump, he should have waited. At least till his second, right before the end of the second year, right before midterms, to spend all that money. Because doing it so quick after Trump, You know,
I don't know.
buying a shitload of groceries, and then someone after you, like that came after you, like you're the dad. You buy a bunch of groceries, and then you leave, and the stepdad comes in and buys groceries right after you. The food's gonna go rotten, and that's how we got inflation. You know, because Biden spent a lot of money right there, right?
You know, what do you think the largest deportation in history in the wall is going to cost? I think everybody talks about spending until the money is being spent on something they agree with.
I don't think, like, you guys are taking that too literal. I don't think he's gonna deport people like that. Like, he's gonna deport people, but
Why
there's
can't
still
we-
a lot of fucking people in this country. There's a lot of immigrants in this fucking
Here
country.
is something I never could understand for the life of me. Why is it so wrong to take a president for what they say literally? Why do you have to interpret what he's saying to mean something else all the time? Does he not know how to speak?
I
Is
mean,
English
that's how
not his mother
language
tongue?
works. That's how language works. Like,
No, it's
you can't
not.
take people literally. Like, you can't. We don't do that with anybody.
If you
Like,
say
all
I'm
of a
going to
sudden-
have the largest deportation in history, how should that be taken?
That you're gonna be good on immigration, and that you're gonna counter Biden's immigration influx by reducing immigration and getting rid of some of the bad guys. That, you know, the other day, some immigrant with a long rap sheet was found in L.A. with a blowtorch putting Christmas trees on fire during the
I need,
fire.
you know something, it's interesting you said it because I got one of my MAGA viewers, we talk off of camera, and she always sends me stuff, and she sent me some, I can't think of the guy's first name, but he was a Hispanic, something Santiago was his name, and they were blaming him. It was an Instagram post, and some guy was narrating and saying that this one dude set all 5 fires in Los Angeles, and my response to her was, this will make him the largest arsonist in history. Where's the news reports? If you know his name, why hasn't he been arrested? So the person you're talking about with this blowtorch, who is this guy?
No, it's on. He was arrested with a citizen's arrest. They had him on camera with a blowtorch and everything. They said they didn't have enough probable cause to hold him, and because they're a sanctuary city, they wouldn't hand him over to ICE, even though ICE wants him and wants to deport him.
Oh.
And all this is online. Like, just Google it. A guy with a blowtorch going around.
Because like I said, I get a lot of. I know you guys, to make the point, are literally looking for bad hombres. I mean, I had another story she sent me was claiming that there were 300 fire trucks coming from Portland to help put out the fires in California, and the state of California denied the trucks entry because they hadn't passed the smog inspection. I mean, I'm hearing some wild shit coming from the right, and I'm like, are you for real? And these, I'm like, why isn't these things making national news? Is because they're making them up. So now you're telling me some dude with a
entry because they had no water for them to use.
well, yeah, but
300 trucks when you have no water.
I don't get how some of these houses are literally right on the ocean, and they're claiming they don't have no water. I mean, I guess from now on, build this home with a way for the homeowner personally to suck some water out of the ocean if he needs to. I'm surprised they wouldn't put us.
That's salt water. You can't use that water to water your plants; they'll die.
We're talking about your fucking house. Who cares if the plants die? What are you talking about? If there's a fire,
the plants dying and becoming dry and catching on fire. What do you think is causing this?
well, if your house is about to burn down, right now we gonna use salt water. I mean, we'll fix the plants and put some new soil down.
Salt water wouldn't work. Salt water would kill the plants. Would you put salt on your plants? No. Like, would you drink salt water?
If your house is burning down right now and salt water is the only option you have, you're gonna say.
Okay, that's a different thing.
That's
we're
what's
talking about
happening.
different things. I'm talking about prevention. You're talking about putting out the fire. Now I get you.
Yes.
No, they are using salt water to put out the fire.
Right. I don't care about the
This
plants.
is like it's telling you, like, the right and the left think differently. Like, I'm thinking one thing. I'm thinking about, like, watering the plants so they don't dry and become kindling for the fire. And you're thinking about putting out the fire.
Well, if there's a fire,
No, like,
if there's a fire takes precedence over the plants or anything else. Number one is fire. You use whatever you
also
can.
I don't know if you I live in South Florida and I go jet skiing all the time and I own my skis, and salt water destroys everything. Like, even like your sunglasses and stuff, anything you're wearing, even if you have like a waterproof watch, you need to wash it. get the salt water off of it, or you're going to destroy it. And you know, the salt water will tear apart those fire trucks like nothing. Like those airplanes are designed to pick up salt water and dump it on the forest. But salt water in a fire truck, even if it works, it's not going to work for long. Those fire trucks will be garbage in like a month.
Yeah. Now I gotta just like I said, I'm always willing to concede when I see some. While you were talking, I was able to verify your story about the illegal immigrant that's walking down the street with a blowtorch. I don't know if he had a death wish. Why would you do that? Why would you walk down the
He's a long
street?
rap sheet. I don't even know if he's a known arsonist or this is the first time he's done arson, but he's got a very long rap sheet.
Yeah.
And he should have not been in the country. He should have been deported. Like, we're not going. I don't want Trump to go after hardworking people. I want him to go after people like this with long rap sheets.
Well, they've already said they're
You know,
going to
why-
go. They've already said they're going to go. Anybody, if you're here undocumented, being a hardworking person will not excuse them from kicking you out. So they're going after them too. I mean, his border czar was asked questions like that. And he said, look, if you're here, because he said if we got an illegal and he runs into a location like a factory or somebody's home and there are other undocumented immigrants, we're going to get them out of here too. And somebody even asked him, somebody used the whole phrase, well, what if it's a grandma? And he said, she got to go. So it ain't just criminals like he's making it sound.
You know what's going to stop? Or like it's like his first term. You know what helped immigration more than anything?
What?
Is the rhetoric. The rhetoric will tell people not to come unless they're really desperate. Then then they'll learn it. They'll come and they'll do fine.
I don't argue with that. I don't. But the problem,
With Trump, the rhetoric works better than the actual policy.
but that's
what
not gonna
I've noticed.
apply this time. That worked last time because the biggest issue was folks trying to get in the country. They're in the country now, so rhetoric is not gonna make 18 million people leave. It's going to have to be action. Rhetoric, we're beyond rhetoric on this second term. That worked on the first term where people just turned around and the caravans went back. They're in the country now. So you got to do something to get them out. So rhetoric is not going to work. They got to actually perform arrests and round people up.
Listen, there's still people coming over that border till today. Like, no, it also involves, not letting a lot of people in as well. I mean, I don't want immigrants here. We just have to build the infrastructure. So, like anything else, like the economy and everything will adapt in time. So, as long as he's deporting, at a certain point, we'll have more room for them and they'll be welcome.
That ain't gonna happen in 4 years.
Build it out first.
MAGA,
didn't help.
MAGA, that's not gonna happen in 4 years. Trump only got 4 years. He's got so much plan to do on his docket. I mean, no way he's gonna be able to play golf and all of that shit this time, which I'm sure he will. But he's promised to do way too much.
I don't put this all on Trump. I put this on like capitalism. Like these people, even the people on the left are saying they contribute to the economy, and capitalism is going to find a way to use them. But the issue is you can't integrate that many people that quickly. I had no issue with the immigrants. It's just he let in too many too quick, and they weren't integrated fast enough.
Well, I can tell you this. They certainly will turn into Democratic votes because I expect immigrants in this country, legal and illegal, American-born Hispanics too, they're going to be getting treated like shit over the next 4 years. What did Lyndon Johnson say? I'm gonna have these Negroes voting Democrat for the next 200 years. Trump gonna have a whole lot of Hispanics voting Democrat for it. You're gonna have a lot of I personally believe you're gonna have a lot of voters' remorse among some Democrats because some of them stories are gonna be bad. It ain't gonna just be some dude with a blowtorch who needs to have his ass deported. It's gonna be somebody who's been here working, haven't committed any crime since they came here and has been a good model citizen, or they're known in church, or it's a grandma with 5 kids. You're gonna have them kind of people getting kicked out too.
Yeah, and I don't want that. And hopefully the Democrats will do their job. I mean,
MAGA wants that. MAGA wants that. MAGA, even though you are MAGA, the primary view from your party is if you are in this country and you have no legal right to be here, I don't care how good you have been since you're here, I want your ass out. MAGA's view is stronger than yours.
We'll see. Because you see the fight with the HB1 versus, you'll see a fight with Elon and, what's his name? What the fuck is his name? The guy from Breitbart.
You talking about Bannon?
Yeah, Bannon. I hate Bannon, by the way.
What?
I never liked him.
Steve Bannon was a well-respected member of the Republican Party. What did he do?
I just too much on the right. Too much. I don't like I'm in the center. Most of MAGA, I feel, is in the center.
No way.
You know, something I agree with, what's her name, that was on before me?
Mishi.
Is I left the Republican Party in 2022. Like, I joined it in 2016 thinking, you know, it's Trump's party and all that shit. But in 2020, I realized that it's a uniparty and the Republican Party is not really on my side. Like, obviously we're working with them and through them, and hopefully we'll purge out the establishment side of it.
You got a name like MAGA Reacts and you're in the middle. You disgust me. Are you for real? That's not true, right? That can't be true.
Is this guy on the right or left? I don't know how I discussed him.
I'm just joking. I'm just joking, but
I'm doing it right. That's how I feel.
all right.
I'm trying to be fair here. Even if it's like, if I don't agree with something, I always try to play devil's advocate like you do.
You ain't doing a good job with that. MAGA's not in the middle. MAGA's looking for liberal tears. They're not in the middle. They want to drink a cup of liberal tears. They're not in the middle.
Listen, you could get liberal tears from the center. Ask what's his name?
No,
I can't think of names on the fly. What's his name that does the politically incorrect on HBO and shit?
You talking about Bill Maher?
Yeah, Bill Maher. He makes them cry all the time, and he's in the center.
Yeah. Well, he's not. Bill Maher is not in the center. He's just not far left. He ain't in the center. He's left.
Yes. At this point, he's in the center compared to everybody else.
Okay. Well, he's not. He's not a far left progressive. He's not a far left progressive.
Okay. Again, we're saying kind of the same thing. You're saying center left. It's like a smidge next to each other. They're brothers. Oh, what else?
I don't know.
I've been trying to talk to you about the fire and how they should have prevented it in like 100 different ways. Like, they should have been working. Like, a huge comparison with the whole thing about the Republicans not wanting to send money to California is what happened in North Carolina. But that's not the same comparison, because North Carolina doesn't get hurricanes every year like California gets fires every year.
I don't think any president should be talking about whether or not they're going to send help to American citizens that need it. I mean, the idea that they're talking about the politics of California being a reason why they won't send money, that needs to stop. That should not be happening. You know
what they're asking for, right?
What?
You know what they're asking them to do, right? The stipulations that they want them to agree to.
It doesn't matter. Hold on.
It's all fire prevention.
It doesn't matter. Hold on. Wait a minute. If I'm a voter, if I'm a regular citizen, I don't have any damn control at all over what my governor does. If you got a beef with my governor, you don't hold up helping me out because my governor is somebody I have no control. I may have not even voted for him. You gonna hold up help to the whole damn state because you don't like my governor?
But these things shouldn't even be a question. They should be like, yeah, sure, we'll accept them.
You don't really hold up. I'm fine with that. If the governor is fucking up, criticize the governor. But you don't punish the people in his state because he's not doing what you want him to do. These people don't have any control over that.
I don't know, but the goal is not to punish them. The goal is to get him to do the right thing by preventing future fires.
He's rich, MAGA Reacts. He is rich. You're only going to punish them. That's the only people that's going to be punished by what you're doing. He is rich. He's in the governor's mansion. No matter what the hell you do to California, it's not going to affect him. You're hurting citizens by doing that.
If he's saying no, if you actually read the details, if he's saying no to doing things to prevent future fires, including routing more water to LA so it has more water in general and the trees could actually be alive, and cleaning the forest and doing controlled fires and all these things that are just common sense, if he's saying no to them, he's going to be the one in trouble, not Trump. I mean,
I'm not here to defend Gavin Newsom, but while people are actually hurting, this is not the time to make demands. These people are already fucking homeless. You can't start making demands of the governor while you got hundreds, if not thousands, of people homeless. That's not the time for that. This ain't the time to play politics
These
like
people
that.
have short memories because Trump's been warning about this
Are
happening.
you
for
okay?
since
So you're okay with
2017.
doing this? You're okay with doing this to people that are stranded and homeless?
The things they're asking for should be a quick yes.
And
It's
if
like not
and what
even
if he
like
says no?
spending money on water and infrastructure to get more.
So what
water
if he
to
says
LA
no? So what if he
and
says no?
cleaning the forest?
What if he says no?
Then the same thing's gonna happen again in 4 years.
So
and
if he
giving them
says
money
no,
is not gonna help them.
that's fine. So if he says no right now, what do you do for the people who are homeless?
What do you mean for the people that are homeless? Oh, I mean, most of them are rich.
That ain't answered my
Most of
question.
The really poor ones.
That ain't answered my question.
I
If
don't
he
know.
says no, what do you do for those people who are homeless?
I don't know. This is where Trump gets fucked anyway, because eventually he's gonna pick the people over.
I can't believe you even negotiating this. That's insane.
Because Trump's been saying to fix this
It
for.
doesn't
since
matter.
2017.
It
You
does
know,
not matter. They elected a politician that may not be doing a good
It's
job.
like
I get it.
If
But
DeSantis, if hurricanes kept fucking up Florida and DeSantis wasn't doing anything to fix the power lines, to fix the water, he would be fucking getting killed right now. But guess what? DeSantis does his job, and Florida is more hurricane proof every year.
and you wonder why people, and you
Hurricanes
wonder
don't
why
scare
some
me anymore.
people, you wonder why some people don't like Trump. What you're saying, you kind of is okay with. That is like the stuff TDS is made out of. If I'm homeless and you gonna fuck me over because my governor made a bad decision, I hate you. That's how I would feel. I would hate you. You're gonna leave me stranded. I don't make all these federal contributions out of my paycheck over the years. You're not even gonna help me out with my own damn money because you don't like my governor. That's horrible.
It's not that. We want these fires to stop or at least be prevented. We want more water in LA. We want this problem never to happen again.
Tell that man
LA
to
more fireproof.
tell that man to cover his ears next time he out in public. I gotta move on. That's horrible. That's horrible. I gotta move on, man.
We don't want LA to burn again. These people are going to get fucked even more in the long term if we don't be tough and get them to fix things now.
You're terrible. That's terrible. I gotta go. I gotta
Trump
go.
gave in last time.
I gotta
what
go.
happened?
All right, I gotta
he was
go.
trying to-
I can't believe that. MAGA, you're always welcome to come back on the program, by the way, though. But that's horrible. You got beef with my governor? You know I don't even have a place to stay, and right now you need to make sure this area is protected next time this. What about now? That's horrible. But I will tell you this. He ain't the only one that feels that way. I got my YouTube comments. A lot of folks agree with my guy. A lot of folks agree with my last caller. So he ain't the only one that feels that way. But like I said, that's the kind of stuff that TDS is made out of, because any politician that did that to me because they don't like my governor, who I may or may not even have voted for, that would be the end of that. That would be the end of that politician, and any member of that. The whole party would probably be off of my radar, because you're going to support this dude for doing this. These are Americans. These are Americans. Please donate, y'all. Get handsome liberal. What does that say there? That's funny. Jackie says, please, please, that's Starfire says, please donate, y'all. Get handsome liberal a new place now. Yeah, a few galaxies would be nice there. I'm just telling you though. And I got a real strong feeling, a real sneaky feeling that MAGA feels the same way I do. That if Biden stiffed a Republican area simply because he hated the governor, I think MAGA would feel the same way. I just think they do. It's just happening in their favor right now. So they're not, you can't stiff the citizens of a country. Your own constituents. They ain't got nothing to do with the political people in power. I love this channel, says Timmy. Thank you. Wow. By the way, folks, show the program some love. Tap the screen. Get your boy likes on up to about 40,000. You know how we run this program. It is all about free speech. My last caller should have showed you that. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone for their commentary. You can be critical of anybody in the comment section. Yours truly, I'm fair game. I don't believe anybody's speech is more important than anyone else's. So we do believe in free speech here. Handsome, you have a good point. It's just not right. No, it's not right. It is not right to do. I mean, you may have a single mom that's sitting there homeless, and you don't give a fuck about her because the governor is doing the wrong thing in your opinion. Terrible. at least from my point of view. Like Texas with hurricanes and tornadoes. And that's also a problem too, is that if he gets away with that, you're gonna need to do that again in the future. If Trump has a beef against the governor of California and he holds up aid, that won't be the last time that happened. You're going to start having Democrats wanting to do that to Republican areas. This is the kind of shit that divides a nation. This is the kind of stuff right here that divides a nation. I hate to sound like Cat Williams, but this shit right here, that's how you divide a nation, by doing stuff like that. That should not happen. Continuing on with the program, though, going back to the box, Dencal, good evening. Welcome to the program, if I can bring it up. Let's have a real caller, says Cookie Monster. Cookie, come on over to TikTok. I'll bring you right up if I see the name Cookie Monster. Dencal, good evening.
Good evening.
Hey,
Good evening.
did you hear what I just heard?
I did. It was bad. It was bad. And I'm proud of you, man. I'm proud of you.
Oh,
man.
shit. What did I do?
You stepped up. You stepped up and told him that shit was horrible. Like most of the shit he be defending.
Well, that one was so egregiously bad. I do believe that I do believe that even MAGA thinks that's bad. It just sounds okay when it's being done by Trump. But MAGA would have, I mean, you got a lot of poor people in Alabama and the panhandle of Florida and shit like that where they get hit by hurricanes. They would not entertain any liberal politician doing that same shit in reverse at all. So
Right.
that was pretty easy.
I would give them an example of the other side. Florida just had these hurricanes and stuff go through their city. Biden should have got up there and said, "Listen, unless you guys hurricane-proof your houses and don't use this, don't use all of this shoddy construction, then I'm not paying you guys because it's gonna happen again."
Yeah, and by the way,
That
Florida
was
is
so
and by the way, Florida is having the same issue with insurance cancellations as California. They're canceling insurance right and left in Florida because they get hit with so many hurricanes as well. And obviously, with Ron DeSantis saying all kinds of awful shit about Biden, I agree with you that Biden could have done the same thing Trump did. But no, Biden is down there standing on TV with Ron DeSantis offering to get him aid. Remember Obama's walking with Chris Christie after Hurricane Sandy? What the hell is Trump doing?
Almost lost his job because he stood next to the man that was going to give him federal aid.
Yep. Yeah, they
Like you said before, America ain't never been generous. Even if it's about giving us our own tax money back, America ain't never, well, I ain't going to say America ain't because you don't see nobody on the left saying put conditions on disaster relief.
Yeah, that's
what
insane.
It's a disaster.
Yeah, that's insane.
People saying, well, they shouldn't have never took money from the fire department. What I will say about that is the difference between the federal government and state government is the state government bound because they have to balance their budget every year. It's not like the federal government where you can just go into debt. You can just be like, yeah, we're going to spend another $1 trillion. They have to balance their budget. So they are making tough decisions every year when they got to create their budget. Now, if they haven't had a fire like that in 100 years, they'll start looking at that money like...
They're going to start wanting to cut back on that budget.
Right. And so for the people to act like California just don't want to get the water and they just leaving some water somewhere and they just, everything is dry... No, they've already explained a big part of that about the water was that the fire was threatening to knock down like power lines and stuff. If they would have left the power onto the pumps that moved the water, it might have created more fires. If you just leave the electric lines to burn and
then stuff starts shorting out and creating fire. Yeah, I get what you're saying. It's, start having shorts.
So they had to make like a decision, which in turn, that kind of, what do? Do you let the whole infrastructure of your electricity system burn down? Or do you just keep on running the water until everything?
Well, Trump is obviously using it for political capital. But in regards to the cutting back the budget and this water stuff, I often use the same argument you made in regards to kids losing their lives in school shootings. And I say the same thing because they say, well, why can't we guard our money, our kids like we guard our money? We should have an armed guard at every school. And I say the same thing that, 99.9% of American schools would never have this happen. You're not going to pay all of these armed people to be at all of these schools without somebody eventually saying, we need to cut back on the budget. This ain't happening. If you're paying a bunch of money for something that ain't happening, it's not going to be long before people start saying, let's cut the budget for this thing that's not happening so we can give that money to something that is. And
Right.
it's
It's a normal thing. Like even we never really get real snow. So when it snowed this last time, people was like, this don't make no sense. Why Georgia ain't got no salt trucks and stuff out here?
Right.
They not gonna spend billions of dollars on salt trucks and salt, and it snows once every 10 years.
Yeah.
It would be irresponsible of the people running the city to do that.
Yeah.
Now they should have some connections with other cities, like maybe if something happened, but people just don't. I think they do understand it until, like you said, it's beneficial to them.
What Trump is doing is political capital. He don't want to hear why what happened in California happened. He just want to point out the bad stuff to destroy Gavin Newsom and liberal politics. He doesn't care what's going on, whether it's good or bad. He's looking to hurt people.
Right. And I just wanted to respond to a couple of things. What MAGA Reacts was talking about, well, Joe Biden should have just after he got in, after Trump had spent all that money, he should have just not spent no money. He should have just waited. The man was trying to get his agenda accomplished. What president is going to come into office and say, the last guy spent so much, now I'm just not going to spend none because I want to make sure that's not nonsensical.
It's not realistic, and that's what Bill Maher had said when I played that video the other day. He was talking about how the Republican Party believes in fiscal responsibility until it's their turn to spend. Because the largest deportation in history, all of them arrests and all, that stuff's going to cost a fortune, and we're okay with it because it's Republican spending. But that stuff's going to cost a whole lot of money to do all of that. All of them folks are going to be having cases. They're going to be filing appeals. You're going to have to chase them down. You got to hire officers. All that stuff's going to cost a fortune. And we're okay with it.
They have no idea how much it's going to cost. They don't. And they don't care. And he's already told them there is no limit we're going to put financially on his deportation. They do not care. But wait until the next president, the next Democrat come in office. They're going to be saying, well, why is he trying to spend all of this money when the Democrat is going to be trying to spend the money on the people, trying to help the people, the masses. Yeah. We are really we really in the beginning stages of an oligarchy, and they can look at it and say they don't see it. They don't see the richest people in the world are now sitting in our government.
What are you trying to say? We've been run by the deep state?
No, I ain't gonna call it the deep state because that was imaginary. Oligarchy is real.
Yeah. Well.
When you got people that are unelected officials in America, like Elon Musk talking to other countries, trying to change their governments and trying to do things.
But isn't that what we've been fearing? Is this one world order or whatever the case may be? And what you're talking about is you got one country. As you say, you got Elon going over here, you got Trump going to Greenland, his kids over here. I mean, are we the one that's trying to do that?
Like I said before, when you say we, because I know you like to put it into a context.
Americans, I get it.
Americans, we do, we have done a bunch of awful shit, for a long time. And I don't expect it to all go away. I mean, all of these things, like when you're trying to change a society, it takes time. You can't just like Trump is trying to do, and like the people he's bringing on board, like this is what oligarchies are. When you bring in all of the richest people in the world, and for some reason, all of these people on the ground level, these people walk to the polls and say, yes, I want the richest people in the world with the biggest companies to be in control of our government and make decisions about our best interests.
But that should make sense, at least from the Republican side, because they generally talk about doing what's best for small business and big business, because they believe that if you treat the wealthy right, the money will trickle down to us all. They always say a poor person ain't never gave me a job. So if I look out for Elon, he's going to create jobs, he's going to do for all of us. They tend to put that faith in folks that have money. So this shouldn't sound that surprising that they're doing it.
No, but that conversation, he's not talking to the lesser of us. He's not talking to the middle class. He done already said it what about his H-1B visa thing. He don't care.
Yeah.
He want the best and the brightest to come help him to make money. He ain't said nothing about farmers, or he ain't said nothing about bringing over people, that know about farming or making things better for people. He's talking about technology because that's where he's at.
So at the end of the day, do you think Elon, as some folks might suggest, will have this, will be placed at this hierarchy that may even be higher up than J.D. Vance? Do you see Elon Musk being a really powerful member of the Trump administration?
He's already more powerful than Trump and J.D. When he can.
How is he more powerful than Trump?
When he can have conversations with Putin?
Yeah.
He can have conversations with. And he's got he's got real connections where he's actually making money. He can talk to North Korea. He can talk to any country.
You don't think this dude? I know this is gonna sound ridiculous. I get it, but I'm gonna say it anyway. You don't think there's no chance this dude might be a double agent, do you? He got a lot of tentacles out there.
No. I think he's a single agent. I think he's for himself. He's not for America. He's not even American. He never claimed like America.
And that's the point I'm making is that we don't let this. We talked about Barack Obama being born in Kenya, or Kamala Harris being a Jamaican and an Indian. This dude clearly was born somewhere else, and all he did was throw around a bunch of money. And he is at the top level of U.S. government, right there, having a seat with the president on international phone calls. I understand what you're saying. He's not likely to be a double agent, but you do realize he has all of the pieces to the puzzle if he wanted to be.
Right, but he doesn't have a need to be a double agent when he can be the leader of everything. Who would he betray? He's not betraying anybody right now. He cool with everybody. That's why he can't
depends on his allegiance. You don't know. I get what you're saying. Why would he do it? Depends on what his goals are.
His allegiance to who? South Africa?
He's on the phone with every damn body, so we don't know who is. That's what I'm saying. We don't know. He has access to everybody.
His allegiance is to himself. It's very clear. He's not in it for he don't like Trump. He's not cool with Trump.
You believe that?
He's using Trump.
You don't think Elon Musk like Trump?
He don't care about Trump.
He
don't care about Trump. He cozied up to Trump and made him change his whole worldview on the EVs. He don't care about Trump. He just, as long as he getting what he want, he cool with you. But just like he told the Republicans, the moment y'all vote against him, I'm primarying all of y'all, everybody. Did that sound like he's partial to one party when he's told every last one of them, if you go against me or Trump, you're done?
Yeah, as I always say, that sounds like Denzel and I'm putting cases on all y'all. Y'all gonna be eating in Pelican Bay. That's what it sounds like. So
imagine if the Democrats had somebody on their side during Biden's administration who was, they always say under their breath, Obama is running everything, and
Well, they had George Soros. They would say George.
Yeah.
Elon is like a George Soros, but he's out in the open.
Elon said, "Look, hold my beer." When they said George Soros is controlling things, Elon said, "Watch what I do."
Yeah, he's a right-wing version of George Soros. He got his hand in everything, but he also is on the administration where George Soros is just in the background throwing money around. He's like, "No, I want to be able to also make some laws." Elon is like, "I don't want to just throw money around. I want to be able to make some changes."
Right, but the thing about it that's good for him is he's not in the government. He's created a position where he can have governmental powers without actually, because he understands if he was actually in the government, he would have to go through everything from the FBI to
there would be more laws, there would be more regulations involved.
Sure, and that's why he got Trump to form this imaginary thing, and he named it after crypto because if people are talking about he's this crypto whale and he owns like almost all of I forgot one of the bigger coins. It's not Dogecoin. It's one of the bigger coins, and they say he's secretly he like owns all of this stuff. So he's got personal interest in this whole crypto situation.
Let me ask you this before I do got to move it. Before I do, what do you think the chances are? Because this almost happened when Arnold Schwarzenegger was governor of California, where the right saw him as somebody that was really favored and like, well, shit, he might have a chance to win it all. And they were they were tossing back and forth whether they wanted to change the laws to that would allow Arnold Schwarzenegger to run for president when he was a very popular governor in California. Any chance they may try to do that for Elon?
I think it would be possible, but I think he would have to be somebody that he's not. I think like we're going to see like after the inauguration and he start day one and he puts out all of these executive orders. We're going to see some fault lines develop in our society because people don't like what he's planning to do is basically create what they call like an economic emergency, which is because the president could do a whole lot of stuff if he uses an emergency context, just like he did Title 42. Like if something
like go
bad,
after the cartel in Mexico and say it's a threat to national security. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
You can bypass all of Congress and all of that stuff. So from my understanding and what I've read and seen, he's going to create a financial emergency, which is going to allow him to get all of the money he wants for immigration, for drilling, all of this stuff. He's going to say the economy is so bad that it's forcing me to do all of these things. And it's going to cause some friction in this country that people is not, I don't believe people
How do you back that up, though? The economy clearly isn't that fucking bad.
He says it every day of how terrible it is.
Yeah, I mean, I hear it, but I mean, groceries are up a little bit, but the price of gas, for instance, gas prices are not that bad. They're $2 and something a gallon average. I mean, like, how do you get people to believe this?
Look, they're the same as they were almost 5 or 6 months ago when before the election, all of the Republicans were saying this is the worst economy. I don't have money. I can't afford groceries. It's the same economy, but better. But they're going to say, and they're going to jump right on his bandwagon when he says that, yeah, it is pretty horrible. And they're going to watch him because it's all about allowing him to spend money. And before I go, I just want to say one more thing to MAGA Reacts when he was talking about he doesn't mind if the immigrants come here and stuff. We just got to build the infrastructure.
I don't buy that, but go ahead.
We already have the infrastructure. It's called what are you talking about? We don't have the infrastructure for them.
Yeah, I can't speak on that. All right, well, I got to move it on. I don't know what he's talking about. I think there's just one way of not saying the truth, and that is I want these people gone. So they come up with these other excuses. So fair enough.
Yeah.
Didn't count. Thank you very much.
All right.
All right. And moving on with the program, I do want to respond to someone on YouTube said, I was talking about the economy is not bad enough for Trump to do what my last caller was saying. And one of my viewers said, to get the fuck out of here, the price of eggs is $11. Is there anybody out there? I don't know. I got viewers from all over the country that are watching right now. How much have you seen the price of a dozen of eggs recently? $11. Where are you at where eggs cost $11? That's almost $1 per egg. Where are you at where eggs are that fucking expensive? And let's make something clear. What's going on with eggs is not I guess the way I'm looking for that's not a way to designate the economy. That's just, when you look at the price of eggs, what they normally are, compared to what the price of eggs are when people say they're $11 a dozen and shit like that, even though the cost of other food products are up, they're not up like that. So clearly something else is going on with eggs. Bird flu, maybe. There's something else going on with the price. But I get why you're using eggs because it's an extreme case. It's a worse example. But if you look at, let's say, the price of a bag of Doritos or the price of a box of cereal during the Trump years, and you compare it to what it is now, it hasn't went up to the same degree as the price of eggs that you're talking about. So clearly what is happening with eggs has some kind of other circumstance involved in it. There's a reason why you keep targeting eggs. There's a lot of other food products we buy. There's a reason why people keep targeting eggs, because it makes this worst case scenario that they're going with. Everybody is buying all kinds of other shit. Why do you keep going back to eggs? Is the price of milk went way up like that? There's probably a lot more people drinking milk because babies and everything need it. It's in all kinds of shit, cakes and baking products. Why aren't you using milk? You keep using eggs because there's something else to that. And it makes for an extreme example. In the comments, Jason says eggs average $3 a dozen. 2023, the price was $4.29. So he's saying that during the Trump administration, eggs were averaging about $3 a dozen. And as of 2023, which is 2 years ago now, it was $4.29. I don't know. I mean, like I said, all over the country, the price of eggs varies, but they keep using eggs for a reason. There's a lot of other staples. What's the price of rice? What about the price of milk, as I mentioned? What about the price of all this other? Why do you keep going back to eggs? Because there's some existential circumstance that's making them go way up, and it makes for a great example. I'll go back to the box. It's kind of like when a liberal gets elected, they're going to become a socialist. They're going to turn us into Venezuela. When Obama ran, they were going to turn us into Greece because Greece had the failed economy back then. Venezuela was doing all right. So you got to pick the worst example to make the point. There's a lot of other countries that dibble and dabble in socialism. Well, let's keep picking Venezuela because it's the worst one out of all of them. Let's always find the worst example. Eggs right now is that. That's what eggs are. Looking in the comments real quick, though. Egg sounds good. Steak gone up 100%, says MAGA Reacts. Like I said, it really depends on where you're located at, though. It really depends on where you're located. I mean, obviously, you're talking about dairy products, shipping and transportation costs and all of that stuff. I don't understand also, the price of fuel has went down. The price of fuel is often tied into why products cost more. If it costs more money to put fuel in the truck to bring it to the grocery store, the cost trickles down to the price of the product. Gas prices aren't that high anymore. This is where I think there's a good argument to be made that the prices are probably artificially high. The price of shit shot up when gas went up. The price of fuel dropped, but the price of the stuff that were being brought to you in the grocery store did not. Why is that? What happened? Let me go back to the box. I think that this shows that some of this shit is costing a lot because the price is artificially high. There's no justification for it. Andy, good afternoon.
Hello.
Hey.
I don't think most of them know that, like, the avian bird flu is so bad that it's not only in the cattle now, so don't drink raw milk. It's also in the seal population. It unalives 600 of those, 30,000 sea lions. It's in the aquatic birds. It's in the whales and dolphins. It won't be long till it's in us. I just want to point that out. And the subject you were talking about earlier, Republicans are so low down, they wouldn't even vote for their own states to have money. Until the Republicans lost their mind and started complaining, a lot of Republicans already voted against, aid for North Carolina.
Yes,
Tommy
they voted to keep FEMA. Didn't they vote to keep FEMA, the $750, that immediate money they give you, $750? Didn't they vote to keep that way?
Yeah, but they also didn't come back to refund it. They voted to fund everything but FEMA.
Wow.
And left it out there on its own. Then they wouldn't come back to Congress and vote. So Republicans don't seem to care who they're screwing over in this case. Because if we were to go back and look, we could actually say, well, North Carolina shouldn't get the money for the flood because they have legislation for the last 10 years that said they could have prevented it. And they do, actually. If they had done the things that they had proposed, it would have actually stopped and we don't blame the power companies, because, North Carolina and Tennessee were floods from dams that belong to power companies. I think one of the fires in California, the PG&E, also was a power company. And Donald Trump's the only president to ever withhold FEMA aid from a state while president, and that was in North Carolina in 2017.
Any idea why he did that?
I don't think he understands the ramifications.
I don't know, but to me, you shouldn't even be talking about withholding funds while people are actively struggling. I mean, and like I said, blaming it on the politics of the governor just seems cruel to me.
And North Carolina and South Carolina have been hit more and more increasingly by hurricanes in the last few years. Like, it seems like they're skipping over Florida. Like, remember the big one a couple of years ago that walked right across the middle of Florida, that F5?
Yeah. Well,
You know, and
I
then
think
hit North
that
Carolina.
I think folks are suggesting that climate change is causing them to be more frequent. The hurricane season is getting, I don't know if it's longer or if they're having a higher quantity, but there's because the insurance companies are pulling out in Hurricane Alley just like they're pulling out of California. It's not, I mean, we're making this big deal about California because Trump is using them as a whipping boy, but a lot of that same
Right.
stuff is happening
We're
in
not. Alabama hadn't had rain all month. Like, we're in a drought condition currently. And then you got the Santa Ana winds, and we all know there's firebugs that come out during the Santa Ana winds. That's historic. Like, unfortunately, people are people. And so, but by the same token, I don't see anybody saying, why do you keep rebuilding in Florida? You know, a hurricane's
Right.
going to hit your house.
right.
Because hurricanes come a lot more quickly and a lot more often than those fires.
Yeah. Yeah, every season,
Especially at that
yeah,
magnitude.
you're going to get at least 4 or 5 hurricane scares in Florida every year. I mean, it may come, it may not, but you're looking at the path and the trajectory. I mean, every year you're going to get at least 4 or 5 hurricane scares if you live in Florida.
Well, not only that, Louisiana. It's 2 states we're funding that way.
Wow.
And it could possibly be 4 if you factor in South Carolina and North Carolina, who have been increasingly hit more often. So are we going to tell all these people they need to move?
Well,
Because that's what they're saying for California. And it's ridiculous to me that American citizens who talk about, oh, let's get the homeless off the street, could care so little about people just because they have different politics than them. Because I wonder if those people on the street had different politics than them, would they say leave them?
yeah, I think it's safe to assume that if you are a citizen in California, Trump and MAGA don't give a damn about you. I think that's pretty obvious. You don't vote the way they vote. You don't have the same policies. You're doing things they don't like. I think it's safe to assume if
That's
you
what
live in California, they don't
does
care
so
about you.
red.
Huh?
I don't know why they don't know that half California is red. They had Arnold before they had new, like,
Right.
like
Ronald
like,
Reagan used to be the
it's
Ronald Reagan used to be the
purely
governor of
Democratic
California.
states, ridiculous.
Yeah, Ronald Reagan used to be the governor of California.
I don't know where they get off with this mindset. It's got to be that he tells them over and over, so they just believe it, like the economy.
So one of the things I asked also, though, out of the last 4 years, now that Biden's about to bow out in the next 72 hours or so, is there anything you regret he didn't do? Or maybe something he actually did that you wish he had never done?
I wish he hadn't given that aid to Israel, and I wish he'd have done more for women.
Done more
I can
for
honestly sit here with my full chest and say there's things I'm very disappointed in. Yeah.
done more for women. How?
Donald Trump put the ERA into the courts. I wish Joe Biden had made the effort with Congress. You know, when Congress pulled it out, I wish he'd made more of a push, talked to the nation, done something. Like, you know what I mean?
You know, I've been
I
having
feel like-
I've been having so many conversations with women, on TikTok, YouTube, Facebook. Based on my analysis, I don't think women are ever going to get the right to choose back because there are so many women that don't want you to have it. It sounds like it's a bunch of misogynistic men taking women's
I
rights
know
away.
there's a lot
of women that do not believe a woman should be able to use that.
Yeah, but they think that until it's their daughter up at the hospital in a crisis situation that nobody will help.
I hear you.
Then they scream, "Oh, what's wrong? Why aren't you helping her?" Because they didn't understand the ramifications of their vote, and that's why I'm so pissed off at half this country because they were uneducated when they voted.
I'm just telling you, and particularly white women like yourself went for Trump. Out of all of the other categories, Hispanic women, black women, white women love Trump. He got your vote. You guys helped him get in there.
Well, 56%, but the other 40% of us voted for, Kamala. And not only that, Latinos voted for him.
Yeah, but he only got like 30-some%.
People voting. Hold on, all these people voting against their best interest, and women especially. I'm very disappointed in you, but a lot of these people are uneducated. That is how Trump won. He won with the uneducated, pale vote, because that's the demographic that goes up when you look at his numbers.
You said the pale vote. Well, like I said, white women love the guy. The numbers are in. If it wasn't for white women, he probably would have lost.
I don't know.
It
was narrow, and yeah, I would say that, but I'm also disappointed that he was able to fool so many people. Like in this country, we have a real problem with name recognition. That's why we don't get rid of bad politicians. You ever thought about that?
What do you mean?
We want term limits, but at any time we could vote those congressmen right out of office.
Yeah.
People vote for the devil they know versus the devil they don't know. It's just it's a thing in politics, and they're afraid.
So we got. Go ahead.
They're afraid to vote in somebody new because they don't know them, and they're afraid it'll be worse than what they already had. And especially when that person's been on TV, we tend to think we know people on TV because we watch them.
So what are you saying? What are you saying?
Like they know Trump because they watch The Apprentice.
So what are you saying? Tom Hanks or Will Smith or The Rock should run for Democratic president?
I think I'd rather we voted by merit and not. It disgusts me that society has fallen enough that we're suckers for name recognition. That bothers me.
Well, they think Trump, being a successful businessman, they say Trump was the man for the job. We need America to be ran like a business.
Successful businessman. Just like the economy's not really that bad, he's not really that successful, and we both know it.
Shit, everybody, I gotta disagree with you. You just think of Trump merchandising alone. 70 million plus voted for him. Probably 2/3 of them have MAGA hats. Hell, I got 5 of them. Think about how much money. Hold on. Think about how much money he's made off of MAGA apparel. How is that not a successful businessman?
Well, he's good at the grift. I'll give him credit. He's P.T. Barnum. But when it's holding down the company and actually running it, see, grifting doesn't mean all he's got to do is rake it in. Grifting's not actually, the financials and the day-to-day. Like Trump.com went out of business. Trump ties, Trump vodka, Trump
I don't know,
magazine.
Andy.
His colleges, I got a list of 100 businesses he's got that's failed, and you can say there's 500, but Trump licensed his shit.
I mean, that's like
So he didn't own wait, hold on. He didn't own all those businesses that have his name on them, and the ones he did own, he ran into the ground, and he's got 6 bankruptcies. I don't know any good businessman that's got 6 bankruptcies.
That would be like going after Kevin O'Leary or Mark Cuban of Shark Tank, because some of the folks they invested in on the show fell. At the end of the day, they're still very successful business people. Trump, every business that Trump has been involved in didn't succeed, but the ones that did really did. So how is he not successful?
Well, I mean, Cuban even says that Trump's a disaster. He doesn't think he's a good businessman. If he hadn't gotten $400 and something million from Daddy, had he just stuck that in an index fund and left it alone, he'd have as much money as he does now. I mean, when he started, he was $400,000, $1 million in debt to Deutsche Bank.
No, I don't know, because we know Trump's financials have not always been, transparent. He came on the scene, said he was worth $15 billion. I think it's pretty safe to assume that was a lie. So we don't really know what he's done, because he's always been known to exaggerate.
Took him off the list.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point, is that I don't know how great or how bad of a businessman he is, because he was the one controlling the narrative. Even according to Forbes, he was the one who ultimately wrote the article about how much he's worth. Now, we know he exaggerates. So there's no way to know how if he's a total failure or if he's a total success. I just know the man got his own jet. He got skyscrapers with his name on them. He has a ton of wealth. I don't know how much, but to say he's not successful, I don't know.
I've looked up his net worth several times, and they think most of his net worth is tied up in True Social.
Could be. But like I said, MAGA merchandising has got to be giving him millions of dollars. I mean, I'm sure. I mean, everything
How
from
do you know he's making all the money off that? I know plenty of people making money off his name that he ain't getting a dime from.
he's making. I mean, his website. I mean, all of the hats I bought from him, it came off his website. So I paid him directly because I don't want to buy them. I want to make sure they get delivered to me. And I've bought a bunch of his shit my damn self. So I think he's made a lot. Okay,
I got you.
huh?
But I love the fact that the hat said made in China to begin with.
Yeah.
That's just hysterical. And not only that, I'm tired of Republicans blaming Democrats for what's going on with the global economy. Because, NAFTA was made by Bill Clinton, but it was Bush that added China to that and made it global.
Mm.
They opened the door.
So what do you expect?
They're
4 years.
complaining about. They complain about the EPA, which Democrats didn't create. They created. They complain about the deep state, which encompasses, the Homeland Security and all that. Once again, Republican created. They complain about all the jobs going to China. Republicans did that too. I don't know why they don't pay attention.
Well, I don't think they view Trump. Trump is not a Republican. I think he's more of a populist. They don't like the Bushes and the Mitt Romneys and folks like that anymore. I don't think they put him in the same category. So pointing out the bad
They
things.
like Elon, who controls 2/3 of the
Elon
nation's
is
satellites,
a
by the
fucking
way.
Elon is a
Hold
fucking
on.
wild card. Elon's a wild card. Elon is
He
Elon.
controls 2/3 of the world's satellites, not just ours. He told China told him they didn't want him to turn on Starlink over Taiwan. He didn't. Russia wanted him to turn off Starlink over Ukraine, and he says, "Oh, I'm gonna start charging you money." He's got his thumb on the European government. Tell me again how this isn't an oligarchy and we don't have a dictator.
But what about it? What happens if Trump gets in there and he does expand the size of the United States? You think that would be good for America at all?
Russia.
Huh?
The rest of the world will consider us Russia. I talk to people all the time. I spent all morning with a British person who just lambasted me on the fact that they hated the fact that they're gearing up against us.
Well, but we could expand the size of the United States, whereas the people that join us are not unhappy. When the Soviet Union happened, it was kind of by force. If he buys Greenland, for instance,
Greenland's not for sale.
I get it, but
it's so repetitively.
I mean the same thing with his.
Why do we keep entertaining the idea that he can have it other than by force? He can't.
Let's see. I'm telling you,
That's why Denmark gave Greenland $1 billion for defense. Donald Trump is
Don't
trying
matter.
to be Vladimir Putin.
Greenland ain't
That's
going to
why
defend
he-
themselves against the United States no matter how much Denmark gives them. If Trump wants Greenland military-wise
But
and
the
Congress
United
gives them...
States- But NATO would square up against us because then we would be attacking Denmark because apparently, they fall under Greenland falls under their umbrella.
It
And
depends
so
on how it's done.
We
Andy.
can, sir, I'm telling you, you can spin it all the way around, but we will become Russia, and we are the aggressors.
I'm not totally believing that. I hear what you're saying, but if behind the scenes, if
When
you
it happens, just remember I told you.
all right. I hope I don't ever have to have this conversation again. I hope we don't fuck with Greenland, but I'm saying I don't know if what you're saying, if I feel confident about that. But hopefully we never had this conversation again. I gotta move it on. Before I do, Michelle Obama snubbing the inauguration. What say you?
Good.
Not petty, not unpatriotic.
I don't know. Let's see. Is Petty MAGA having a meltdown because Donald Trump was actually nice to Jimmy Carter?
Was he? He's not even letting the
wasn't
guy.
ugly.
He's not even letting the
Demise.
dude. He's not even letting the dude get mourned properly. Trump ain't nice
Right.
to Jimmy Carter.
But Trump wrote a post on True Social that wasn't calling him a bunch of names, and MAGA lost their mind.
Oh, they wanted him to bash the late Jimmy Carter.
Yes.
Jesus. I gotta go.
Do you have Retro Social?
Not
It's a
often.
cesspool.
Not often. No.
It is literally a cesspool.
Yeah, I don't read it too often.
I'm gonna enjoy my day. Are you going to any other platform?
I don't.
Because I'm moving to favorited.
What is the name? I've been looking for recommendations. Where are you going?
Favor, it's the word favorite with a D. A lot of us are moving over there. It allows you to have panels like this. It's not the same format because you have to bring people in, but it's a way for you all to have conversation. There's also Clapper. I know some people that are going there. I would never be insane to give my shit to China and go to Redbook. That's just next level stupid.
Okay. But you said favorite, FAVORD?
Yeah, the word favorite with a D at the end, favorited, and Clapper.
Okay. All right. What about this lemon something?
Lemonade is still run by TikTok. I don't know if it'll make it or not.
Okay, fair enough. All right. I'll definitely check them
And
out right
y'all
after
can always find me at Andy Muse at any one of those platforms.
All right. I'll definitely check it out after this live. Appreciate the advice. I may end up hitting you up in the DM. So, all right. Thank you.
Peace.
You too. All right, moving on with the program. Magaresh, that's not how it works. Lord mercy. I see you in there, Mike. Jerry Jones is a successful business guy. Are we voting for him? Well, everybody is not voting for a successful business guy, but at the end of the day, the economy is very important for most Americans. So if you are, someone that's really good at making money, that's going to sway some votes. That's getting Trump. I think my last caller hit it on the head in regards to talking about being a well-known celebrity. That because Ronald Reagan was, he was an actor. He wasn't as well-known as Trump was, but being a well-known celebrity helps. And now we can go into a whole gaggle of shit about why Kamala Harris did not win. But not being known did not help her out. And as a vice president, she was not really out there becoming well known. So by the time she ran for president, she had a huge uphill climb to make herself be known. The only thing you really knew Kamala Harris for is, at least from my standpoint, considering I was on here doing lives the whole time Biden was president, is the bashing. I didn't really know Kamala Harris for really anything positive. The only thing I knew her for is the fact that the right had been bashing her the whole time. So she got to overturn all of that shit in 107 days. God bless that. Looking in the comments, would you hang out with them? Would you hang out with them hags? Black women do what they want to do. Come on, though. What do you mean by, okay, would you hang out with them hags? Black women do what they want to do. In this country, where we've had slavery and oppression, I don't think black women have been. What are you talking about? You'd have to explain that. From a simple standpoint of what I've seen doesn't match what you are saying. I mean, it just doesn't. Positions of leadership, freedoms, it doesn't match what you're saying that black women do whatever they want. I don't see it. So let me know where I'm getting that one wrong at. I don't see that. Looking in the comments real quick before I move on with the program. And by the way, tap the screen, folks. Get your gown up to about 50. 50,000. Read the comment above that statement. I'll see it if I can take that look at that. Tap the screen, get the likes up to about 50,000. Canada's our 51st through 58 states. They're gonna just chalk the whole damn thing up as one place. You're saying that it would be not just a 51st state. It would be. He's saying that every province or territory also could. I don't think he's talking about doing that. I don't think that's what he's talking about doing. It would be like Canada would be a 51st state, and all of those provinces you're talking about would just turn into counties. That's what he's talking about. He's not going to get Canada. You realize how much power? If you make Canada the 51st through the 58th state, that means they become 8 states. We only have 50 states. If 8 of them are Canadian, I don't know, I can't think of the percentage right offhand, but imagine how much power they would suddenly get. 8 out of 50, what is that, 1/6 or so? A little bit less than 1/6. They're not going to make them 8 states. I can tell you that right off the bat. That would give them a lot of power in America. Because you're talking about 2 Senate votes for each state. So now all of a sudden Canada gets 16 senators? That ain't gonna happen. These devils like you, so disrespectful towards our black queens. Who are you talking? You said, wow. Looking in the comments, that woman has the intelligence of a wooden fence. Yikes. That's in reference to my last caller. You know, it was a free speech program. We get some folks with some strong criticism on the left and the right. But Canada is split between French liberals and the British conservative. They're not Americans. It doesn't matter what Canada is. They're not going to give Canada 16 fucking senators. It's not going to happen. If Canada joins America, you get the recognition of one state, just one. They're not gonna give Canada all of that power like that. Trump only built 20 miles of wall. Is it that low? Chris Richardson says Trump only built 20 miles of wall. Most of it blew over in the wind. Trump did try and do maintenance on about 200 miles of wall. How can he build? So he built 20 miles of new wall, but he tried to do maintenance on 200 miles of existing wall. Well, Biden destroyed Trump's wall effort. We know that. Not only holding up the continuation of building it, but then toward the end of his term, he started selling off the materials for the wall at bottom barrel prices. So Biden was I'm surprised he didn't do it sooner. I guess because he didn't think Trump was going to win or something like that. So the minute Trump won, they started, well, fuck, we're going to sell his wall off, so he ain't going to be able to do that. But Biden I'm going to tell you right off the bat, Biden is trying to, at least from a small standpoint, sabotage Trump's presidency in some areas. He is trying to do it a little bit. I'm not a fan of doing it, but the idea that Trump deserves the best from Biden is laughable because we know Biden was not given a chance from Trump from day one either. So, karma is a real thing. And Biden is like, well, you treated me like shit. Hey, so be it. Real quick in the comments, a little bit. Come on, man, says somebody. Well, I think Biden is, I know that Trump tried to sabotage Biden's presidency as well. So we'll leave it at that. Let me go back to the box. And thank you folks that are tapping the screen. We might get to 50, F-I-D-D-Y. When you get to the top of the wall, immunity, says Black Power. Yeah, Trump seems to have that. Going back to the box, we'll go to Michael in the comments. Good afternoon. Welcome to the program. I don't know what I just hit. Twisted, are you there?
Tim, how are you?
Hey, I'm doing good.
Oh, yeah, I'm here.
So 4 years of Biden, I'm sure you were not very happy of that. Any regrets? Anything you wish he had not done? Anything you wish he had done?
Well, I wish he hadn't, gotten rid of Title 42 right off the bat and stuff like that.
Title 42, elaborate.
The stay in Mexico policy.
The state in Mexico policy. Well, wasn't that due to COVID and the pandemic, though?
Yeah, but he got rid of it.
Yeah, because the pandemic has been rescinded.
Well, point is, he got rid of every one of Trump's policy, executive orders on day one. That was a bad move.
Give me another one.
I mean, off the top of my head, that's the first thing I got. Reckless spending in Ukraine. The reckless spending in Ukraine was another one.
Is that really reckless, though? We've seen Ukraine as we've really gotten a lot for our money in Ukraine, if you ask me. We got a weaker Russia. We're likely to get a hell of a lot of weapons contracts out because now we can demonstrate how a lot of this shit, how effective it is, because there's tons of video footage of the Ukrainians using a lot of these weapons to shoot down Russian helicopters and kill soldiers. I don't know. I think that the support to Ukraine will come back in dividends. Certainly if the Ukraine maintains its sovereignty, let's say they lose some land to Russia, but they maintain their sovereignty as a nation, they're going to owe us forever. I think we'll get that money back.
I don't see how. We're not getting into that money back because the loans that we gave them, he forgive them. They don't have to pay them back.
Yeah, but and that's
but that was our money.
That's you do realize it's weapons, right? You realize it ain't actually money, right?
Oh no, they give them money too.
What good did
And
it?
that's a misconception. Yes, they did give them weapons, and they do factor that into the
What do they
monetary
need?
value.
What do you need money
But
for
they
during
also
the war?
gave them cash.
What do you need cash for
They
during
got
the war?
Oh, they gave them cash to build defenses on their border, which disappeared, mind you. It went to a lot of shell companies that didn't exist.
So what
I'm sure
happens
you
under
didn't know
so
that.
what happens under Trump? We don't help the Ukraine out at all. And we just let them fall.
Well, it's not our problem, now, is it?
That ain't what I
It's
asked you
it's a
though.
European. Yes, it's a European problem. It's not our problem. We can't do everything.
So
You know?
so if the Ukraine
We're supposed
falls,
to take care of our own citizens first, right?
we're not going to do that shit, and you know it. I mean, universal health care, tuition forgiveness, minimum wage increase. We don't give a damn about our citizens, and that was happening before the Ukraine war happened.
Less spending, dude. That's what
Right.
it's about. Less spending.
Exactly,
Stop spending.
exactly.
We
Less
didn't- we didn't-
spending.
We didn't have the money to begin with to give to them, but we gave it to them anyway. We printed more money, which devalued our own dollar, which caused inflation to go through the freaking roof that those guys don't believe exists.
But it's exactly what you said, less spending. Even when it comes to helping out Americans, the same argument, less spending. We're not, the idea that we're
No.
going to stop helping the Ukraine and help out Americans, that's a bunch of bullshit. We don't want to help anybody out.
That's not true at all.
Really.
Look, the day they told them how much they were going to give to North Carolina, the day after that, they gave billions to Ukraine. And what was it? Israel and somewhere else. I can't remember.
Is it not
The
true?
literally the day after.
Is
It's
it
like
not
10 times more.
is it not true what my last caller said that even the idea of raising FEMA funding during disasters for hurricane and disasters, for American citizens, the Republicans voted not to even do that. Is that not true?
When did they vote for that?
I don't know when it was done. That's what I'm asking you. Have you not heard it?
I don't know when it was done either. So she just said it doesn't mean it actually happened. But even if it did, okay, the problem with FEMA is they had another fund just for illegal immigrants. I'm not saying that they tipped out of the disaster funds. I'm saying they had a whole other fund for illegal immigrants. Why would I support that?
That's my point, Twisted, is that no matter what comes down the pipe, we can always come up with an excuse for why we shouldn't do it. Like I said, whether it's universal health care, which the predominant beneficiary of giving us all universal health care would be Americans. Well, there's a few immigrants that are getting it, so I don't want to do it. You can always come up with an excuse for not helping people out. And that's what we keep doing over. You got people who are saying, I don't even want to get kids free lunch in schools. And they're coming up with excuses for why they want to do. Well, a few immigrants might get some food.
Who's not giving free lunches this
Whole states. The state of Iowa canceled it.
What state?
Okay. You ain't heard nothing about this.
Because the last time you said this, I went and looked it up. So I want to know what you know.
Okay. I know for a fact in Iowa they did it over the summer. Kids that were in summer school, they canceled it. I see somebody in the comments saying Alabama did. There are whole states that are doing this shit. I mean, you name a social program.
Wait. What they were canceling was free lunch for all. Not for the poor kids who needed it, but they were giving it to everybody. That's what they were doing.
Do the poor kids get canceled?
No. They were getting rid of the program. They give it to everybody.
Okay.
They just give it to the poor kids.
Okay, that's
Like
not
it was before.
Then we're hearing that. We're hearing that different. But
Well, what? Well, you can hear what you want. I went and looked it up.
Okay,
You said it.
and you say the same thing. Not giving universal health care. You think that was a good thing too, huh?
Healthcare is not a right, dude. When is it?
I
ever
thought
been
we
a
were
right?
about helping out Americans. Now it's got to be a right.
Government controlled anything. Is it?
I
ever
thought
been
we
good?
were about helping out Americans.
Hold on. Government controlled healthcare. Has it ever been good?
It seems to work.
Government controlled anything. Does the government do anything right?
I think they
Because
free.
I'll
I
tell
think
you
they did a good
something.
job.
My
I think
family-
they did a good job freeing black people. I'm glad they did that one.
Okay, well,
They got
that's
that
not
right.
taking control of an industry. That's not taking control of an industry. But listen,
It was
family comes
slavery.
from Europe.
Slavery was an industry.
Hold up. You let me finish.
Slavery was an
My
industry.
family comes from Italy, where they have universal health care. They also pay over 50% in taxes. Okay, and when my father comes here to get medical procedures done, because he can't wait to get it done there.
Do
Because the line is so damn long.
you realize that all of these countries that are, they have a republic or they're Democrat, the democratically elected countries where they can vote on things. Not one of these first world countries is saying, we want to get rid of our universal healthcare system and have one like America. Notice that no country that has a right to vote in a system like that, nobody wants to pattern their system after ours. What does that say to you?
What does it say to us? It
Yeah.
says you're talking mostly European countries, okay?
Australia, Canada, none of them want our system.
Canada? Are you kidding me? Have you spoken with Canadians about their system? 'Cause
They
don't have
can
good things
vote.
to say about it.
Twisted, they can vote. They could put it up for a bill and say, we don't want Canadians to have health care unless they have a job. They could vote that in. They're not doing it.
Well, I'm not Canadian, so I'm not worried about what happens in Canada.
Oh, now, that's what I'm
Okay,
telling
but
you is there's
you're worried about what happens in Canada. In Europe, they can afford universal health care because who's protecting them with our army? It's us.
you just told me how
They're
we're,
not- they
you,
didn't
you
pay
just
their
told
fair
me
share in NATO.
you just told me how we should stop sending money overseas and focus on ourselves. I'm letting you know we don't care about ourselves. People been complaining about the VA and veterans not getting treated right long before the Ukraine war broke out. We don't give a damn about poor Americans in this country. They've been limiting how long you can get food stamps, if you can get Section 8. They don't even want to raise the minimum wage for people who go to work every day. We don't give a damn about people in this
We're
country.
talking about the minimum wage. You guys don't even understand business.
I can
You
see.
see what happened? Go look what happened with Seattle.
Give me an
They raised their
example.
minimum wage to $20 an hour. They just did this, okay? They've already lost it's their sixth business today, a week later, after they put their minimum wage at $20 an hour.
Give me an
You guys don't
example.
see that because you don't give a shit about that. You think giving people more money at the lower it's going to somehow magically everyone's going to be rich. That's not how it works.
You realize that
You know that as well as I do.
no, I don't know that. You realize how many liberal states have raised their minimum wage significantly? You're using one example. Well, this state here is not doing well with it. Maybe something else is going on in that state because most liberal states have raised their minimum wage significantly. But you keep going back to Seattle. What about all the other liberal states that did it? New York has
What are
raised their
liberal
minimum
states?
wage. They seem to be doing okay.
Are they?
I don't hear the stories you're talking about Seattle.
Oh, I did. I heard stories.
Okay.
So
I'm
New York-
just telling you, I hear all of this. We need to stop helping countries overseas and focus on
It's
Americans.
selective hearing, man.
Well,
It's
let me tell you what.
selective
Let me tell
But
you what my
like
selective.
what that guy Denkow said. Listen to what that guy Denkow said, right? He said the state in California they have to balance their budget. So he's saying that California doesn't have any debt, right? They got a balanced budget. That's a crock.
He didn't say they didn't have debt.
No. He said they had to balance their budget.
Okay.
That they couldn't have debt, and that's a lie. They have more debt than some countries.
Yeah, I don't get what you're going on with that part, but they also contribute
Well,
more to our.
he was saying that as a justification for them cutting their.
Well, you're giving
Their fire
me
department
justifications for not giving universal health care and folks who go to work every day a decent wage. You're giving me justifications for what you believe.
I'm saying that the minimum wage thing don't work.
So just keep it the
Doesn't
same
work at all.
forever. Just keep it the same forever then.
I'm saying what you're saying does not work. Jumping the minimum wage to $20 an hour, $15 an hour,
I didn't
it
say
don't work.
so. Just keep it the same forever.
It's going to ruin. What it's going to do is ruin small businesses that you guys claim to love so much that you hate.
You didn't answer
You
my
love those
question.
big corporations that you love to hate.
You didn't answer my question. So should we keep the minimum wage the same forever?
I don't have the right answer, but jumping it that high, that ain't
Okay.
right.
Should it move at all?
I'm not saying it shouldn't move at all.
You're not saying it should either.
But I'm saying what they're saying is that you can think you can have some kind of a living wage. It doesn't work. It's a farce. It's a pipe dream.
I'm not talking about a living wage, Twisted. I'm saying there's no excuse for keeping the minimum wage.
That's what they're talking
Okay, well,
about.
what you and I
When
are
they talk
talking about is
raising the
different.
when they talk about raising the minimum wage, that's all they're saying is living wage,
Okay.
wage. As if somehow magically, somebody like me who does run a business and, has a razor thin margin, okay, I don't make that much in profits, and somehow I can magically double my labor costs and somehow stay in business.
I'm just going to tell you this. In regards to what you're talking about on the minimum wage and all this, I don't see where the small businesses we're defending, what did they do for the fact that they didn't raise minimum wage for 10, 20 years? Tell me how the American consumer
Who
benefited
says,
from
who
that?
says we haven't? I haven't paid anybody minimum wage in over a decade.
That's you. That is you.
But that's every small business that
No,
I
that's
know,
not
because
true.
we cannot
That's not
find
true.
people.
That's
You
not
cannot
true.
find people.
That's not true. I'm gonna
For
tell
minimum
you.
wage.
So you're telling me
Right, and I
even
can tell you this, just and you know something that dude other said, like, why would you have fire departments when they act like wildfires don't happen every
what
year? in
business are you
California?
on? What business do you what business are you in?
I'm in a restaurant business. I have been for 30 years.
And you don't pay your waitresses is what you're saying minimum wage?
Oh, they get minimum wage plus tips.
Okay, so what are you
And
talking
know
about
what?
when you say
They
haven't
make,
paid?
they make more. Some of them make more than my cook staff.
But that ain't coming from you. That's coming from the customers.
Yeah, that's normal.
So you said
they-
I have.
if they-
You
if-
just said I haven't
I
paid
gave
my
them-
people.
well, hold up. I gave them the option. Don't get tips, or they share tips with everybody, and I'll raise their wage. Or just stick with what they get plus tips. Now, none of them get minimum wage anymore. Most of them are $2-3 over minimum wage these days.
I just
Okay?
asked
I
you.
start people out on minimum wage, but they don't stay that late for long. Because
So,
nobody will stay.
What on
nobody will
average?
stay
What do
work.
you pay your waitresses?
Well, I don't have waitresses. I only have cashier staff. But the average right now is $9 an hour.
Where the hell do you live?
Plus-
that ain't much
plus-
money. That ain't much.
Wait. They make plus tips. And most of them average out at the end of the night. They make about $15 an hour.
Okay. All right. Look, and that ain't much either, by the way, depending on what state you're in. But
The cost of living in my state isn't that high.
what state are you in?
Pennsylvania.
And the cost, that's some of the highest fuel in the country. What are you talking about?
Highest fuel in the country?
Yes, Pennsylvania is expensive as hell. If any over the road driver will tell you, they try to avoid filling up in Pennsylvania. That's a very expensive state, dude. What are you talking about?
Well, maybe gas is higher here, but I have a 4-bedroom house. I only paid $100,000 for it.
Hey, because you ain't
My
paying
house
your
ain't-
people but $9 an hour is why you got a 4-bedroom house. That's why.
No. I paid $100,000 for my 4-bedroom house. And I still owe on.
I only pay $9 an hour and I got a 4-bedroom house. Damn right.
In Chicago, New York, California, the cost of living there is astronomical.
No, the cost of gas in Pennsylvania ain't no joke. I know because I used to be an
over
over-the-road driver.
Thing, but the cost of other things is not that high. Rents are not as high as they are in other parts of the country. Electric, even though we've seen those things go through the roof. And Denkel, I ain't lying because you don't live here.
Pennsylvania ain't known to be a
I
cheap.
mean, that guy's an idiot.
I thought you were going to say
Huh?
Alabama somewhere. Pennsylvania ain't known to be a cheap state. I'm just telling you that.
Well, you don't live here.
I know, but like I said, I used to be an over-the-road driver. I know.
Well, man, you drove to the state and you think you understand what it costs to live here.
Okay, I'm not buying a house there. I get it. But if the price of fuel is high, that usually affects other shit.
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
It does.
All right,
And
Twisted.
I'll tell you this. When they talk about eggs and you guys think the eggs don't cost anything, I was just at my wholesalers 2 days ago. 12 dozen eggs was $86.
How much?
$86.
For 12 dozen of eggs. So what is that per dozen? I had to break it down.
Off the top of my head, I don't know, but $86. You know what I used to pay
What?
back before when Trump was president? $20.
So you're saying the price of eggs has went up 4 times the cost. Now, I'm not going to, I don't know what's, hold on, hang on. I don't know what's in your state, so I'm not going to agree or disagree with it, but I'm going to tell you what I said earlier. If you're looking at the price of cereal or the price of soup or any other food, has anything else went up that much? For over 4 times, you said it's went up over 4 times the price. Other grocery items you buy, have they increased by that much?
Some of them.
Give me one.
I mean,
Something that's increased
a lot
4
of-
times the price.
Look, it all depends because a lot of stuff fluctuates.
Give me an example.
wildly.
Give me an example of something else that has increased 4 times the price.
Cheese.
4
Cheese goes through the
times.
roof. Well, cheese is about 3 times now.
Okay.
For a while there, it was 4 times.
Ah,
Produce has gone through the roof. But that fluctuates. So that fluctuates depending on the weather.
Yeah, I
I've
believe.
had 1 week where I pay $10 for a case of lettuce. I've had 2 weeks later where it's $40.
Well, I'm going to tell you this. Like, 'cause I had a viewer on. I was on somebody else in another MAGA live the other day, and somebody said something about astronomical prices of eggs like that too. And I told the person, all I got to do is call an IHOP in your state and ask them how much would it cost if I came in your restaurant and ordered 3 eggs on a plate. If it's not this really crazy price, because they clearly would pass it on to me. If the price of if a dozen of eggs costs this astronomical amount, then if I go to a breakfast restaurant like Denny's or IHOP, they're gonna charge me the same. If they're not charging me that to cook me 3 eggs, then something you're saying is not right.
Yeah, well, you know why that is?
No, I don't.
Because you're talking about a multi-million-dollar company. Okay, so when they buy stuff, they buy it in huge bulk and they get huge discounts because of it.
They're not going to let you. No, I don't. So in other words, they're going to.
You would be surprised. You would be surprised.
Okay. Well, I
That's
think
how it works.
I think that most.
If you're a distributor and I'm coming to you, okay, and saying I only need 100 units of whatever, okay, and you're going to say, well, this is the price. Well, now somebody else comes at you and say, I need 1 million units. And I'm going to pay, this is the price I'm willing to pay. Are you going to say no?
No, I get that. Then I can call a mine pie restaurant that doesn't deal in bulk. I can call a mine pie restaurant in the middle of Pittsburgh somewhere and ask them how much it costs for 3 eggs. They should have this astronomical price.
To some extent, yeah. Sometimes you'll eat the cost in order to keep prices down to keep your customers coming in.
Yeah, I think, to me that sounds like some excuses on it. I got to move it on, but real quick
Well,
before.
not excuses. That's how it works.
Okay. You and I disagree on that, but before I move it on,
Well, we did 2 different kinds of businesses. You did overhaul, driving. I got a physical location. I got to buy supplies every week.
okay, but
It's completely different. You can't
But
compare
I'm
the
going to
two.
still stand by my statement. I disagree with you, regardless of the differences in business. I disagree with you. That's all I'm saying.
Fine. That's you're more than within your rights to disagree with you. And I'll say one last thing. What Mr. Denkel was saying about California and cutting their fire budget because, well, why would you keep the stuff around? Because it doesn't happen all the time. Wildfires happen there constantly. It's not like it's a new thing. It's not like it's never happened before. This stuff has been going on for decades, enough, if not longer than that. Hell, I read stories about Native Americans doing burnings in their brush to get rid of the stuff because they know what happens with the wildfire.
So what's your point?
And I'm saying that you never want to not have fire prevention there.
And you're okay with Trump indicating that he may hold up aid because he doesn't like the politics of Gavin Newsom?
No, I'm not okay with that. But at the same time, if they're not doing their job, if you're supposed to be doing something in your forest management, okay, and you're not doing it, what does that say about you?
He could be a bad governor. Find a way to get him any way you can. I'm fine with that. But you don't hold up aid to citizens who may not have even voted for the dude. They may not even. Why the hell are you threatening to hold up aid for citizens?
I'm not saying he should,
All right.
but what I'm saying is Newsom should step down. Those people that
That's not going to happen in the middle of a
money
disaster,
screwed
Tristan.
up.
That's not going to happen in the middle of a disaster.
Well, maybe not at the middle of it, but at the end of it, he should absolutely step down for what he did.
We can entertain that once it's
I should
over.
say didn't do.
We can entertain all of that once it's over. But when we're in a firefight, the last thing I want to hear is people telling me, well, he shouldn't be in the lead. Right now, we got to deal with the enemy right now. This is it. This is the division that Trump is stoking in the middle of a disaster is just wrong. He's not helping. He's not helping.
Everybody that comes up here does nothing but talk shit and act like it's us that's causing division. It's everybody that's causing division. It's not one person.
I said Trump.
Well, yeah, you always say Trump.
And I'm
You
saying
always
it
say
now.
Trump, though.
And I'm saying
You
it
act
now.
like Biden doesn't. When we talked about the Israeli ceasefire, and I gave Biden just as much credit as Trump, and both of them were out there screaming, "Oh, it was me, it was me, it was me." Not one of them, both of them.
Okay. So you do agree then what Trump is doing, injecting himself into California politics. You do agree that's wrong then. You're just saying Biden does it too.
I just said both sides do it.
All right. All right.
So what I'm agreeing to is that both sides cause division, and both sides blame the other for causing division. That's what I'm saying.
All right. There's some
And I
truth.
think we can both agree on that.
There's some truth to that. There's some truth to that. I got to move it on, Twisted. Thank you, as always. Appreciate it. All right, moving on to the program. Somebody says Biden is dead. Wait a minute. Droning in the scenery says Biden is dead. That a stand-in. When I always say we go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q, we believe in free speech for all. A lot of folks on the far right side of the spectrum believe that Biden is no longer with us. And I mean, I got one of my viewers that regularly calls in and tells you the day that Biden allegedly perished. Not only does he believe that Biden perished, I think back in 2018 or something like that, he also believes that Hillary Clinton was summarily executed by the government at the hands of Trump. He has a date for when that took place as well. Something else he said, Trump wrote a second declaration. I got a lot of, the Q side is, we do invite him on the program. I haven't had a lot of Q come on recently, but yeah, I get a lot of that type of stuff. It's kind of wild. It doesn't have any explanation. I don't know why people buy it. I really do not. I remember right after Biden won in 2020, they used to have this, what they referred to as Q drops. Q drops were kind of as if someone on the inside of the government knew what was about to happen in the near future and was secretly Eric Snowden kind of like releasing information. On this day, Nancy Pelosi is going to be arrested or the million. And they kept releasing this stuff. And oddly enough, no matter how many of these things did not come to fruition, they always had another Q drop waiting. Trump was going to resume power in February of 2020. Then it went to August. He was going to be the 17th president or something weird like that due to this new math they came up with. And it's amazing at how many people were buying into this stuff. Q was a certain letter of the alphabet, so it had this meaning. And I mean, it's just amazing at how many members of MAGA was buying into this stuff. And that's what I started asking some of my regular viewers, like, is there any threshold of things that do not happen that will lead you to start believing that maybe the information I'm getting is wrong? I mean, and I would point out, like you said, this was going to happen on this date. Like you got 4 different things you were told it was going to happen and it didn't happen. At what point do you start saying, maybe this stuff is not true? And they just kept buying into it. Finally, fortunately, the Q drops kind of faded out. I think even Trump appeared on television with a lapel that said Q on it. I think he got on social media and he tweeted out a photo that says the storm is coming and it had Q or something. I mean, so Trump was stoking the fire on this stuff as well. But no matter how many folks were told things were going to happen that did not happen, they were always willing to believe the next drop. I don't know what happened, but eventually they died out. Anyhow, looking in the comments, he is also president in watching American citizens lose their entire livelihood. It is his job to respond to it. Are you really this stupid? Now, that's in the comments. I guess you guys are talking. Yeah, people are losing their livelihoods. People are losing their livelihood in California. But I do believe that California, being as blue as it is on the wrong side of Trump. I don't think Trump really cares. Trump rewards loyalty. I don't think there's anybody watching that disagrees with that before I go back to the box. I don't think there's any one of us watching, whether you're on the left or the right. We all know Trump rewards loyalty. California's disloyal. California is no fan of MAGA. So I don't think that Trump really gives a damn about California. And some of the statements he's made in recent days, in my opinion, shows it. Looking in the comments real quick, where are the 300,000 children unaccounted for and nobody seems to know where they are? Chances are they've blended in with American society. A lot of those children have moved in with their families. And I don't know what just happened on TikTok, but they've moved in with their families and...
You don't know me, but this is my
I don't know
personality.
what just happened. My TikTok just dropped. They moved in with their families and some of them may be being trafficked. Some of them may actually be being trafficked, but I think most of those kids are safe. They're not here legally, and their families was waiting for them. They don't, they just under the radar. They're not all 300,000 kids are not just missing. BS, they aren't where they're supposed to be. if they're not in the country legally, in regards to where they're supposed to be, is back in their home nation. They're not going to come forward and let you count them so you can deport them. No, they're not where they're supposed to be because you're looking for them to kick them out of the country. They're not going to report. In response to Twisted 77 the other day on Ash Carter qualification to be Secretary of Defense for Obama, Carter was in the Pentagon since the beginning of Clinton before he was actually, well, I don't think it's up for debate, in my opinion, how qualified. Pete Hegseth, in my opinion, is not qualified. He looks the part, I guess. Trump says he's a good choice, and that's all I think they're running for. I don't think Pete Hegseth, I mean, when you look at how much he's led, it is hard to suggest that he's qualified. Let me see if I can get my TikTok back up. Something, I don't know why it dropped. Real quick, I will try to see if somebody, I guess a reporter, some came in. Normally, we'll give it a minute. I'll look in the comments. Okay, so it's not me. No, it's not you. TikTok went down. Biden reveals loyalty. Biden rewards loyalty too. I don't doubt that Biden rewards loyalty. Like, here's the point I guess I want to make. The way Trump rewards loyalty is significantly greater than the way Biden does it. If you're not loyal to Biden, good example would be Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia. If Senator Joe Manchin was doing to Trump, if we had a Republican senator doing to Trump what Joe Manchin and Christian Sinema did to Biden, the outcry, the vitriol would be way worse. So, yeah, I do agree that Biden rewards loyalty, but it's a difference. Comparing Biden's reward of loyalty to Trump's, different universe. Trump would be attacking Christian Sinema and Joe Manchin every single time he got a microphone in front of him. Remember what he did to John McCain when John McCain shot down his effort to repeal and replace Obamacare? Biden ain't never done that to none of the folks on the left. He's never came close to doing nothing like that. So it's a big difference in terms of how Trump acts when he thinks you're not loyal versus Biden. So that's he's a war fighter. That's what we did. Are you a graduate of West Point? Did you fight in the war? The soldiers. Well, let me just say this. No, I didn't fight in the war. I'm not a graduate of West Point like Hegseth is. But is that the only qualification? That's it? Has he really led anybody? That's all it takes. You went to West Point and you fought in the war. That's all you need. And by the way, I would tell you this, in regards to the did he fight in the war part, to me, when you start talking about whether you fought in the war, that's what creates employing warmongers. I prefer somebody that leads the military that's fought in a war. Them are the folks that tend to be more of a warmonger type, in my opinion, at least. Real quick, looking in the comments here. I don't know. Let me see if my TikTok before. Otherwise, I may switch to the backup profile we have while this is being. No, it's back. I don't know. Like I said, somebody may have tried to report it or something, but TikTok is back up. So as folks begin filtering in, I'll start taking calls the minute they come back through. But it did go down for a brief moment. America wants transparency, and these people can talk to Americans and explain things to them. They all media savvy. Well, yes and no. I do like Trump's attempt at transparency. I mean, I don't think Trump gets on television and tells the truth all the time, but he does talk to the media. Alter ego, yeah! Thank you for the hat and mustache. So I do like the fact that Trump talks to the people more than most politicians. It's just that when he gets on TV, he goes off the cuff, he goes off script, and a lot of things he said can be proven to be false. So transparency, yes. Honesty, not so much. Not so much. TikTok is about to be obliterated, says Orange Man 1. Love the name. Hopefully not, but it does seem to be that way. It does seem to be that way. The TikTok is on the chopping block. Trumpers are going to give Trump their daughters. Damn. You think Trump supporters you think Trump and MAGA are that devoted to Trump that they would give him they would sacrifice their own kid to Trump? That's a bit much. Yeah, they're safe at Diddy's house. You're naive, man. There's no way you're really this naive. Explain that, Scary Bear. I don't understand what you're talking about. Before we go back to the box, give their own, you think so, Andy? Huh? They would give their own kid to Trump. That's a bit much. Michael, good evening. Now, Michael, you've heard a lot already, Mike. I'm gonna just give you the floor for a minute. What do you disagree with?
I mean, Tim. Tim, okay, can we start here?
Go.
Fuck. I'm sorry. It was so much. MAGA Reacts has no clue what he's talking about California. He has no fucking clue.
Hey, elaborate.
whatsoever.
Explain. What do you mean?
Okay, when he's talking about the fires and the water, all I asked people to do was do a little research. If he just researched the California aqueduct system, he will understand how it works. But they're not thinking about things that happen. This isn't fire season here in California. This is unprecedented to have these type of fires this time of year. It's unprecedented. It does not happen. But it's starting to happen more with climate change. Okay, but nobody wants to listen to that shit. Like it doesn't, because Trump said climate change wasn't even real.
Yeah.
He's been saying
Yeah,
that
well,
shit for years.
we know the right is not a big. They don't really buy into the climate change. Just the
Right.
entire Republican Party is like that.
So what they don't understand, just really quick before I move over to the bullshit Twisted was saying, because I'm going to get to that in the bullshit eggs too. They have to understand in California, most of the water that Southern California gets comes from Northern California, right? There's snowpack up here. Snowpack has to be measured when they release water from the dams through the aqueducts that go from Northern California all the way through
I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Yes. But again, these motherfuckers don't know it either. So when they speak about it and they don't know, it's to fit their narrative, and that's not true. So when they say it, and I'm saying you don't know, they don't know. They get their water from up north.
Here's one thing. Maybe you can school me on this because, like I said, I don't know, so I'm gonna plead ignorance on this. But when you got the Pacific Ocean right there, I get that it's salt water, but they can't desalinate that and use that. Do they have to?
That part, I don't know. I've always wondered that. Why they don't, but I don't know. I don't know if there's I have no idea, but I do know that they measure snowpack based on the amount of snow we get. They release water down to Southern California based on the snowpack, which they go out and measure during that time of year. When there's climate change, when we have drought, there's no fucking snow. If there's no snow, you have less water. That's why we have dams up here to hold back the water. This is what I'm saying. They don't know what they're talking about. They don't know what they're talking about. So when they say that, I'm like, you don't, but you repeat it on these lies as if it's factual, and it's not.
Yeah, see, I got it, and that's why I said I'm pleading ignorance. And I see one of my commenters on YouTube, Horizontal, says the man is spitting truth, talking about you. He says salinization is too expensive. I live in California, so that's why he's saying they didn't desalinate. He's claiming it's too expensive. He's saying what you're saying is accurate, though.
Now listen, and I didn't know that. That's why I didn't speak on it. When you asked me, I said I don't know. I've always wondered that too. So that's something that I will go research. Did you hear that, MAGA Reacts? I'm going to go research before I get on the live and say some shit that I don't know what I'm talking about. And you can't equate Florida's hurricanes to California's fires. They're false equivalencies. There's climate, there's humidity, there's wetlands in Florida that we don't have here. We have more mountain regions here than you have. So you don't know what you're talking about. So just stop with the bullshit because you don't know. And the reason I do know, because I've worked in part of that industry as well. And I also work in the restaurant industry. Twisted, I work in the restaurant industry. I can tell you, and now he was right when it comes to volume and when you order as a small business versus a large business. Because what happens, Tim, is when you are a large corporation, you order from your buyers in volumes a year ahead. Okay. That's how it works.
Not for eggs?
Well, no, but it's pricing. What you're trying to do is lock in pricing.
Oh, okay. So even if eggs shoot up, you don't put your order in a year earlier, so you still get the same price.
You get that price locked in at the big corporations, right?
But did you hear what I countered with? I said, okay, well, then how about a Ma and Pa restaurant? If I go to a Ma and Pa small restaurant in Pennsylvania somewhere, if they're charging this much for eggs at the grocery store, because a mom and pop may be going to Sam's Club or something on the weekend and buying the eggs, I should see
correct.
that price on the menu.
Well, what they should be, you hear what I said? What we typically do, hence the we. I have franchises, so I know. That's what I'm telling you. So when I'm listening to him, part of it was right, but the other one. So what you do is you build in that inflation as much as you can into your menu price, and then you work with the margins, because sometimes things go up. One item will go up, but you make margins on another.
Okay.
That's how it works. But when the bird flu hit, eggs went from $50 for like 30 dozen to $112. But that's what happens when things like that, bird flu.
So but it's exactly
right.
what. But you're saying exactly what I'm saying, is that the price of
correct.
eggs has nothing to do with Biden mismanaging the economy. That's due to
No.
some illness of the birds.
Right, and then price gouging. Have you ever people on your live? You've gone into small mom and pops, and sometimes they'll have a note on the door that says this item is either out of stock or they've raised the price due to whatever the circumstance is. Right. That's what most mom and pops. We've done that before for years in our business. I know that too, Tim. So I'm not sitting on these lives speaking about shit I don't know.
Yeah.
So, but they try to blame it on the party that they don't like.
Well, I'll tell you something. If once Trump is in, if he doesn't bring down the price of eggs, you're suddenly going to start hearing about the bird flu.
Yeah, you will. But here's the thing: he's not going to bring down the price of groceries. But Tim, this is so simple. How can you bring down the price of a commodity when you remove the labor?
Do you think he's going to? Go ahead.
It makes no sense. You can't remove the labor. And by the way, I was going back and forth with somebody in the comments about California's. He was talking about we're $70 billion in debt. California has one of the largest economies on the planet. Just California by itself.
Do you think there's any chance that California, if Trump starts doing what he's talking about, they may say, well, if you're going to hold up helping us out, we're going to take our ball and go home and start, maybe not wanting to contribute to the federal government?
Nah, I don't believe it. Here's the thing, Tim. Here's the thing, which is, I believe that the average American, not in a vacuum, literally standing back, sitting back, having a conversation, can come to common ground if they set this nonsense aside. What Trump is doing is even creating more division, and his supporters don't understand what I literally just said before. They're talking about blue, Democrat, Republican, red and blue. We're all in the same country. California contributes to every state in the union.
Right.
Every state in the union. So to try to divide us is silly. Right? Mass deportation helps no one. They're not paying attention. None of this shit makes any.
Well, the mass deportation, the way they view it is that you're deporting a bunch of people that are draining on this country. They're all getting welfare. They don't buy into the notion these people are working anything. They're all getting welfare. They're all trying to get free health care. They're draining the country, and they're committing a bunch of crimes. So if you deport all these folks, you'll bring down crime. You'll bring down the drain on the welfare system. That's how they see it.
Right. Well, that's how they see it. But you and I both know that is a lie. That's incorrect. And here's the thing, I've said this before, I'll say it again. If I'm wrong about Trump doing what he says he's going to do, and I'm wrong and it doesn't happen, we're good. But if I'm right, we're fucked. And I really don't want to be right, but I'm listening to what he's saying. You said it earlier. Why do we always have to figure out and decipher what he says? Is it real? Is it not real?
I don't fucking know.
It doesn't make any sense. And when we talk about the state of the country, what's going on, like for them to say that the Democrats are the reason why the fires are happening in SoCal, and you've got dry canals, and they don't live here, they don't understand that that's normal. Listen, if you release too much water and they don't use it, where does it go?
Back to the ocean, wouldn't it?
Back. So now we're wasting water that you typically don't need. So you don't open up these major dams like Folsom Dam and these dams up here in Northern California. You don't just let water out because there might be a fucking fire in the wintertime. That's not normal. You can't just sweep forests listen, people.
This is actually really good information, and I will say this: what you are correct. What you're talking about, most Americans are totally ignorant to this stuff. We look at someone like Trump, who has a lot of access to a lot of information, and we just think what he's saying is true. I mean, what you're saying is really detailed. The person who does not live in California, that's not dealing with this stuff, would not know this. And I gotta say, the Liberal Party is not doing as good of a job as getting this out there, but I would not have known this.
A terrible job.
Yeah, I would not have known
a terrible
this.
job. I mean, the idea that someone says that you can sweep now. Here's the thing: capitalism is a bitch, and this is what they don't talk about. When people with money develop in areas because they think they're nice, it'd be nice to live up here. It'd be nice to build homes here. They're not thinking about this shit when they're building these homes and these expensive homes. They're thinking about themselves, right? When they build these $1 million homes in these hills down there in SoCal, when they build them, they're not thinking about fire break walls and all these things.
Right.
They're not thinking about that shit. And then some of that property isn't federal property, so which means the federal government can't go in and clean it because it's not federal land. So here's the thing: that they don't know. Tim, listen, my family has a cabin in Tahoe, right?
Okay.
My family, and it's been there for 30 years. If a fire breaks out with winds, there's not enough water. There's not enough fire department that's going to stop that shit. Yeah. There's nothing that they can do. And that's another thing. The Santa Ana winds come through those mountains in SoCal. It's like a freeway where the winds get funneled through the through the Santa Ana. And you've heard about Santa Ana winds, right?
Yeah, I'm hearing almost like tornado speed winds.
Yes. Listen. And again, I've traveled down there a lot. Trucks have to pull over at certain times so the wind doesn't blow diesel trucks clear off the road. Anybody that's on here that's from SoCal knows exactly what I'm talking about. But I would tell you, Magariette, that keep asking to bring him up, you can bring him up if you want to, but I know he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. If you don't experience it, you don't know. You don't just go sweep the fucking... Do you guys know how much forest region is out here in California? Do you know how much space... You don't... They act like you just get a broom and just sweep the fucking... It's stupid. It's ridiculous.
Okay, I'm going to give you guys a few minutes, but I want to hear... Okay, MAGA reacts. What is he saying that you disagree with?
Well, first of all, is it dry all year long? Do you guys not have a wet season that you could do controlled burns during? Also, you're saying...
Hold on, let me answer that question. Hold on, let me answer the first question. The answer to that is they do controlled burns, but it depends on how much precipitation that we've had in the year. And as you know, well, maybe you don't out here in California, with climate change, we've had multiple years in a row where we've had very low to no rain. We've had lakes that are so low, and even in Nevada, that are so low that they don't even open them because the water in these lakes are so low. You've seen what's happening in Vegas. The lakes were so low, they were finding unalived bodies.
I heard about that. Yeah, mob killings and shit back in Lake Mead. Yes. I heard about that.
So if you don't have rain, you can't use the water in a way. Go ahead.
The difference is Vegas is a desert. It's not going to get set on fire. You guys have forests.
Water's water. If we're not getting precipitation, MAGA, if you're not getting precipitation, what do? You
do what Dubai's doing. You build pipes and transport water from other parts of the country. You're saying you got all this water up north. Build some pipes, get it to a lake down by your area.
You didn't listen, my friend. I said the water comes from Northern California. I didn't say we have a lot of it. If we don't have precipitation up north, they're not going to get water down south.
Like, we build pipes that transport oil across continents, from Alaska to like center of America, all across from Russia to Germany. We could build some pipes to get some water to California. And then the reservoir, one of your main reservoir in the area was completely empty because of cover. So you need a reservoir that's just for hydrants that you don't need clean water, so we don't need a cover for.
That's not how it works. That's what I'm saying. That's not how it works.
I guess he's trying to say, because Seattle and Pacific Northwest gets a lot of rain, but he's saying building a pipeline from Portland or something down there?
From anywhere. It could be anywhere.
That's hundreds of
This
miles.
is a big country. Like, We got oil crossing continents like nothing. Water's a lot easier to fucking pump through pipes than oil.
You know what would be better? You know what would be better? If we spent those resources fighting climate change. That would be better.
I agree.
That would be better. And again,
that's a whole different argument. But
but actually it's not, because if we were fighting climate change when your guy says it doesn't exist, which makes you people like that support him believe that it doesn't exist, then people fight against it. So when you're trying to pass legislation to get dollars, they vote no because they don't believe it, which doesn't give you the resources you need to combat it. You have to think. You're not thinking, my man.
We are thinking. I personally believe in climate change. I just don't think the solutions that we have right now are it. We have to invest in our economy, and our economies will innovate and create solutions. It could be by accident. It could be on purpose. That's the only way.
Wait. You said invest in the economy and it'll create solutions. The economy and what we've been creating is probably why you have climate change to begin with. Because people have been making money off of things that do bad stuff to the economy.
Well, people also make money on things that are good for the environment, like EV cars. And
then you got somebody
LED
like Trump.
bulbs,
You got somebody like Trump that trashes all of that stuff.
Every bit of it. As a matter of fact, somebody just in the comments said global warming is a hoax. And it's funny because scientists have been saying it. Al Gore talked about this 30 years ago. And everybody thought Al Gore was crazy.
Yep. The inconvenient truth.
We all believe
everybody thought No. That's not true. Mag, how old are you?
I'm 39.
Yeah. So you don't know. People thought he was crazy. Am I right, Tim?
Oh, hell yeah. When he came out with Inconvenient Truth. Yeah, when he came out with Inconvenient Truth. And now, 25 years later, because that was in 2000, I think, it's starting to look like he actually was accurate. I mean, it didn't happen immediately, but Al Gore is certainly looking more right than wrong now.
And listen, and here's the thing that you have to understand, Maggot. It's like when you talk about Florida, you can't hurricane-proof. When you say hurricane-proof, that is too broad of a statement because, listen, that last hurricane that came through, that missed Florida, every forecast was it was going to be the biggest. They were more concerned about that hurricane than any in history. It just didn't hit the way they thought it would. But they were so concerned about it being a Category 5. So you can't hurricane. Hold on. You can't hurricane-proof or fire-proof a lot of things that happen. That's just not how it works, man. You can't. So again, and I'm not talking about Democrat or Republican. But what I am saying is when you take this narrative that, FEMA's not trying to help people, and then you turn around and it's just to fit a narrative, that's what hurts people. That's what hurts people.
All right, gentlemen, I'll let you wrap it up. I got to move it on.
My issue is it seems like you guys are not trying, and if what you're saying is true, why isn't Newsom saying it? And then you can't help, that.
Well, he has said it, actually. He has said it, actually.
Listen, I watched Pod Save America. I watched that entire interview. I don't think he mentioned it once during that interview, and I don't know where he said it, but I haven't seen it.
All right. I got to wrap it up, folks. I do got to move it on. All right. I just want to make sure you got a chance.
It seems like they're not trying. That's my issue.
Hey,
well,
Tim,
yeah, go ahead real quick.
So just real quick. So when we talk about these things, we have to. That's why sometimes I'm in the comments and I'm going back and forth. Listen, I want to know more than I know. I want to learn more than I've learned.
That should be the goal of us all.
That should be the goal of us all. My feelings about Trump or and his administration and a lot of his supporters are what they've shown me, what they've said, what they've articulated, what they've supported, and then what they try to justify. And when we talk about these things, there is always, and y'all know you told your kids this, and I told, there is, for every action, there's a reaction, right? And there's a consequence for the choices that we make.
Fact.
And and what we're talking about is this. If I can measure what you tell me and the consequence of what you show me, I wouldn't be prudent to not prepare for what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
That would be ridiculous on my part if I didn't prepare my children to understand that an administration is coming in talking about full immunity, stop and frisk. I would be ignorant to not.
No, you got it. Yeah, I don't think there's anything any politician does that you should just ignore. 'Cause that's what saying with Trump. Don't take him literally and all this stuff. If you say something, I don't see anything wrong with the voters holding you accountable for what's coming out of your mouth. I know a lot of MAGA
100%.
have a difference of opinion on that, but I do got to move it on, man.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Listen, are you gonna be live tomorrow?
Probably with TikTok being on the fritz, probably because I want to make sure I get a decent alternative platform. So I'll be talking to the people. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm a DM you so you have my number. And Twisted, man, listen, Twisted, if you're a small business owner, there is no way in hell you should have voted for that man. And I'm a small business owner, and there is no policy he has that's going to help your small business. Not one. And you can DM me and we can have a conversation.
All right. Appreciate it.
All right, bro.
All right. And then the comments real quick. No, so Trump is not good for small business. Wow. I tend to think a lot of small business owners probably voted for Trump. And I'll give you my reason why I think it might have been more beneficial to vote for Trump as a small business owner, different from what my caller said. Real quick, Will G says that Northern California is beautiful, tall trees and magnificent mountain ranges. It's crazy driving through the snow. And of course, MAGA ain't shit, which is a common Will G entry. I've been to Northern California, obviously, as an over-the-road driver. I prefer Southern Cal. I just the whole celebrity, but Northern Cal is beautiful, and I have encountered some of the winds and things like that in the mountains. Not as much as my last caller was talking about the Santa Ana winds and things like that. Fortunately, I have never had to drive through that, but I've been in some brutal environments. Hopefully, I never ever see some shit like that. Dorsey says Twisted is a liar. Damn, you guys are harsh tonight. Most MAGA haven't traveled out of their state. I think a lot of Americans don't get around much. I don't think it's just MAGA. I think a lot of Americans barely travel much at all. Is Trump really going to get rid of tax on overtime? I can't find it anywhere, but I heard about it. He said it. He did say he would get rid of tax on overtime and tax on tips. For those who make, who really depend on taxes and tips, hopefully they get their way. He might do it, but I will just say this. Trump has promised things before that did not come to fruition. That's kind of what politicians do. And at the end of the day, Trump does appear more and more to look like a typical politician. I don't know if he'll be able to do it or not. I'm not going to say he won't. But one of the things I will bring up is that there's a lot of Americans that make their money via tips and overtime. A lot of Americans make. I mean, that's a lot of missing tax money. If you don't tax, and the tax on overtime is actually higher than your regular base pay. I don't know, how do you replace that? This could be the kind of stuff that bad economics are made of. How do you replace all of that money? If you're going to say that all of this money is not coming in, as my last caller pointed out, there's a cause and effect. Every action has a reaction. All of this money is no longer coming into the government. They're not going to miss any of this. You're going to be able to operate without all of these millions. We'll see. I mean, that's got to be billions of dollars. They're just going to be able to continue operating as normal, missing all of that money. I lived in Florida, Tampa for 8 years. I lived in New Orleans 2 years. You lived in Hurricane Alley. Damn, I lived in Texas, but I always returned back to Cali. Sound like LL Cool J. I'm going back to Cali. What about California was better than Texas? New Orleans I could see, but Texas and Florida are places that a lot of people are moving to versus California where people are moving away from. Louisiana, I haven't heard a lot of positive things about Louisiana, so we'll see. Department of Government Efficiency and Tariffs, you're telling me that you believe the tariffs and the Department of Government Efficiency are going to make up for all the money lost in taxes on tips and overtime. Well, let me just say right off the bat, the tariffs, if he gives these huge tax breaks for taxes and tips and all these billions of dollars, you think they're going to raise billions of dollars from tariffs to replace all of this missing money. Now, remember, as my last caller said, every action has a reaction. If all of a sudden we start getting billions of dollars more from tariffs, you understand there will be a reaction to that. These countries are not just going to pay billions of dollars extra in tariffs without something happening beneficial to them as well. So you're not just going to raise a bunch of money in tariffs without the price of goods and services going up somewhere down the line. You're gonna pay for that. That's not. He's not just going to raise a bunch of money from tariffs, and America's not going to hurt from doing that. Real quick in the comments. I mean, I would assume everybody realized that, right? Those millions of taxes comes from the middle class. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I lived in California many years ago. It has changed drastically for the worst. Says Scorpio. Can't tariffs everything? Got to think hard about that attitude. Yeah, I don't know how that's going to work. I don't understand it. Like I said, I'll plead ignorant to it, but we'll see. Stick, the ruler. Good evening, Stick. Welcome to the program. Now, you've heard a lot also. I'll let you party with us for a minute. We'll see what happens if the box brings them up. Will says Trump will more than likely defer taxes like he did the last time. And more than likely, at the end of the year, we have to pay them back just like last time. Trump ain't shit. Like I said, this one is economically. I don't know what his goal is. You certainly could be right. Trump will likely defer taxes like he did last time, and more than likely at the end of the year we'll have to pay him back. One way or another, they got to get that money back. That could be what you're talking about, Will. That could be one of the ways. I don't think he's just going to tariff the shit out of everybody, and we're all just going to get this huge tax cut that Canada and Mexico is going to make up for. I don't believe that's going to happen. I just don't. I think it would be more likely what you're talking about, Will, or something of to that nature. I don't know what happened with my last caller, but Andy Dinger, whatever the name is there, we'll try and bring him up. Andy, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. So,
Hello.
yeah, what brought you on? What you hear?
Just I've been watching you forever, and I've never went live before, and I figured if TikTok's gonna be coming alive this weekend, I at least have to get on here once.
I do appreciate that.
Even as a Trump supporter, I do love your program and enjoyed watching you.
Now you're MAGA. You're Trump supporter. Or you may support Trump and not consider yourself MAGA, but I'm assuming you voted for Trump?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So one of the questions I was asking to begin with, do you favor what he's doing in California where he's talking about if they don't change their politics, he may not help some of the fire victims?
No, and I don't believe for a second he's not going to help them. I think he's just typical Trump, just spewing off the mouth like he does, and I don't appreciate when he does it, and unfortunately that's just the what we have to deal with him being in there.
Yeah. But even if he was doing what you're suggesting, which he could be, you could be right, even if he's just spewing off at the mouth, if you're sitting in some homeless shelter or living with your aunt because your whole house was burned down, and you see him on TV indicating he may not help you out at all, how are the voting public, how are they supposed to take that? Even if he's just spewing off at the mouth?
I mean, yeah, I'd find it offensive, but I believe that people probably have a little more anger toward their local government and how they kind of failed them in protecting them from this fire more than they're going to worry about what Trump says he might or might not do.
Well, as my last caller pointed out, in regards to being angry with your local government, it's a possibility that some of the stuff that we're hearing about the local government may not even be true. Like the hydrants being turned off or some of the water issues, some of the stuff that because Trump is the main orchestrator of, why their government is taking such a pounding, because he's got the bully pulpit and he's saying all this really bad stuff about Gavin Newsom in the mayor of California. That's where I mean, other people are saying bad things about them too, like the mayor being in Ghana and all of this. But Trump is saying it on a much louder platform. Some folks are saying something. Go ahead.
But I agree. He's definitely, out there with it. But it's the proof's always in the pudding. And I don't think you're ever going to stop. I mean, I live in Kansas. I know all about wind.
Yeah.
I mean, we're probably the flattest, windiest, one of the windiest states out there, and that's without the tornadoes that come blow us up every once in a while.
But then let me ask you this way. Do you think California had a Republican governor and a Republican mayor in Southern California in Los Angeles, do you think that these fires would have been stopped simply by putting in Republican politicians?
No, absolutely not.
So then Trump is kind of full of it then, because he's making it sound like it's
I think the problem California has got is their taxes are too high, and they've been having a mass exodus from their state over the last few years because of their taxes. It's from businesses and other things, so they're probably a little strapped for money. And let's face it, fires this bad. I've never seen a fire this bad in California. I'm 43 years old. So, I mean, few and far in between if they're going to be this bad, so they're probably not high on the money priority list.
Yeah. Well, in regards to their taxes being high and things like that, one of the issues apparently is that, and I've heard this, I don't live in California, but I've heard that California has regulation that limits how much insurance companies can charge in terms of premiums for, homeowners insurance. And that was one of the reasons the insurance companies backed out, is because they're like, we can't make any profit. If we could only charge this much, but you guys have all of these hazard potentials, then it makes no sense to insure people. But and the right is saying that that's a regulation that California shouldn't have. But my opinion is this: if all of a sudden you remove that regulation and allow insurance companies to charge what they think they should be able to charge, then the cost of living in California is going to go up even more.
Oh yeah, it should be astronomical.
Yeah.
I mean, no different than Florida. I mean, I imagine insurance premium is probably hard to get in Florida or high to pay. But it's the cost of living in that beautiful area. People in Southern California right now, if it wasn't for the fires, they'd be sitting pretty happy right now. I'm sitting in negative 15-degree weather.
Yeah. Well, but then
I'll take the fire chance every once in a while.
Yeah, but here's the issue.
To live there.
Yeah, but here's the issue I'm concerned with. We're talking about a mismanaged, a state like California that's allegedly being mismanaged by the liberal government, things like that. Do you think it would be cheaper to live there if it was ran by a Republican? You think the taxes and all of a sudden homes would be affordable if it was Republican ran state?
No, I think California is a product of its own popularity. It's going to be an expensive state to live in forever. I think you got, besides a lot of liberal-minded people living there and more worried about climate change and worried about killing animals instead of forest management like they probably should have a little more of. And then on the one side you got Republicans. If they were in charge there, they'd be spending money hand over fist to clear cut everything and drill for every bit of everything they could find in that state. And
yeah,
that's going to cost money. I mean, it's you're spending money on one side doing it one way, but you're going to spend the same money on the other side doing it the other way.
So then it sounds like even though you voted for Trump, you would agree that his claims that the only reason Californians is so bad off as liberal is kind of bullshit. You're basically saying
that's idiotic. I mean, like I said, I didn't vote on him for what comes out of his mouth. I voted in a technical. I didn't vote on him for anything. I voted against Biden for more than I voted for Trump.
Wow. Why not? Did you? Now,
and that's because.
Go ahead.
And I am 100% disabled in that way since 2016. And I lived through 4 years of Trump on a fixed income, and I lived through 4 years of Biden on a fixed income. And while I keep hearing all the liberals and the left side say, "Oh, there's nothing he could done. It's COVID. It's this. It's that." It's not that. It didn't even try to help people on fixed incomes when it comes to all this inflation. And I watched them for years to higher wages, raise the minimum wage, which only raised the cost of everything that I have to buy. But never once did I hear them say, "Hey, let's raise Social Security, let's raise disability." I got in 4 years, I got 5% raise on my Social Security. And the same year they did it, they gave me a 20% increase on my insurance I have to pay through Social Security.
You
And
think?
I don't have an option on.
Do you
I don't
believe
have an
that? Do you
option on
believe
that.
that Trump is going to get that under control? You'll get maybe a higher raise and cheaper insurance.
I don't know that he will, but I know Biden didn't.
Okay, so you're right. So in other words, you didn't vote for Trump. You voted against Biden. I mean, that makes sense what you're saying.
Yes.
Let me ask you this now. When
I
Trump,
voted, yeah,
go ahead.
I voted to feed my family. I mean, it got rough the last 4 years. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, I got 3 kids still, and even with the help the government gives you from that, I'd make just too much money to qualify for anything but medical insurance for my children, which is good because, for instance, it's the beginning of the month this month, and all my medications that I had to buy cost me $940, and I can make $1,160 a month.
Wow. Let me ask it to you this way. Now, I get that you voted against Biden, not necessarily for Trump, but against Biden. Now, when Trump ran, there was a primary. Did you favor any of the other candidates over Trump? The Ron DeSantis, the Chris Christie's, Nikki Haley's. I mean, there were Tim Scott. There were like 9 other candidates. Vivek was in that. Did you favor any of them? I get that you're voting against Biden. That's fine. But you had other choices other than Trump. Did you favor any of them, or did you want Trump back in office?
Well, by the time the primaries got to Kansas, Trump was the only option on the board. Everybody else had already ran away and hid, dropped out. So on our ballots, it was Trump or nothing. Trump or right.
Do you wish it had been otherwise?
I would have voted for Vivek over Trump.
What is Vivek offering that Trump is not, other than maybe a more civilized mouth?
Well, basically, he's a polished Trump, yes.
Yeah.
But he's a businessman, and I still think a businessman running this country is what we're going to have. I just, for all the Bushes I voted for, and I voted for Obama one time. I thought he deserved a second term. I didn't vote for him the first time, but I did give him the second shot. But out of all the politicians, it's the same thing. It's always kicking the can. And like I said, I watched my grandparents live on Social Security for $850 a month. I think is what they used to make when my grandpa finally passed away. And it's like, everything's getting more expensive in this country, and they're wanting wages to go up in this country, but you never hear about the people on Social Security or on disability. And we're sitting here, we're on a fixed income. You talk about eggs. $9 a carton of eggs in Topeka, Kansas today.
But hold on. I'm gonna tell you what I've been saying to everybody else. There's a reason why they keep targeting eggs. The price of eggs going up is not representative of other food items. They target eggs because it's a worst case example where the price of eggs has increased due to bird flu or whatever the hell. They keep making it sound like Biden's economy is why eggs are up. If Biden's economy is the reason why eggs are up, then that should apply to cereal, that should apply to soup, that should apply. Everything else should have increased by that margin, and it hasn't.
Well, no, not by that margin. Everything is up. It's not as much as I think the reason eggs come up the most is because it's like almost $1 an egg. I mean, that's outrageous. I mean,
but that ain't got nothing. But that's not Biden. They're trying to blame that on Biden.
I think it's just the shock and awe factor of the eggs that make people bring it up most. But I mean, the price of everything is up. I mean, I think that they're deliberate. I think that they're 5 years ago.
I think that they're deliberately using eggs to ram it up Biden's you know what. I mean, I think most people know that the price of eggs, Biden didn't do anything, because anybody who wants to talk about the price, ask it, what did Biden do to make eggs go up this much? There's nothing there. I mean, the price of fuel has came down. There's no reason for that. There's nothing Biden did that would justify eggs going up that much. Clearly, there's something else there.
No, it's the bird flu. It's the bird flu. I mean, I get that. But like I said, I think it's just the amount of the price that makes people bring up the eggs.
Yeah.
And the fact that you can't find eggs right now. I took a picture of the Walmart that I was shopping at today. They had a 20-foot section in their cooling area that didn't have a single egg in it. And I'm like, happened to all the eggs? I mean, I don't know if that's just because of that Walmart didn't go to a different one. Sam's did have some eggs in them, but they were proud of their eggs. But I don't have to worry about eggs. I have chickens, so the price of eggs goes up. My chickens ever get out of this cold weather and start producing again, I'm going to start selling them for good profit now.
Well, like I said, we'll see what happens with the bird flu, but that has nothing to do with Biden. You're not gonna if eggs are shot up like that due to the birds going through this condition. The only way Trump can bring down the price of eggs is to pass a law that condition no longer allows people there may be a flu going around, but I want you to sell those eggs anyway. That's the only way you're going to bring down the price of eggs is if the Trump administration ignores the safety risk and just let those eggs be right in the grocery store shelves along with the good eggs. I mean, that's about the only way he can do that.
And I agree. I mean, like I said, as the price is not just of eggs, it's of everything. I mean, like I said, it's tough when you're on fixed income. I don't have the option like most people to go out and get that second job or, go find a different job that pays more money. And you just like it's been a struggle.
Is Trump talking about doing that at all? I mean, with you on a fixed income, is he talking about doing anything for folks who are receiving Social Security? Because I've heard people have said that he might be talking about cutting Social Security.
Like I don't see any. If he cuts Social Security, it'll be the death or the unaliving of the Republican Party.
You know how many things Trump has done that people have said is going to be the unaliving of the Republican. That dude would survive. He would survive the fires in California. That ain't nothing Trump gonna do.
I mean, when he does some things, it puts a hardship on some people and it makes it harder. But he cuts Social Security. It's liable to people are going to not be able to survive. I mean, there's a difference between, oh man, this hurts.
Yeah, but the problem but the problem is if it happens and he blames someone else and you believe that other person, then he'll survive it. Because keep in mind, no matter what happens under the Trump administration, when things go wrong, he's going to blame it on somebody else. So, okay, eggs shot up. People can't feed their families like you're talking about, but he's blaming that on the remnants of the Biden administration or something else. If people believe that, then he survives it.
And some people might believe him, but it won't be me.
Okay, fair enough.
I said, I voted both Democrat, I voted both Republican, and I'm not saying I was, Kamala. I didn't have any issues with any of her policies or anything as far as like bad, except for the fact that nothing's happened for the last 4 years. Granted, she's working under Biden.
Well,
if she came out and said, "Hey, I think we should have done this, and this for these people instead of what we did," then I might have actually voted for her because at least she would have, showed me that she has. I did, but when she comes out and flat out says, "Well, I can't think of a thing I'd do different," and then she didn't just do that, that oopsie once. Somebody should have had to tell her after that. Hey, you might want to tell us a couple things.
Listen, I cannot argue with you at all. I think that's a great point. Is that if you don't like Biden and the candidate that's running for office is saying I'm gonna do the same thing that he did, I'm not gonna change, then you're not gonna get this person's vote. I think that was the worst thing that she ever could have said. I don't. You get no argument from me on that.
I honestly think that's what cost her a legitimate chance.
It was part of it. It definitely was part of it because it's one of the quotes that come up all the time. And that was on The View. Like, that's a softball question from a friendly audience, and you answer it like that. I'm sure if she could go back and do it all over again, that would not have been said. But, Andy, I got to move it on. Do appreciate you coming in here, man. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate it. If TikTok doesn't survive, hopefully I'll find you somewhere else. I don't know where I'm going. I'm not too tech savvy.
we'll make. Hopefully we cross paths again, man. But thank you for.
I'm gonna watch you long enough to see you become a conservative.
Hey, I don't think everything about Trump is bad. I mean, but for me personally, it was when he talked about giving police immunity from prosecution. That scared and he was talking about doing it in liberal cities. So that's like where I live at. I don't want to, because I drive all damn day on my day job. The idea of getting pulled over by a cop that has full immunity, no accountability, I don't want to go and try to read into it where he meant this or he meant, it shouldn't have been said. And that right there was a deal breaker for me. So the price of.
I'm with you. I'm as white in hillbilly Kansas as they become, and I'm scared to death of the cops too. So I ain't gonna. And I don't even have a legitimate gripe to really be scared of that, except for they used to chase me around when I was in my younger wild days. So I still lose a heartbeat or two when I get pulled over for doing something.
Yeah.
So I don't agree with that policy either. But like I said, I had to vote on my livelihood.
I get it. And that's a totally legitimate reason to vote. Just like I said, I'm out in the street every day where, that's where you likely are going to come in contact with the police is when you're behind the wheel of a car. And him talking about something when he talking about something like that, I'd rather pay $10 for a carton of eggs or a dozen of eggs than have a cop pull me over that has no accountability. That right there was, the economy takes a back seat to giving police immunity. Yeah. So for me, that was it.
That policy just doesn't matter. I don't know any other job where you could just have 100% complete protection.
I do. President. President.
The Supreme Court did rule that one too.
All right, I gotta go. But yeah, Andy, thank you. Right. Appreciate it. All right, moving on with anytime, man. Appreciate you coming through. The cost of living is far higher when insurance companies won't insure homes because you can't finance a home without insurance. God knows I went through that. I used to own several properties in the Chicago area, and I know what that's like. Which means people only pay, which means only people who can pay cash for a home can live there. And that's true. That is true. Is that if Trump, let's say Trump gets in there, or let's say we want to criticize Gavin Newsom for the regulations. He was trying to make the insurance companies charge an affordable, fair price for, home insurance because it is ridiculous to purchase property in California. So, let's prevent the insurance companies from getting out of hand. Well, the insurance companies, fuck you then. If I can't charge what I think we need to charge, we're leaving. So it's kind of a 6.5 dozen or the other. Can't win if damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you let the insurance companies charge what they think they need to be able to charge in a city like Los Angeles, right now after they've had these fires, it's going to be high enough that the average person still ain't going to be able to afford a home. And I don't think you're going to have a Republican politician that's going to get in there and change that. I mean, because the Republican politicians believe in letting the free market decide. So you're going to let the insurance companies make their own decision. So, we can criticize liberal politics, but yeah, I don't believe putting a Republican in charge in California is going to make it so, affordable all of a sudden. I mean, it's a beautiful place to live in the eyes of a lot of Americans. I mean, it's just a heavily desired place to be. Everybody wants to be there. Well, you can charge a premium. I would also say before I continue on, all of this Airbnb shit, that ain't favorable to lowering home prices either. Because the people who own Airbnbs generally are wealthier people. And if you want to purchase a home in an area where they can purchase in cash and you're competing with them, it's not going to make things good for you. It's just not. I do believe Airbnbs are not helping with home prices either. You're competing with people who have investment money and you're trying to buy your first home or you're trying to take out a mortgage and you compete with them folks. They're going to win every time. Whenever Trump changes his title to God, Emperor, King Trump, and you still call him a good guy, we know you are tripping, Tim. Trump ain't wait a minute, Will. Wait a minute. You said whenever Trump changes his title to God, that hasn't happened yet. Emperor, that hasn't happened yet. King, that hasn't happened yet. And you still call him a good guy, we know you are tripping. Is it possible you can be a king and a good guy simultaneously, though, right? I'm not saying that, if Trump starts calling himself God is really bad. Start calling himself God, damn. Then I'm really going to become a straight up atheist. But Trump ain't calling himself God. Some of his supporters are, though. Tim, we are building homes out of shipping containers. Well, in regards to the homes out of shipping containers, I do believe tiny homes are probably going to be the way of America's future. I mean, I don't know what the Trump administration is going to do, but fact is the rich are getting richer and the poor are getting poorer. That's happened under the Biden administration. Many believe it will certainly happen under the Trump administration. And a lot of folks are not able to afford the traditional home with a white picket fence anymore. I do believe you talk about storage containers and building smaller homes. I can see that. I can see where that's going to probably gain more popularity. I can see where that may become. I won't say the American way, but it's going to become more and more popular because how many people am I fighting with constantly that do not even believe it's a good idea to raise wages? I don't think most Americans can handle a major injury where you got to pay your out-of-pocket costs and the cost that you have to pay for insurance. Most Americans, I mean, there's so many things going on. Most Americans cannot handle a major emergency in terms of what they got in their savings account. I do believe that what we used to view as the American dream will have to be downgraded so that it can still be obtainable. If it's a storage container home, that may be it. But I do believe we will have to eventually lower our standards. Lowering your own cost of living is the best thing you can do, says Debo. Well, that's it. Lowering your standards. That's what I'm talking about, lowering your standards. There's true power in the name of Jesus, says Jim Beam. Feel free to elaborate on that. I'd like to know what you mean by that. Yeah, let me know what you mean. My company is here. Tim and the chat take care. Damien, good evening. Enjoy your company, Damien. Hope you have a real good time. Appreciate you tuning in. Bow to your king, King Don. I'm not going to say Trump is a king. A heart attack will financially ruin people, says Jason. Yeah, any major illness, you get cancer, you get, any major illness will, as you say, will bankrupt most people. Certainly if it's something that requires ongoing treatment, with the cost of insurance as bad as it's gotten with the deductibles and out-of-pocket costs and things like that. And of course, if you lose your job, now you're uninsured entirely. Or you're trying to get whatever you can from the government, which may be inadequate. And of course, between jobs, nobody can afford COBRA. But let me go to the box. But I will say this. I have never understood to this day, other than maybe just for playing politics to sabotage his career, I never could understand why so many Americans were against universal health care. We need that. We absolutely need that. The working class in this country cannot afford health care. Even though they have insurance, they cannot afford major illnesses, as my caller is pointing out. And the 1099 community is growing. The contractors, people who are not W-2 jobs, like the Uber drivers and all of a lot more careers are starting to become independent contractors versus W-2 because they don't have to give you all these benefits. So the amount of Americans that are putting in an honest 40 hours of work per week that have no insurance at all is growing. I never could understand why so many people were against universal health care. We absolutely need that. Let me go back to the box. And yeah, COBRA is out of pocket. You have no job right now. You're in between jobs. And COBRA, you can't do nothing with COBRA. Most people cannot afford that. Hundreds of dollars a month in premiums you're going to be paying COBRA. Going back to the box, what does I say? Tim, a 40-foot shipping container has 24 cubic feet. Well, but the problem becomes how much does it cost to put it on somebody's property? And I mean, the shipping container is usually pretty inexpensive, I guess, but then you got to hook it up to the grid. There's all kinds of other expenses. But like I watch a lot of these tiny home channels. Some of these tiny homes cost as much as a regular size home. So I guess you'd have to be a really good DIY person. I cannot see the name that I brought up there. Does that say Texas? Good evening. Are you there? I got a caller in here, but they're not saying anything. So apparently they didn't know they're up. So we'll go ahead and move it on. Or they stepped away from the device. We'll go to Worms World, not to be confused with Wayne's World. Worms World. It's called an American Dream because you gotta be asleep to believe it, says George Carlin. I like it. And you really enjoyed the work of the late George Carlin as well. But yeah, George Carlin, it's called the American Dream because you got to be asleep. But I don't know, in George Carlin days, it was still somewhat doable. 80s, 90s. Now it's getting to the point where you can't do it. We are not supposed to have a monarch, Tim. It ain't happy yet, Will. It ain't happy yet. I get what you're saying, that the signs and symptoms are there. I get it. I'm not disagreeing with you, but it has not happened yet. So we can look, if Trump wanted to be a dictator, this is what I used to tell some of my boys on the street. Like, if you want to be a pimp, you got everything in, you got the hoes coming around you already. You got the car, you got everything in the box if you wanted it. This is what I would say with regards to Trump. If he wants to be a dictator, not saying he's gonna be a dictator, or not even saying he aspires to be a dictator, but what I am saying is that if he wanted to be a dictator, he has everything that would come in the kit to make it happen. He has the support to some degree. I mean, he got all of the mechanisms of government behind him. He has most of the things that would come in a dictator kit. He got followers that are exceptionally loyal. So he could do it. Hopefully he doesn't do it. Fortunately, if he did, he's old enough, we don't have to worry about it. He does have most of the things that would come in the box if he wanted to be a dictator. Real quick in the box. He doesn't need to be. Musk is already on his way to be. You think Elon Musk is going to end up being in a position of leadership? I asked this question earlier because right now Elon Musk is not legally able to run for president. But I used the example of California when Arnold Schwarzenegger was governor. He was a well-known, big-time celebrity, obviously. He was well-known and he was quite well-liked in the beginning. And the Republican Party, for a short time, started tossing around the idea of potentially trying to, trying to pass some legislation that would change the law to allow him to be president. They didn't end up doing it, but there were Republican politicians that were talking about, we could seize on this opportunity. We got a Republican that everybody likes, or a lot of people like. Why not, try to promote him up? They talked about it. And that's why I asked in regards to Elon Musk, do you think there's a possibility with Trump having so much control right now that they might try to change the rules to give Elon a shot at running? There are so many Americans in this country that adore somebody who has a ton of money and he can buy off all sorts of shit. I think there's a possibility it could be done. I mean, he could literally lobby to every politician we have simultaneously. All of them. I mean, all of Congress, all of the Senate. I mean, he could lobby to every politician we have simultaneously. And we know lobbying with money can make the hearts and minds of people change. And he wouldn't need to lobby to all of them. You only need you just need the majority of the vote. Or a 2/3 majority, whatever the hell it might be in this case. I mean, he could lobby to a whole lot of people at the same time. And if you got Trump behind him saying, let's do this, you already got 30% of the country guaranteed. You already got 30%. If Trump is saying this needs to be done, this would be great for the country, that right off the bat is already about 30% of the country that's going to be on board with that. So I'm not saying he's going to do it, but I'm saying that it could happen. I would not say that it's impossible or it couldn't happen. Looking in the comments, the problem with universal health care is there is no incentive to revolutionize procedure or medicine. Secondly, a basic health care would not cover more expensive procedures. Well, there's a whole bunch of things I'll push back and say. First of all, the idea that universal health care would not incentivize or revolutionize procedures. Germany, a lot of inventions come out of Germany, and they have universal health care. I mean, everybody is not in it for the money. Just like you got a whole lot of teachers. Now, we know teachers don't make a damn thing. You got a lot of teachers that are in it because they really want to educate folks. What you're basically saying is the problem with universal health care is would not incentivize or revolutionize procedures, that if you take away the financial incentive, nobody will want to genuinely do good. That's not true. I use the teachers as a perfect example. There's a hell of a lot of city cops that join the force because they genuinely want to do good in their neighborhoods. Why can't that happen with medicine? Why can't you have inventors who genuinely want to cure cancer or genuinely want to cure AIDS or something? No, I don't buy that it won't revolution. No, not for the greedy people. Of course not. For the greedy people, no. All they doing it for is a paycheck. But there are people who genuinely want to do what's right. I mean, I would probably use somebody like Martin Luther King, for instance. He did it at risk of getting killed. He genuinely wanted to do what's right. And there's a lot of people like that. So I don't agree that universal health care would disincentivize everybody from, revolutionizing procedures. It's going to have an effect. I don't disagree with that because there's a lot of companies in it that are just in it for the money. That's why you have really valuable drugs when they first come out that could save people's lives, but they're unaffordable because the person who invented that drug is trying to cash in on it. That person wasn't in it to genuinely do what's right. I came up with a drug that's going to cure cancer, but I'm trying to get paid up in this bitch. So for the next 7 years while my patent is in place, I'm going to price this so high that only rich clients can buy it. All of the poor people with cancer, they better hope they go in remission. That person is not trying to genuinely do what's good, but there are people that do. And also in regards to you said, secondly, a basic health care would not cover more expensive procedures. Perhaps, but you got to start somewhere. I don't think being able to walk in urgent care when you got the flu or something like that ain't an expensive procedure. A lot of times you won't have to worry about the expensive procedures if you actually cover the proactive care. And people who don't have health care, they really can only get access when they show up in an emergency room. Now they having a stroke or something, whereas if you couldn't let them come in once a year for a checkup, maybe you could have detected that they had cholesterol issues or blood pressure issues and put them on some medicine. Now you got to deal with them when they got a stroke. So I do believe that I don't think you're 100% right on that. I mean, but ain't nothing you can do. Some people are greedy. There's nothing you can do about the greed element. There are people like that. There's nothing you can do about those folks. But you're right. Germany and France made the first cars. Yeah, there are a lot of people that operate solely to get a paycheck, but there are also people who operate to do what's right. Going to the box, that says SJ. Good evening, or welcome to the program, SJ. Are you there?
What's good, Tim?
Not much at all.
Yes.
We're talking about 72 hours until the resurgence of Trump 2.0. Anything you regret over the last 4 years from the Biden administration, or things you think he should have did that he didn't?
Oh, I've been listening to you for a long time, my friend.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think Biden shouldn't have put himself in the running. He should have been a man of his word. I think a lot of people, when he didn't say it exactly, it was one of his advisors said, he's going to be a one-term president. He's going to step aside.
Yeah.
He didn't do that. So, yeah, understandably, a lot of people are upset. I think he did a good job given the deck he was handed. And just a little bit of context for myself. I was a conservative lifelong. I used to listen to Rush Limbaugh, Michael Savage, Glenn Beck, you name it. I was reading books, all of that. Almost went down the, really outright pipeline. And then I realized after looking at the data, okay, who is actually helping the economy? Because I'll tell you this, a story is a very powerful thing. And that's what the Democrats have not realized.
The messaging from Democrats is terrible, but keep going.
Well, messaging, yes, but I mean, a story is a very powerful thing. I grew up in basically a cult, right? And I know they don't like to hear. I know the MAGA people don't like to hear this, but the similarities to me are just very disturbing.
Explain.
It took me a lifetime to get out of it. Well, when the story becomes more important than your integrity, your morality, reality itself, that's when you know. The reason they can't criticize Mr. Trump is because it's more important for them to be right and support him than it is to be moral or decent or good. Like, objectively speaking, we have evidence of things that he has done. We have evidence of the people he's surrounding himself with. I mean, this week the confirmation hearings were a complete joke to me.
Okay.
But I will tell you, when you are in that system and your sense of self, your identity, not to get too academic here, but when that becomes so important that you're willing to make those compromises, that's when you're in the sunken place, the dark place, so to speak, because any criticism of this man is an existential threat to them. That's why when I've watched you for months and months, talking to these people, they come up with excuses. They're very creative. It's because for them to admit that they are wrong means that, hey, maybe I'm not as good of a person as I thought I was. Right? I've been thinking about it.
So you say MAGA refuses to even admit they're wrong on stuff?
Oh, absolutely.
Wow.
I can probably count on one hand the times I've seen, because I watch you like almost every day.
Thank you.
I've changed my username a few times, but I can count on one hand the times I've seen them say, "Hey, you know, Tim, you're right." They can't do it. Now, the other thing is,
why do you think that is, though? Because I will tell you one thing: Trump does that. Trump never admits he's wrong. So why do you think they're acting like that, though?
Because if they admit they're wrong, it means that the story is not true. The story he is telling them, the extent to which these people will wrap their vehicles, they will buy their clothing, they will lie. I don't know if you listen to hip hop, but Killer Mike has this song. He says you can lie, cheat, steal, kill in America, be celebrated as Captain America. Right? They don't care. They don't give a fuck.
Wow.
Because it's more important for them to be quote unquote right than it is for them to acknowledge reality. Now, I started out by saying I was in a cult.
Yes, you did say that.
We had a leader. He was a prophet. He talked to God. We all believed it, right? We were told to obey, to fall in line. Look at what's happening when, the House Intelligence, what's his name, Representative Coordinator, whatever, was fired by Mike Johnson because Mr. Trump had a phone call with Mike Johnson in which he said, Mike Johnson said, Mar-a-Lago has a problem. That doesn't make sense. He's been doing a good job for years. And just because one man says you can't be in this position, they drop him, right? To me, that signals that obedience is more important.
Hold on one second. Hang on one second. Real quick. I don't normally take folks off for any. I believe in free speech. I don't censor folks. But Cedric Witter, typing the same thing over and over again. I'm trying not to censor you, but stop the spamming. I'm calling you out by name, Cedric. Stop the spamming. God damn. Keep going.
Yeah. So my point is, when I was in this cult, it was more important to obey because that's what we were told. Because if you start to question and you start to see things, it undermines the story, right? And part of the story for us was we're a small group, we're persecuted, Satan is coming out to get us. God wants us to follow this man, so all you have to do is obey. It doesn't matter if it doesn't make sense, just obey. That's one part of it. The other part of it that keeps coming back to me is like, these are like the kids in school who were very disruptive. They did not appreciate what was being taught, and they just want to stick it. They just want to stick it to the teacher or stick it to the ones who were actually doing the work. That's the thing that I cannot shake. And they take this as a diss, and they take it as like, oh, I'm being condescending. The man himself said it. I love the poorly educated.
Yeah.
Don't be mad at me, be mad at the man, but they cannot criticize it. And even if they say, okay, it's like, all right, he said it, but he didn't mean it that way. Even if you can show, well, yeah, he meant it. Well, even if he meant it, it doesn't matter. Why doesn't it matter? Because the story is what's important. The story is they have been disenfranchised, they feel. They feel like black and brown people are coming to get what they have. They feel like DEI is the issue. It's insane. And they can laugh and they drop their emojis and their LOLs, right? But the reality is they are poorly educated. It's simple to me at this point. You're either fucking stupid or you're evil. Is it possible that they voted for Trump
because Biden did a bad job? Does it have to be they're evil and uneducated?
if they can qualify, I have not seen a single conversation where they can qualify how Mr. Biden did a quote unquote bad job.
The
Right.
border. I mean, there are legitimate reasons to vote for Trump. I mean, the border is one.
To what extent, Tim?
do you
Sure,
mean?
nobody's perfect, but I'm talking about one or two things. I'm not talking about like, you know, the things that Mr. Trump at least purports that he wants to do. So you're telling me you are willing to vote somebody into office based on things that you don't even believe that are real? Then qualify. What is the reason?
What do you
How
mean?
has he
What do you
shown
mean by
that he's
things you
good at
don't?
business?
What do you think that they don't? What do you think that they're saying? You said things that you don't believe is real. Give me an example of something that MAGA doesn't believe is real.
The tariffs. Even when we explain it to them, they don't agree. Oh no, it's not going to affect. I am tired, Tim. I've had these conversations so many times with these people, right? It's like they just won't accept it. You say you explain to them Essential Part 5. You explain to them his history. They're like, no, he's not racist. I'm like, come on, man. Like, can we meet somewhere in reality?
Well, yeah,
It's exhausting.
MAGA's never going to believe Trump is racist. They don't. They see that as they see Biden that way.
So I don't know how you do it day in day out. You know, respect to you, mad respect. Like I can't tell you how much respect I have for you. I don't know where you are, but I'm like, man.
I can't tell you how many people tell me that. I cannot tell you how many times I hear that. I like to hear from both sides. Is why I do it.
No, I understand that. I've had many. Okay, so I live in a red state. I have friends in blue states, and I told them. I said Trump is going to win. They didn't believe me. Right? They didn't believe me. I told them. I said I've been talking to normal, quote unquote,
Really?
normal people.
I think
Yeah,
even the liberals were nervous. I mean, I think everybody knew that if Kamala won, that it was going to be a close race. I don't think anybody felt confident.
When she entered the race, everybody was excited. I told my friends. One of them's in Illinois. One's in. There's two. One in California and one in Oregon. And I said Trump's going to win. No, he's not going to win. No way. I said, yeah, he's going to win. You don't talk to normal people. You guys live in your own little, bubble, and you think this is a lock because you see the excitement. No, it's not going to happen. Like, you don't understand what it's like to talk to people.
Well, I will tell you this. I will tell you this, though. And I see in the comments, Will says if you prove MAGA wrong on one topic, their whole narrative will fall apart. I've seen that happen personally. But I will tell you this: when it comes to Kamala Harris, I think a lot of people thought Kamala Harris was going to win because they were not expecting all of those life rafts to be thrown at Trump, like the immunity and things like that. Some of those cases people thought would go much further. Trump escaped like 80-something charges with flying colors. I don't think anybody else in the history of man has done that. So that's one reason why people thought he was going to lose it, because, a last-minute effort by the Supreme Court to grant him immunity, nobody was expecting that. So
yeah, Elon Musk put $250 million behind this man. There's no way he was going to be, those charges were going to stick, right? It's not the same as a Weinstein or somebody else, and people don't realize money is money. America, they say, oh, English is the official language in America. No, it's money.
Yeah.
Money is the official language, and hey.
Well, so if money is the official language, and Elon Musk got a whole lot of money, is it safe to say that Elon Musk may end up propelling himself to the top spot?
Here's what I'll say, Tim, and people might disagree with me. The things that, I'm not saying you specifically, the things that I thought would never happen have happened. So what's next? Anything is possible.
Yeah.
Anything is possible. All bets are off.
Yeah, I would never say there's a guaranteed chance. I mean, I would never say it's guaranteed that Elon Musk, because him being born in South Africa, it will bar him. I don't feel confident enough to say that there is no way he will ever be considered for the role. I believe it's possible. I just do. He has too much fucking money.
I remember sitting there watching January 6th. I'm not even talking about the news reports, Tim. I have friends who are in, let's just say, fringe groups. They sent me links to live streams that were happening within the crowd. I saw people pushing the cops. I saw what was happening from the very beginning, right? And I was shocked. I said, what is happening? This can't be real. Well, it happened. It happened, and people are denying that it happened and acting like this is some made-up stuff. Now, hear me out. I'm not from the United States, okay? I got my education in what Mr. Trump calls a shithole country. But one thing I will not deny is reality. And these people, again, believe in the story, more than reality. That's all I want to say.
Where you from? Where you from? Before I let you go, where you from?
I'm from Jamaica.
Really? Born and raised?
Born and raised. I've been in the United States for a while, but I live in Utah now. So
You got a better way of switching your accent than Gerard Butler. You're really good. I did not know that.
Well, hey everybody, it's me, Bryce. I'm just kidding. But we can talk like a Jamaican if we want to anytime. So,
Well,
no problem.
I would not have known that. You do a good job at that. I gotta.
You know about code switching, Tim. So, which is a whole other thing, man. I could talk to you for hours. If I ever run into you, I will buy you a beer.
I don't drink, so make it a Pepsi.
Okay, I will buy you some water. I don't know, milk,
right.
whatever you drink.
All right. Well, I appreciate you coming through, man. Thank you for the support, by the way, as well.
Love, respect. Take care.
You too. Good talk. Good talk. Moving on with the program. I enjoy conversations like that. Left and right. Understand, folks, from my beloved MAGA that are viewing, predominantly on YouTube, we don't. You're going to get more liberal callers on the program just because I got more liberal viewers on TikTok. But I want to make sure my MAGA viewers know we don't limit or censor you when you come up on the program as well. So if you lean right and you come through, you'll get just as much time. You can challenge whatever the hell you want to challenge, say whatever the hell you want to say, because that's how we do it. But I just do get more left-leaning viewers on TikTok. But the shop is not closed to folks on the right. Everything from MAGA to traditional Republicans to libertarians, the shop is not closed to you either. So understand it. We don't talk down the guests. We don't play the role of know-it-all or any of that shit. Hell, a lot of you folks educate me as the show goes on. So understand that. If I can educate a few folks along the way, so be it. But I get a lot from you folks as well. So understand that. Don't ever think that, I hear all these liberals, it's a liberal echo chamber. No, we just don't have a lot of right folks come up. The love of money is evil. Elon is trying to improve humanity. You said that love of money is evil, and Elon Musk is trying to improve humanity, but he's taking a lot of money in the process there, Sean. Elon has made, if I'm correct, double, maybe even triple digit billions since the election. So Elon Musk has made several $1 billion since. He's not known for being very charitable. So he's keeping the money. So we can say that, he's not governed by money with you, but he sure seems to be keeping it. You sure seem to be selling every damn thing. This came the same way with President Trump. Well, you can't buy Trump. He's not all about money. You see, he's donating his presidential salary. Then he gets in office and he's selling every damn thing he can get his hands on. So they definitely seem to be controlled by money. People tend to think that if a person is insanely wealthy, then they don't need money, they can't be bought off. Insanely wealthy people like to get more wealthy. I mean, you got Jeff Bezos, second wealthiest person in the country. His employees are going on strike and shit over the holidays, claiming he's not paying them enough. He got tons of money. There's no excuse for people that work for him to be saying, I'm not getting paid enough. Clearly, he wants more money. So I don't buy that Elon is not about money. I mean, some people, just the title. I believe it was Elon and Jeff Bezos, one or the other, either Bezos or Elon. I saw an interview, and whichever one was doing the interview, whether it was Elon or Musk, whichever one was being interviewed, that individual said that he and Elon, they were passing around like the number one and the number two. Like when one person became the wealthy, now Elon's far out in front now, but for a time, it was going between Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos. So I think one was saying, I would send him a cake with the number two on it when I took number one. They were actually competing with each other. So even though they were the wealthiest people in the country, they were trying to get more money just to have the number one spot. But I don't know, I think it might have been Jeff Bezos, but they were sending each other some type of trinket that, to indicate I'm number one now. So maybe I'll send you a gold number two keychain or something, just to make fun of the fact that you're in number two now. So they were competing with each other. So the idea that they don't want money is not true. They want money no matter how much money they get. Too bad, gotta go. You gotta go, says Cam. I don't know what that means. Just because they say they need more money doesn't mean they should earn more money. Well, that's the difference between right and left. The right side of the aisle is more defensive of the wealthy and believe that there should never be a cap or limitation on how much the wealthy can own. The left certainly would entertain putting a cap. I mean, Elon Musk may one day be worth $1 trillion. The left would not allow that if they had the right to do so. The right, hey, he's creating a bunch of inventions. He's great. Let him keep earning money. So, and that's why I do believe, and many suggest that the right are defenders of the wealthy, because the right tends to talk about stuff from an aspect of looking out for big business and making sure things go right by business. And the left is always talking about helping out the working man, raise minimum wage, allow them to unionize, allow them to get health care. The right is always like, well, if you give them all of that shit, big business is going to collapse. They defend the right. They defend the upper class more than the lower. Before I go to the box and take my next caller, I want to give you a quick clip. This is from Bill Maher. I've played it before in the program, but he said something similar to that.
Throw in with the Democrats because I always knew they'd disappoint me at some point. But
I've joined your party. I've joined your party.
Yeah, but old school liberal, yes. I mean, that's, I think, what I always was and always will be. As I say in the special, the people who are saying, oh, you're a Republican now. No, I'm not a Republican, and I never will be a Republican for all the reasons I haven't been. They're too religious. They're fiscal hypocrites who think it's awful when America spends money it doesn't have, except when they're in office, and then it's always perfectly okay. They're in denial about racism. They're in denial about the environment. They're always blaming the underprivileged when they should be blaming the overprivileged. And then they added to that shitty mixtape, they don't believe in democracy anymore. And they threw their lot in with a sociopath named Donald Trump, who thinks that elections only count when they win. So they have a sizable lead in being the more threatening party, I think, to this country.
Now, one of the things I want to point out is him saying that the Republicans often blame the underprivileged and they should be blaming the overprivileged. We can discount anything you want that Bill Maher is saying if you lean right for my beloved MAGA side of the aisle, but he's right about that. I don't care if it's giving a mom food stamps. Well, if I give her food stamps, she's just going to have another baby. So why should I do it? I mean, he is completely right when he says the right side of the aisle tends to fault the underprivileged for stuff. That's why most of the social programs that would help the underprivileged, the right is against. Well, if we do this or do that, somebody's just going to scam the system or somebody. I mean, they're not in favor of all this stuff. But if you do for the overprivileged, the belief is that they're always going to do what's right. If you do for the underprivileged, the focus is that some of these folks are going to scam and they're going to likely do what's wrong. That is absolutely spot on true. I've heard that. Years of debating with the right, years of that. Anytime you talk about a social program, the first thing the right does is go to the negative aspects of it. Even if we give out welfare, somebody's going to be getting welfare when they actually got a Cadillac in front of their house and they're selling drugs, which is why they came up with drug testing welfare recipients. But any social program, the right, the first thing they do if you're talking about helping out the poor is start looking at how somebody might be scamming it or taking advantage of it as a reason, well, we don't need this. We shouldn't do this. That is true. I have seen it. Look at it in the comments, though, before we continue on. Elon Musk created a lot of jobs. I wouldn't call that selfish. Creed, let me just say this in regard, and I don't deny that Elon Musk likely created a lot of jobs. I mean, Trump created jobs, too. I mean, he got a bunch of companies. Creating jobs is not always something to brag about. I mean, how much did those jobs pay? If I create, let's say, for instance, Walmart, when Walmart first came on the scene, they created a lot of jobs. The jobs were known to not pay well. The employees were known to not be treated well. And they trashed out a whole lot of smaller companies that did pay better. A whole lot of companies are no longer in existence Just like Amazon is doing the same thing now. Amazon's doing the same thing. They're getting a lot of brick and mortar stores are going out of business because of Amazon. And Amazon is not known as a company that pays very well. Well, Walmart did the same. So the fact that you're creating jobs is not always, that alone doesn't tell the tale. A whole lot of politicians over, well, I created, yeah, but how much do them jobs pay? Does it come with health care? How often do your employees get a raise? Just giving somebody a job doesn't say shit. If the person working for you still qualifies for food stamps, you ain't doing no great job by creating a job. You ain't even paying this dude enough to survive off of it. Creating jobs don't tell you enough by itself. Will G says, just like Brett Favre. I know Brett Favre was scamming the system. I guess that's what you're talking about. You know, a lot of they think that the lower class is gonna scam the system when people like Felicity Huffman and Brett Favre. Yeah, it happens at the top. You're right. It happens among them too. Jobs are expensive tools to the rich. Yeah. But like I said, though, creating jobs alone does not tell the tale. You know, you get Biden, well, I created this many jobs, or Trump says, I created this many jobs. Yeah, but what do they pay? You never hear them talk about. Let me hear somebody say, well, under my watch, salaries went up. That's more important. Just creating a job don't say shit. Let me go back to the box. Continuing on with one of my subscribers there, Jeremy. Good evening. Welcome to the program, Jeremy. 3 days. Is it probably about 2.5 days now, because Trump takes office on Monday. So you're talking all of Saturday, all of a sudden. So about 2.5 days we'll be dealing with Trump 2.0. Jeremy, there you go. You got echo.
There we go.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good. We're good now. So what do you think? The last 4 years, obviously Biden is coming to a conclusion. Any regrets? Anything you wish he hadn't done? Things you wish he had done? Any regrets from Joe Biden now that we got Trump coming back?
Yeah, a lot of them. I wish he hadn't given out all those fucking checks.
What checks?
I'm sorry, but throwing money at an issue, you know, like during COVID, the COVID checks that he gave out. I actually received one of them. I wish he hadn't done that because he didn't take it out of any government programs. He didn't. He just the money machine go burn. That's what happened.
Didn't they both do that? Trump even signed the checks. Didn't Trump do that?
No, I don't remember that at all. I don't remember that happening at all. Wait, did he?
Yes.
No, I don't think he did.
Yes, Trump gave out 2 stimulus checks. He gave out one for like $2,000, and then there was going to be a second one for $600, and he was trying to raise. He actually put his name on them. You don't know? You don't remember that?
No, I don't remember. I don't remember that, but I could be wrong.
Wow. Yeah,
but if Trump did that,
he's the father. Trump is the father of the stimulus checks. He's the one that did it first.
Yeah, but I don't have to agree with them on doing that either.
True. All right.
Yeah.
So what are you saying? You say during the pandemic, you don't agree with giving Americans. You don't think America should have got stimulus checks?
No, and I don't think we should have shut down for nearly as long. I understood. Remember, they said like 90 days to slow the spread, but then it didn't. But then it wasn't 90 days, and tons of science came out that show that it was nothing more than a bad flu.
Yeah, but you and I got the ability to Monday morning quarterback. But if you got the medical community at the time saying that you should do this, what are you saying? We just ignore the medical community?
I think that the medical community was kind of corrupt at the time. There have been plenty. Remember the dancing nurses? Remember that? That's on TikTok. Remember how empty a lot of the hospitals were, and there were people dying as a result. Was because people weren't getting the healthcare they actually needed because they were too afraid.
I don't know, because I'll tell you this: during COVID, I was actually I still work in the hospitals, but during COVID, I was actually delivering equipment to ICUs, and I saw what was. I mean, I had to go into ICU and I make my deliveries, and when I set up equipment, dressed like a spaceman. I mean, I had to put even a hair. I mean, I had to cover it from head to toe. I saw all of the rooms filled and things like that. People were dying, man. People were dying.
Some people were, but these were oftentimes the most unhealthy of the unhealthy. listen. You know what? I'm going to be a little cruel here. Some people, we just need to let die.
Yeah, that's very fucking cruel.
Yeah, it is.
Why? Why do they need to be let to perish?
Because sometimes the consequences that it puts on other people is not justified, especially when a lot of these people are people who are morbidly obese, is people who clearly are like already are super sensitive. I'm not saying that they deserve to die, but
Are you sure you're not saying that? I mean, and I see. Hold on. And I see in the comments, Tire Swing says, dude, the hospitals were full. I had to go to the hospital during COVID and ended up in a fucking closet. Damn. And not only was the hospitals full, you couldn't even bury people. The funeral homes were not even taking appointments because they were filled. So you said just let people die because it's too much of a burden on the living, huh?
Yeah. Well, at some point, here's the thing. At some point, you can't burn down an entire house for one ant.
If it was one ant, I would agree. If it was one ant, I would agree. But you're talking about hundreds of people dying daily.
It was not nearly that extreme. I went to the hospital during COVID. It was like a ghost town on it because there were hardly any workers or patients there. And it's because everyone had to social distance, and the hospitals were running on skeleton crews. That's the real reason why you had and so many people feel like these hospitals were overcrowded. They weren't overcrowded. What was actually happening is that a lot of people who had actual injuries, actual life-threatening ailments, were being
what would you have
waiting rooms.
So what would you have done? Just continue business as normal?
I would have had more restrictions in place, but I wouldn't have gone to that extreme.
Restrictions like what? What would you have? Give me what you mean when you say restrictions in place. What are you talking about?
Okay, so I would say the masks, fine. You got to do masks, fine. Everyone's got to wash their hands a lot more, or fine. Maybe we section certain areas off for people with COVID or something like that because we're still learning about the disease. Is or something like that, and then everybody else is on the other side. And okay, you know what I mean? But that's it. None of the social distancing crap.
So I can go to the.
It was already proven that it doesn't even work.
So I can go to the Yankees game or to a Lakers game. We just can all sit there.
Yeah. Well, first off, why not?
Because it's killing people. What do you mean? Why not?
It didn't kill nearly as many people as people were saying. It was people with autoimmune disease, and oftentimes people who were the most unhealthy. Perfectly healthy, normal people who were below the age of 65 were fine. The CDC, got a lot of things wrong. They backtracked on a lot.
Yeah, and I agree they backtrack. I mean, it's a novel virus. They don't know what's going on. And so you're going to go with the people who at least have some virology experience, like the Dr. Fauci's and things like that. I mean, I'm with you that they didn't know everything, but if you don't have a medical background, who are you to say that this person don't know what he's talking about?
At the end of the day, something we got to be a little more skeptical about experts. I know that this is a big shock to people, but even the smartest among us can still lie.
I get that.
And I think, and they did, and they can still not get things correct. So like I remember there are people with PhDs who say things like they don't believe in climate change. Are you going to say that every single expert out there is all equal? That you shouldn't ever get a second opinion?
Here's the way I look at it. I've used this example on the program before, but let's say we're on a big large jumbo jet like a 747 or something like that.
Yeah.
The pilot and co-pilot are incapacitated and the thing is going down and they announce, we have a pilot on board. Some other dude jumps up and says, listen, I've never flown a 747, but I do have a pilot's license and I've flown 737s or some other smaller 2-engine aircraft.
Like Cessnas or something.
Yeah, whatever. He is like a Dr. Fauci. He doesn't know anything. He doesn't know everything about a 747. But he knows the basics. He knows the basics of aerodynamics or aeronautics. He knows the basics of aeronautics. Am I gonna
Right.
put him in the seat, or am I gonna listen to some lady who tells me that she picks up garbage in town and she's telling me, well, don't put him in it. He don't know what he's doing. I'm gonna go with the guy who at least has some knowledge. Dr. Fauci is that guy who has the cess in the background or whatever. So yeah, he may get some things wrong, but he is the best chance we got under that circumstance. Yet you got a whole cockpit, or better yet, you got a whole cabin full of people who teach school, who's janitors, who's security guards, telling me the Cessna pilot don't know what he's doing. And I'm supposed to listen to all these people? Because everybody who's telling me,
I understand how you feel. I
Yeah.
understand how you feel. But what if all of a sudden we put him in charge, and the first thing he does is say, "Let's get really close to those buildings and those skyscrapers in this city," and you're like, "Wait, what?" And then there's like 7 or 8 buildings that we just have a near miss with.
yeah, but then if
At
he,
some
but
point, at some point you'd be like, "Are you sure this guy?"
yeah,
are you
but
sure
if
this guy
he
actually got his
says,
license?
yeah, but if he says, let's get really close to those buildings because there's a whole lot of turbulence or there's a whole bunch of, it'll change the way the flight. If he gives some kind of excuse for why it's done that makes sense in the terms of aeronautics that you and I may not know about, considering we're a security guard and we work at the local CVS or something, this is the best we got. He may not be 100% perfect, but he is the closest thing we have to an actual pilot for this aircraft. And
This.
go ahead.
But at some points, sometimes when someone is screwing up so consistently, even when they're an expert, you can be like, "Well, the emperor has no clothes. I'm sorry."
Give me an example. Give me an example of something that they did during COVID that was screwing up so bad like that.
Okay, well, they shut down all the schools, and I know people are like, "Well, how's that a screw up?" Because here's what we found out later. We found out that in addition to the fact that the vaccine doesn't prevent you from being a carrier, we also found out that kids not being in schools stops them from socializing. A lot of kids are actually behind in their grade.
So
and it was all for a virus that wasn't going to affect.
They didn't know that at the time.
It actually made them so unhealthy, so unbelievably unhealthy. A lot of these kids gained so much weight that they became more susceptible to the virus than had they actually been allowed to exercise.
So what you're saying is, while we have an airborne illness, one thing we know for certain is that this flies through the air. Now, kids, even before COVID was ever created, kids already get sick in schools a lot already. Now, that this is the way that this is transmitted by air from, respiratory to you really think that they should have left the schools open?
Yeah, unless it's for like preschool. Because preschool it would be for kids whose immune systems aren't developing enough yet.
So the kid gets infected, and then they come home, and now all of a sudden, mom and dad, they all got it. Grandma, the one you said maybe we should let her die. The kid don't came home and killed the grandma. You really believe that's what they should have did?
There should be different rules for different people. Grandma can stay home. Grandma can stay at her house. We don't go visit her because she's probably autoimmune.
But you're sending the kid to school, and the kid is coming home and hanging around grandma.
We don't have to have him. Well, we can have it where elderly people are separated. Remember, and actually, this is something that actually pissed me off. Remember, the mayor of New York was putting people who were sick with COVID in nursing homes.
Mistakes were made. I'm agreeing with you there. But
yeah, I'm saying, and we should have never shut down the schools because, as it turns out, healthy people who are young don't react the same way to the virus.
They didn't know that in the beginning. They didn't know that in the beginning, is what I'm telling you, though.
Yeah, but we had enough time to learn. Okay, again, 90 days to stop this, to slow the spread, but it turned into be like over 2 years.
I really think. Listen, even though we know now a lot more about the virus than we did back then, I still think what you're saying would have killed a bunch of more people. I think you would have got a lot of people. You definitely would have got a lot of people infected. We hope that being young would have gave them the ability to survive it. But your advice certainly would have infected a lot more people. Hopefully herd immunity or something saved them, but you would have got a lot of people sick.
You do realize that over time, new variants of a virus are actually less deadly?
Yeah,
That's how viruses are allowed to survive.
I get all that, but you need to know what you're working with before you start throwing people in that category. Find out what it is before we start feeling confident that over time the immunity and all of that's going to make it so that less and less people. Let's find out what it is first. I mean, let's quit being so eager to go back to our normal lives and make money that we're willing to put humanity on ice in the pursuit of the almighty dollar. We don't want to shut down the economy. Even if it means no, let's find out what this is first.
Hold on. This is actually a good topic shift because I wanted to talk about it's like kids and not being able to read, and it connects perfectly like this. I'm not concerned so much about the almighty dollar. The United States is the richest place on earth, and I do care about the dollar, but not that much. I care kids are not able to read nearly as well as they used to because of COVID, but also because of No Child Left Behind and a bunch of other really dumb policies.
Yeah, but I get all that, but that wasn't the reason why people were saying you shouldn't shut the country down. They were doing it for the almighty dollar. They wasn't talking about let's keep the country open so kids can go to school and hang around each other. No, I want to make money is why they were saying that. They were doing it in pursuit of the almighty dollar.
I cared about kids going to school. I remember growing up, and I remember, hey, I'm old enough. Okay, so I can't believe this is what aging feels like. Okay, I'm still young compared to other people, but I still feel kind of old because I'm going to be 29 on the 25th, so make sure to wish me happy birthday.
What the fuck? I'm going to be old? 29? Are you serious?
Well, nowadays these kids be calling me if you're 25.
Your nuts ain't even began to fall yet. Wait, 29? Really? wait till you take a shit and your nuts in the water. You ain't even close to becoming old.
Okay, look, I'm old enough to have been born in the 90s.
Oh my God! Really?
Okay, and back when phonics was still being used to teach kids. Okay, because of No Child Left Behind and because of COVID, and because people.
I see you, Will. Go ahead, keep going. I'm listening. 29. I'm still blown away when you said 29.
Okay, fine, whatever. Look, what I'm trying to say is that I'm old enough to remember kids being able to actually read and write and be able to pass to the next grade because they actually knew what the hell they were reading. I was actually one of the voracious readers in my high school, and in 8th grade I was already reading at a 12th grade level.
Okay.
But here's the problem. But now what we're seeing is kids aren't, because of that time during COVID, kids are not able to even. They're this 6th and 7th grade kids asking how to spell window. Okay, and there are kids nowadays that can't read.
I don't think. That's more than just not being in school. That's bad. That's a bad education system. There's more to it than that. I'm gonna have to move it on, but I'll tell you this: if you don't know where you were on September 11th, you ain't old. If you can't if you don't remember where you were on that day, you ain't old.
I was at school. I was at school, and then we all got dismissed early. And my mom ordered McDonald's for us because she wanted.
How old were you when September 11th took place?
5.
You ain't old. Okay. If you weren't genuinely worried about terrorism taking place in America, and no 5-year-old was, you ain't old.
Okay. Fair enough.
You didn't even know what was. You just got a free day out of school. That's all you knew about it.
Okay, but before you go, can we leave it out on this? School, no child left behind needs to be rooted out, and nothing ever like it needs to ever come back.
There's a whole lot we could talk about on that, but I gotta move it on. Thank you.
All right, love you, Tim.
All right, brother. Appreciate it. Good talk as always. 29. Oh my God, Jesus. All right, comment. Schools are petri dishes. That's 100% true. Kids come home to mom, dad, grandma, grandpa, mom, and dad have to go take care of grandpa, grandma. Now 5 people have COVID. That is so true. Kid comes home from school, and you know how you, especially when they're real young, you want to kiss and hug on them and shit like that. Kid just infecting you with all kinds of shit, just killing you softly. So yeah, I don't. My last caller believes you should have left everything open. I don't. I'm trying to, well, 4 years ago he was still an adult. He was old. He was an adult during COVID. I just no. Well, and I will say this too: younger people handle shit better, so less worry. You seem to have that more invincible mindset. Chances are, if he was my age, he probably wouldn't think that. I mean, no, you can't just leave every damn thing open. Like I said, I admit a lot of wrong decisions were made during the pandemic. They were telling you to wash your groceries and leave them on the front porch for 24 hours. They didn't know in the beginning. They did not know. But as my example I used where I talked about the Cessna pilot being the only pilot on the 747, you gotta go with the person that has at least a little bit of experience. And like Dr. Fauci has gotten trashed over the pandemic. But the people who were criticizing Dr. Fauci, overwhelmingly, most of them were not people in the medical community. I mean, Trump's a businessman. He doesn't know anything about viruses. I'm supposed to listen to him. So, and certainly with Dr. Fauci having so much success dealing with the HIV virus. Okay, he's never dealt with this, but he's dealt with another virus before and he had a lot of success. I want to hear what he has to say. I don't feel like the average American had the right to tell the medical professionals what you're saying is wrong. Let's do what I'm recommending. I think it would have killed a lot of people. I think there would have been a whole bunch of Herman Cains out there, in my opinion. All right, looking in the comments, though, and the Ebola virus. Well, Obama would have listened. Obama would have been a little bit different. And I think that the problem with the way Trump handled it, in my opinion, is also really, really problematic. Is, okay, if you think that the Dr. Fauci types don't know what the hell they're talking about, why are you on TV with them every day? Okay, whatever you got, what is the guy named? Ben Carson or whatever. Go promote him and let him do the gig. But if you don't think Fauci knows what he's talking about, why are you on TV with him every day? Wade Hanson, did the SC actually uphold the TikTok ban? I'm under the impression, Mr. Java, that the TikTok ban stood. You talking about the Supreme Court? Yeah, they did. It's supposed to go down Sunday, but I heard somebody say that Biden has done something since. I have not heard that. The last I heard, TikTok will be banned as of Sunday. Somebody let me know if you've heard something different. Everybody's saying Sunday, yeah. So for my viewers, I still will be doing lives on YouTube as normal. If you favor this enough to want to continue, feel free to subscribe on the Handsome Liberal on YouTube. But I'm also on Instagram. I don't believe there's a way to take live callers on Instagram. I want to obviously be able to take live callers. Mr. Java, yeah, appreciate the hat mustache. So we're looking for other platforms. I had somebody recommend Favored, Clapper, and told me to avoid Redbook. But I do want to find out what it is. I want to find out if there's another platform where you can actually, I would prefer something where there's plenty of MAGA, because I don't get as many MAGA viewers. I'm on Rumble, but I don't think you can do it on Rumble. I do have a Rumble account as well. We just don't use it as much. But I'm hoping they come up with some kind of last-ditch effort to save TikTok. Not going to lie, if TikTok gone, I might be able to find me a woman. Says Debo. You can find you a chick on TikTok if you know how to holler, right? Shit. Facebook has been a big supplier of broads. I'm telling you, you can make it. You can do. You don't need to pay money to go on them damn what do they call them, dating sites. You can pick up a lot of chicks on social media if you know how to holler. Let me look in the comments. I read that in a book, of course. I do not think you are a liberal. I think you're more libertarian, says Josh. My views can cross the spectrum in many ways. Now, I'm a definite fan of increasing minimum wage. That's not a libertarian view. Libertarians tend to think the free market should make a decision on everything. I believe that corporate America, I have somewhat of the same view of corporate America that Luigi Mangione had. I think if you let the free market decide, the leaders of the free market are going to eat up all the pie for themselves. I mean, most insurance companies, what Luigi Mangione did was with the United Healthcare. All of them operate that way Because I got my own personal gripe with what is the Car Shield, the one you see Ice Cube and Vivica. They did me like that. Most insurance companies do that. And I was with them for 3 years, had a major car repair, and when I needed them to pay it, they stiffed me. They didn't pay a dime, not 1 cent. Most insurance companies do that to people. So I do believe if you let the free market decide, they do what's in the best interest of themselves. They'll leave you. I mean, just like free market is a perfect example. We let the medical community invent drugs and things like that. And then once they invent a really good drug, they get a patent for 7 years, and they charge so much that a lot of Americans that really need that drug, oftentimes to remain alive, can't afford it. That's free market type shit. So they all do it. They all do it to some degree. And I'm definitely not a libertarian in that area. I'm far more liberal in that area. So there's some areas I'm liberal in. I'm a fan of the Second Amendment. That's an area where I'm right. I lean to the right, and I got different. Depends on what area we're talking about. I got views all over the damn place. Not shocking. Yeah. Well, it's also been rumor, and Mr. Beast, the YouTuber, you think Mr. Beast got that much money? Damn. You think Mr. Beast can afford? And I know he's very wealthy. He's one of the. Is he the wealthiest YouTuber out there? I don't think he can afford TikTok though. Mr. Beast can afford YouTuber? Can afford TikTok? I don't think he can do that. Continuing on with the program, let me go ahead and go back to the blogs. By the way, folks, tap the screen. Get your boy likes up. I don't even know what it says up there, but get your boy likes up a little bit there. Furback, good evening. Welcome to the program. Like, what does that say? I'm a walking, I can't read what that says. Like, what the hell I'm going to do walking next with a ski mask and pick up cash and food? What do you say? You look like a robber? Furback, good evening.
Good evening, sir. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Now, you've heard a lot. What concerns you?
Well, you asked the question, and any regrets about the last 4 years?
Yes.
Only regret, I think Joe should have went ahead and pulled out and gave Miss Harris more of a fighting chance to win.
Yeah. I actually.
But other than that, I don't have any issues.
Do you think, the border, you think you're okay with what he did at the border?
Tell.
Yes, sir.
You talked to me about the border before. You
believe it. You for open borders. You for open borders, right?
Let all that shit open. I let all that shit in. Let it all open. Country of freedom. There's too many restrictions.
You're not going to win re-election with open borders, Furback. That's a killer. Any Democrat from now on needs to get that shit under control. From now on, if you do what Biden did at the border, do it at your own peril. It's clear America, even on the liberal side of the aisle, because certainly got to give Governor Greg Abbott of Texas and Ron DeSantis credit for sending all them immigrants to Chicago and New York. It flipped some liberals.
It did.
Yeah.
Like I told you before, man. It's a poor people argument. It's a scrap argument for us.
What do you mean?
Because what I mean is, those people benefit us more than they don't. And if we live in a capitalistic country, then you understand the bottom line. I don't get caught up in the mess of.
I don't know if I agree. I don't know if I agree to benefit. I think one of the problems is by allowing them to come in the country, we're giving the wealthy among us a reason to pay people less. If we get rid of them immigrants, maybe we'll force them to pay us a decent salary. I mean, that's how it used to be. We didn't used to have a major issue with cheap immigrant labor back in the 50s and 60s or whatever. I mean, do we really need that?
You tell me, man. I'm just saying. Like I said, if I had Elon Musk money, I wouldn't have a problem with it.
No. So if you got Elon Musk money, you don't have a problem with much of anything.
Yeah, but you said earlier, I was in the comments, one thing rich people don't have enough of is money.
Yep. And that's why I keep pushing back on anybody who suggests that Trump or Elon or any of these rich fucks can't be bought off. They want as much money as they can get their hands on.
Well, in the sense of what their towers and their prowess is, they're for sale. I mean, every sense of the word of why people say they're good for the country is why they're for sale, because they're businessmen.
Yeah.
They cannot pass on a good deal.
I cannot deny that, and I will often use Elon Musk as a perfect example because Trump was really critical of electric vehicles and lithium batteries, and Elon Musk came around and started throwing a bunch of money around, and suddenly he ain't saying shit about electric vehicles or lithium batteries anymore. He clearly got influenced by that money.
And I've told you before, that's why you don't have a businessman running this country like a business. Because every fiber in their being is to make the deal. And sometimes the deal might benefit us, but more than likely it's going to benefit them because they can't get out their own way.
Yeah. I mean, Trump promised, though, similar to what Arnold Schwarzenegger did when he was in California, he promised to focus on being a politician and not continue pursuing profits while he was in office. Now, Schwarzenegger lived up to his. He didn't make any movies or do anything. He got out of Hollywood in terms of movie making industry while he was governor. Trump did not. Trump continued maintaining his businesses. In fact, with a lot of MAGA gear, he ended up opening up new businesses. He did not stop focusing on making money.
Exactly. That's what, and like I said, to me, it all ties into the border, the whole deal. I get when people say, "Oh, we got to vet these people." Well, we don't even vet our own people. And we let them come in buy 100 rounds of ammunition and whatever pew they want on the floor.
Damn. I can't argue with that. I certainly. I mean, so you also are buying into the argument. What a lot of people say is that the immigrants are not the ones you should be worried about in terms of crime and violence. It's just the average American citizen is far more dangerous.
I tell you like this, and this answers the question for anybody. Anybody that's in for, prison for profit or building a new jail, I'm pretty sure that no statistics about people coming over the border tells them how much space they need in a damn penitentiary.
Well, I can tell you one thing. I've already heard rumors that folks who do make a profit off of incarceration have already been seeing growth in their shares and stocks, because if the largest deportation in history is going to lead to more people being incarcerated, whether they're being detained, waiting to be deported, or folks who are criminals, or because some folks are going to commit crimes trying to prevent from being deported. High-speed car chases, fighting back with the police is going to lead to more people being incarcerated, because all of them folks are not just going to go peacefully and patriotically.
I agree with you, but I agree with you, but 9 times out of 10 they won't make it to the police station.
What do you mean?
Be carried out in a zipped up toe tag in a bag.
So you think that some of these illegals are going to be killed by the law enforcement?
Yeah, so I think what the numbers is, and you said it before he got elected, was, hey, the cops are like, we can do whatever. I think that's why the shares are going up. Oh, they just going to be locked the hell up out of people.
I can't necessarily say I'm 100% behind that, but I definitely think there's a possibility. I mean, because we hear about Trump saying he has a mandate. He was voted in. This is what the people want. There is a mandate to get rid of immigrants. People believe they're violent. So I do believe that if you are law enforcement and an immigrant, an illegal you were trying to deport just happens to die while in your custody, I don't think a lot of Americans would care. Whatever that cop says happened, it happened. He should have thought about that before coming into the country illegally. I don't think I can see that. If you really do not like these people and you want to get a little bit of get back for what they've done to our country and our resources, it might be a good time to join Border Patrol or join the police. I think there's a lot of people who would not care what happens to them. Hey, as long as he's out of the country, body bag or deportation, at least he's out. I can see a lot of people saying that.
Well, they talking about the stop and frisk. Look at you, Tim, 6'6", 300. You say your name is Tim Jones? He looks like a Haitian to me. Book him, Dano. Book him, Dano. You know what I mean? Shit, let's just figure it out later. Well, I think it's going to be a lot of that going on, too.
I think it's more likely to be with the immigrants, though. I think that even most folks on the right know that what Trump said about the Haitian migrants is either completely a lie or greatly exaggerated. I think even most folks on the right know that there's not a whole bunch of Haitians in Springfield doing that. Maybe there's one, because there would be footage of it. I mean, you can go online and see people getting killed.
I agree with you, Tim.
Yeah, there would be footage of
I
it.
agree with you, Tim. But I've been a long time listener to you as well. We know by the people that support this man to come on here. It doesn't matter what the number is.
Yeah.
Look at the drag queens reading to the kids. Let them tell it. It's happening every Sunday in every fucking state around the fucking nation.
I
So,
still
it doesn't
cannot
matter.
understand, though, how so many Americans think that their kid is at a greater risk of having, with a drag queen reading to their kids than somebody in the Catholic Church, a priest or so. To me, your kid is far more at risk of having somebody
At
in
Sunday school.
Yeah, far more at risk.
Yeah. But to your point, it doesn't matter how many it is, man. Like you said, the Haitians, people don't believe it, but they'll justify it because that's what they believe.
Yeah. I don't, like I said, I don't know what it is other than just blind hatred, maybe. I mean, the LGBT community does not have a significant history of abusing kids, yet that is how the right tends to, certainly the transgender community. I don't want them going in the bathroom with my kid. They seem to be viewing these people like they're pedophiles. I mean, they don't have a history of doing that.
And what they don't understand is simple. They never apply what they scared of to themselves. And what I mean by that is, Tim, you could be, into people with the same sex or whatever the case may matter. Doesn't mean Tim's attracted to me.
That's a great point. Yeah, that's a great point too. Is that that's a great point? Because a lot of people say I don't want a gay guy in the locker room or whatever. You make a good point. Gay people also have a type. Just because you happen to be a dude, don't mean you may be an ugly ass dude to him. Just like you don't like every woman. A gay man does not like every dude that comes along. But they have some crazy beliefs on that shit.
Yeah, and I'm 47. You're a little older than me. We all came up from when we were using the AG word with the F
With
in
the
front
F,
of it.
yeah,
And
with the
you
F.
acting like this and this and that. But I think you brought up maybe a few months ago. I haven't used that word in years, man.
I haven't either. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't heard anybody using it.
Yeah, well, I heard a guy on your panel saying it. I was like, damn, I haven't heard that shit. Like,
well, I got some interesting. Yeah, I got some interesting characters. You likely hear it. I've been fortunate that I haven't had many viewers come on and use the N word, but I've had about a half dozen of them. But fortunately, over the years, I haven't had too many people do that. So, but in the comments on YouTube, I get a little bit of it though.
But see, that's also the disconnect. You can count on your hands and understand that that's not the majority of people that speak and maybe act that way.
Yeah, that's
But
true.
on the other side of the coin, we just proved that it could be that many, and they think it's millions just doing it.
Yeah, and that's certainly the thing with the Haitian migrants or the rapists and murderers. I mean, yeah, it is turning a few people into believing that the entire. In fact, when it come to illegal immigrants, Trump got it making it. Like you said, I can't. What did he say? They're not sending us their best and brightest. They're sending us the rapists and murderers. Then he said, I assume some of them are good people. So in other words, I don't even know if there's good people in the crowd. It's just all rapists and murderers. I mean, so yeah, that's a gross exaggeration.
Yeah, wink and nod. You know what I mean? Basically saying, hey, they all can be bad, or maybe a few of them are just bad. I'll leave that the interpretation up to you. Don't let me lead you. You know what I mean? Don't let me be the leader in this situation, being that I'm the president and all. Let me not set the tone and try to, unite us. Let me just throw that shit out there and let y'all deal with it.
I mean, if that was true, the system should be filled with illegal immigrants. I mean, every other arrest a cop makes should be somebody illegal. I mean, if you got 18 million of them and they all are them kind of people, they all came out of a prison in Venezuela somewhere, they're all these type of, you should be, everybody the cops are pulling over and catching that's committing crime should be one of them. And clearly that's not happening.
Nah, man. And, here, the circus, Barnum and Bailey will be here come Monday, man. The circus is back in town.
That's our guy. That's our guy.
Hey, man, I don't get it. It's political. It's political insanity, man. I've never met anybody that want a fucking toxic ex back. But,
I gotta say though, we can toss around what we think about Trump all day long, but Biden tried to run when even Biden supporters admit he should not have been doing it. I mean, so while we're talking about Trump, you got to admit Biden has a lot to do with why Trump was elected, because Biden was out of his element doing something he should not have been trying to do.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think the handler should have. I mean, hey, I was a part of that too for a while, and I think a lot of it. I wouldn't say TDS is just, I've heard you, pull the other side, and maybe he'll do good, and he'll do this, and he'll do that. I think we got enough history to say that who the fuck he's been showing us who he is who he is.
Yeah.
So you can expect more of a fucking circus, more of a shit show, more of the same fucking tweets, more of this me. It's gonna be more of the same shit.
I think if the liberals did not have TDS, Trump would be upset. Trump wants to be in it. If the liberals just ignored the shit he says and it didn't get all of the fanfare and attention, he would probably do it even more. He wants this stuff to happen. I mean, there's no reason why this dude is on the internet all the time saying all this bad shit without expecting or having a desire to get a response. He wants you worked up.
And to your point, I didn't concede it until now. Maybe you gave him the whole fucking country TDS. Because it doesn't matter what fucking side you're on. Yeah, everybody's a fucking ingrained and entrenched in whatever the fuck he's saying and not saying. I mean, you look at all this cabinet, these confirmation hearings, a fucking circus, bro. Like, what the fuck are we doing?
Well,
you got one dude that's a fucking alcoholic. What do you say? What do you call him? Unendorsed slurs or whatever the fuck he said. He never said yes or no when the guy was like, so you was drunk.
Oh, yeah.
That's almost like alternative facts. I've never heard that shit before in my life. Yeah, there's unconfirmed slurs. What the fuck?
Unconfirmed.
What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that?
Yeah, it's exactly like alternative facts, just making up some shit. But he is indeed our 47th. I got to move it on further back, but that's the guy. That's what we want. That's who we got.
Hey, you get the government you deserve. Hey, brother, I'm going to share this little thing with you. Every time I send you something, maybe you never accepted my messages are safe or not. But there's a place called Spottable that is supposed to be just like this platform. And somebody in the chat was trying to tell you it's favored it, not favored or whatever you said. It's favored it. And supposedly on that platform, you get 25 followers. You can go live and do the same thing similar to what you do here.
Spell favored it. Spell that.
Favored with ED at the end.
Favored.
Favored it. So favored it, favorite, like favorite it. Favorite.
Favorit.
ED.
Favored.
Favorite it. T.
Okay. I see people got it spelled out. Is that a real word? Favorited? Okay. All right. I never seen it spelled like that. Okay.
But yeah, brother, next time you come up, man, I'll be on here with you until you let me up. I had to jump on this account because you don't recognize me as a subscriber on the other one, so I'll just come over here and jump in the box.
Okay, I'll definitely be looking up for you.
I'm not complaining to management. I'm just telling you what I got to do to get up here.
I don't want you to come across like a Karen or a LaQuisha in our case, though. All right, Furback. Thank you,
brother.
Appreciate it. You too.
Continued
Thank
success,
you. All right, look at the appreciate that. Thank you. Continued success. I like that. Hubert Coverdale. This country was built on the backs of immigrants from New York to the Irish, to the Chinese and the railroad, to South Americans and our agriculture. That is a fact. That is a fact. And in fact, let me just say, I'll give you one of my little rants. It won't be that long. One of my rants I always talk about. Because we have a history of being so anti-immigrant. They come to this country and they want to change the culture. They don't want to speak the language. They don't assimilate. These are things you often hear. And it's not just with the Hispanics. It was said about a lot of the other immigrant cultures as well. I've often said that once we defeated, and I know I'm going to get some pushback when I use the term we, but when I say we, I mean in the span of Americans. I'm not separating white and black. I'm saying we as Americans. Once we defeated the Native Americans, we could have kept this country as Christian, as white, as heterosexual as we wanted. It was our land. We had conquered the original inhabitants. It was our land. America's insatiable greed and desire to exploit other people is the reason it's this way. Everywhere they're changing this. No, they didn't have. You didn't have. Just do your own labor. This didn't have to happen. Like right now, people are talking about the Hispanics and shit like that. Once you defeated and purchased what you needed to get down in Louisiana and defeated the Mexicans and you could have shut off the border. Do your own fucking labor. Even right now, what are people saying? We need to secure the border, but we still need that cheap labor. Quit exploiting people. First, you bring the blacks over and force them to work for free. They get freedom. Now you're pissed off that they want to vote and be equal. Then you go to another group of people. Then you're pissed off that they don't brought their Do your own fucking shit. It's as simple as that. Had America did that, had the original founding fathers did that, this country would be exactly like a lot of folks, particularly on the right, say it should be. Could have been as traditional as you want it to be. Which is why I don't understand why we always blame the exploited when you should be placing blame on the exploiter. Our ancestors didn't have to do that. Do your own damn farming. You don't need all these people here to do all this shit. You can do it yourself. And you can keep the country the way you want it. But nah, you got to be greedy. You want to sit on your ass. You want to have this person in here making up your bed or breastfeeding your fucking kids or picking your crops. Well, they're going to bring their religion and cultures and things like that with them. Just do your own shit. That's something America has never understood from day one. Quit exploiting people and then bitching that the people have brought things with them. They didn't have to be here. It's our greed and laziness is why they're here. Everybody's blaming all of these groups. Nobody's blaming the founding fathers. They're the reason this shit happened. Your ancestors are the reason it happened. Don't blame the people that your ancestors brought here. Blame your ancestors for bringing them here. Because they wanted to be lazy. That's what that, and now we want to pretend like all these groups are lazy. No, those are the ones who are the original lazy folks. The ones that are trying to get people to do shit for cheap. They don't want to pay Americans a fair wage, or they don't want to pay people at all, whatever the case may be. But just if they had done their own shit, you wouldn't have these problems. None of these problems. Just want to say that. And now look at the comments. And this is why America is outsourcing, says Talib. I'm just simply saying we will, once again, outsourcing. You don't want to pay Americans, so you start dealing with the Chinese. We'd open up a lot of manufacturing and call centers and things like that. To the point where you're so damn greedy that you're opening up call centers and manufacturing places in countries that otherwise would be our fucking enemy. So now you don't enrich those nations, and they're using that wealth for matters that are not our best interest. China is a prime example. They don't build up their military and all of that shit. From the money they're making from us outsourcing so much shit to them. Because the wealthy in this country don't want to pay average American salaries and pay people right. They'd rather tap into that cheap labor and make our adversaries wealthier at the expense of the people that are in this country. That's what has been happening. That is what has been happening. And now you want to blame all of them when the reality is there's a few folks in this country that was trying to get paid. Sold everybody out. I don't know if that'll change under the Trump administration, but I gotta say, a lot of the people he's employing or he's appointing are the people that indulged in that type of behavior. I mean, he got the CEO of Apple, whatever that guy, some Cook or whatever his name is. You know, obviously Steve Jobs, all of this shit was made in China. All of that, the iPhone, all of that shit started out in China. So a large portion of Chinese wealth came from them. And now he's hanging around, he's going to be at Trump's inauguration. I mean, these people are hanging around. This is how that shit happens. We don't want to talk about that, though. We want to blame the person that's being exploited for all of the problems. No, it's the exploiter that brought all the problems in the house. Looking in the comments here, Tim Cook, yeah, that guy. Illegals need the United States, not the other way around. True, but there's wealthy folks in this country that want to get wealthier, and it does not involve paying you or I a decent salary. But yeah, you're right. The illegals need us. We don't need them. But they've convinced you that if you can go to Walmart and buy cheap clothing or eggs, as people keep bringing up, then it's worth selling out your whole damn country. I think we got some things backwards, folks. I really do. Looking in the comments, let's pray Trump gets arrested for treason. Damn. The moment before he uses the Constitution as toilet paper again. Hugh Morris, Trump ain't gonna get arrested. I think if there's one thing we can say for certainty, Trump has immunity. And I'm gonna tell you right off the bat, I don't feel confident that Supreme Court, the one we have now, will ever rule against Trump. I don't feel confident. That Supreme Court is biased. Say what you want. That Supreme Court we currently have right now is biased in favor of Trump. And I do believe if the whole situation was reversed, the Republican Party and MAGA would be saying the same thing. If you had a liberal like Kamala Harris or Biden or Obama or Hillary Clinton in there, and 3 members of the Supreme Court was appointed by Hillary Clinton, for instance, you would be saying it's corrupt. You wouldn't believe that that's an unbiased Supreme Court when one person appointed that many people. Soon, Trump will be able to say 5 members of the Supreme Court were appointed by him. Anybody that believes that that's a fair and unbiased Supreme Court is just naive. I get to interview 5 people privately, and I'm going to appoint people that I can't depend on. I don't buy that. So that Supreme Court. So once, like I said, at that point, if it comes down to that court to decide whether Trump committed a crime or not, it could be in the middle of Fifth Avenue. It was self-defense. Something. Look, I saw him reaching. Something was happening. It could be in the middle of Fifth Avenue. If 5 members of that Supreme Court is picked by Trump, you're not going to get hardly anything that is against Trump from that Supreme Court. Looking in the comments here, open borders, brown folks take the 2nd spot, bump blacks to the 3rd spot. Shouldn't be any spots. Country should be all white, Christian, and heterosexual. Greed, exploitation, you name it. You name it. That's what happened. Anyhow, folks, I do appreciate I don't even know how many likes there is. I can't even see it up there, but thank you for tapping the screen. Amy just sided with Democrats. Amy who? Amy, you talking about the Supreme Court? I'm gonna say it again. You know, there may be some outliers, but I don't feel confident that Supreme Court is fair and unbiased. Maybe you can find a few things here or there occasionally, but no, that Supreme Court is going to be in the whole immunity thing. To me, is a perfect example of that. Big Dog, appreciate the hat and mustache. Thank you. Anyhow, folks, I do gotta step away for a minute. I do appreciate you folks. I don't know how long TikTok's going to be here. I hope it's past Sunday, but I'm not for sure. So I'm going to ask that you follow the program anyway. We'll see what happens. It won't hurt you no matter what. Subscription on YouTube, if you will. Thank you for the great live accolade there, collaborator. Appreciate that. Read a couple comments before I get out of here. That's crazy to say that let's pray that Trump gets arrested for treason. Damn. But if they come into the country legally, don't they learn about America, our ways? Yeah, but that don't mean, because you have to know, I believe you have to know some of the things about the Constitution and stuff like that. Yeah, you have to know a little bit, but that don't mean you have to actually use any of it. I mean, okay, you know a little bit about this and about that, but you're going to know a lot more about the country you came from. I mean, I moved overseas and I started learning a little bit about Australian politics, but I still was an American down inside. In fact, I was driving around Australia with a fucking American flag on the back of my car. Shit, I was repping. You get a lot of hoes that way. I was repping, though. I was repping the USA. So it is what it is. Immigrants change when they come live in America. That's true. They don't change the way we often want them to, though. I mean, they still, like, if you've been in Chicago, like when the Mexicans come out to celebrate, they shut the whole city down. I mean, they're waving their flag everywhere. I mean, they're still celebrating. A lot of Americans don't want that. They believe if you come to America, you should be waving the stars and stripes. A lot of them folks bring their cultures with them. Anyhow, what's up, brother? Tonight will be fun dealing with your conservative friend. Well, you caught me at the end of the show, Remy. Exactly why I said every cause is always much greater than just the effect. Spot on. Catch you guys tomorrow while TikTok is still in session. Thank you for tuning in. I do have to go, unfortunately, though. So catch you guys tomorrow. Thank you. Real quick, I'll make sure I didn't miss any comments. Tell 11 toes. I said hello, Draco. What the hell? All right, I got to get out of here for that one. I don't know what the hell that means. Good night, Public Enemy. 911 is a joke. Shout out to Flavor Flav. Tim, look up Boston. Couldn't find a single student to pass the state math exams. Damn, what are they teaching in Boston? Shit. That's not good. Gotta